Chapter 285. Your dragon. I shall accept them all. Thus, A.O. Ding harbored no intentions of venturing outside. He resolved to remain within the confines of his chamber, awaiting the arrival of the next day, when the black mist would transform into a gray haze before he dared to emerge. It was not solely the Sea Emperor A.O. Ding who entertained such thoughts. Many others shared this sentiment. Is it really safe outside? What a jest! Surely, the moment I open the door, I will be engulfed by the black mist. This voice is most likely linked to those two individuals, with the intent of luring us into a trap. At this point, not even a dog would fall for it. Only a select few harbored differing thoughts, among them Ling, Si Lingxian, and Ren Ting. Additionally, there was Yu Xingyao, who possessed an affinity for dragons. At this moment, the thoughts swirling within Yu Xingyao's heart diverged significantly from those of the Sea Emperor A.O. Ding. This was due to the differing experiences they had encountered. Just a moment prior, an abundance of black mist had still lingered in Yu Xingyao's room. Yet now, all the black mist had dissipated, and his chamber had returned to its former, normal state. The black mist. Has it truly all vanished? Yu Xingyao could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The fear that had resided in his heart moments ago completely dissipated at this instant. What splendid news! Although I am uncertain of the reasons, I am assuredly safe now. After a few excited whispers, Yu Xingyao approached the dilapidated door, peering through the gaps to gaze outside. However, he could not detect even a trace of black mist beyond the threshold. By the heavens, the black mist outside has also vanished. That person was not jesting. Stunned, Yu Xingyao stood frozen at the door, struggling to accept this revelation. The troublesome black mist had utterly disappeared. A miracle. Upon hearing Lin Bei's voice, Lu Ying, Si Lingxian, and Ren Ting immediately exited their rooms, hastening to the hall with radiant smiles as they turned their gazes towards Lin Bei, who sat quietly. Brother Lin Bei. Ren Ting dashed to Lin Bei's side, gleefully grasping his hand and calling out in a tone reminiscent of a playful child. Lin Bei allowed Ren Ting to hold his hand, but he could not help but feel puzzled as he looked at Lu Ying and Si Lingxian. Where are the others? Why have they not emerged? Could they have all been consumed by the black mist? Upon hearing this, Lu Ying and Si Lingxian exchanged glances before succumbing to silence. They were uncertain how to respond to this query. While they were unaware of the specific circumstances, they were certain that many others were still alive. The reason for their inaction was merely the fear of encountering danger. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, Si Lingxian finally spoke with a wry smile. They're simply too afraid to come out. If I were not acquainted with you, and if Lu Ying had not sought me out, I would not easily trust the words of a stranger. After all, there are far too many instances of individuals falling victim to deceit by strangers. Having experienced far more than Lin Bei, she was quick to surmise the thoughts of those individuals. As Si Lingxian finished speaking, Lu Ying nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the case. No one would easily trust another. Lin Bei, after hearing this, remained silent for less than 2 seconds, then turned to the golden mist blade dragon beside him and commanded, "Dismantle their doors. Tear them all down." Upon finishing his command, he activated his mental energy, enveloping the entire mist in. In the next moment, the golden mist blade dragon sprang into action, soaring several meters high and fixating its gaze upon the doors ahead. With a resonating, deep dragon's roar, a vast mass of mist materialized around its body, shimmering in a golden hue. As the golden mist surged wildly, it coalesced into basketball-sized golden dragon claws. The moment these golden claws struck the doors, they would be obliterated instantly. Simultaneously, Yu Xingyao, who was forcing himself to accept reality, approached the dilapidated door and once again raised his foot to kick it open. I shall see who dares. How dare they disperse the black mist? Crack! The already broken door became even more shattered, rendering it utterly unusable. He continued to stride outward. However, as Yu Xingyao stepped through the doorway, he encountered the golden mist blade dragon, which was manipulating the golden mist claws. In an instant, his forward momentum halted abruptly, and he stared wide-eyed at the golden mist blade dragon. What the hell? A dragon? How could there possibly be a dragon here? Yu Xingyao was utterly stunned. Before stepping out, he had imagined countless possibilities, but he never anticipated that he would come face to face with a dragon, especially one that exuded an extraordinary aura. Through the swirling mist surrounding him, Yu Xingyao began to conjecture about the dragon's abilities. This dragon's power is related to the mist. The reason the mist outside dissipated must be closely tied to this dragon. After arriving at this conclusion, his astonishment intensified. Simultaneously, another thought emerged. Fixating his gaze on the golden mist blade dragon for a prolonged moment, Yu Xingyao could no longer restrain himself and murmured, "I must obtain this dragon. No matter the cost or the means, I will make this dragon mine. Once I possess this dragon, I can reap the greatest benefits from Kuan." He had resolved to exhaust every possible avenue to make the golden mist blade dragon his own. Were it not for certain apprehensions, Yu Xingyao would have already attempted to subdue the golden mist blade dragon. Although his voice was not loud, it did not escape Lin Bei's perception through his mental energy. At that moment, a trace of displeasure flickered within Lin Bei's heart, and his previously indifferent expression grew markedly colder. "So he has set his sights on my dragon. Very well. Then your dragon. I shall reluctantly accept it." In truth, he was seething with anger. Even though Yu Xingyao had yet to take any action, Lin Bei would not let him off the hook. Not only would he not spare Yu Xingyao, but he would also not spare Yu Xingyao's dragon. The golden mist blade dragon instantly sensed Lin Bei's thoughts. Consequently, it directed a fierce glare at Yu Xingyao, its massive dragon eyes shimmering with fury. With a powerful roar, the meaning was unmistakable. You dare to attempt to tame me?" At the moment the roar subsided, the golden mist claws that had coalesced around it surged toward Yu Xingyao. Whoosh! Whoosh! The speed of the golden mist claws was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they were upon Yu Xingyao. Each sharp claw was aimed directly at him, as if intending to pierce his very being. Meanwhile, Yu Xingyao stood in bewilderment, utterly at a loss for what was happening. He had done nothing but express a desire to subdue the dragon. Chapter 286. The purpose of coming here was certainly not to experience a unique inn. The suddenness of the situation left Yu Xingyao with little time to react, rendering him incapable of evading all the assaults. Mere moments later, as his body was in motion, he was pierced by a claw formed from golden mist, instinctively letting out a piercing scream. Consequently, he collapsed onto the ground, desperately clutching the area where the misty claw had penetrated. His face contorted in agony as he cried out, "It hurts. So painful. What on earth is this damned mist that can pierce through my body? Bastard! Why did you ambush me out of the blue?" A torrent of blood gushed from his wound, swiftly staining the ground crimson. Meanwhile, the golden mist claws transformed back into golden mist, retreating to the side of the golden mist blade dragon. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the golden mist reformed into claw shapes, poised to strike once more. Although Yu Xingyao was engulfed in pain, his resolve to tame the golden mist blade dragon intensified. The previous display of the dragon's control over the mist had utterly validated his suspicions. The disappearance of the mist was undoubtedly orchestrated by this dragon. He hurriedly retrieved several bottles of healing elixirs, resolutely consuming them one by one. Soon, the bleeding ceased, and the excruciating pain dissipated. Phew! Yu Xingyao exhaled in relief. Slowly rising from the ground, casting a fierce glance at the golden mist blade dragon hovering in the sky, and muttered menacingly, "Once I have tamed you, I shall impart some much-needed lessons. At that time, you will surely understand the dire consequences of offending me." His voice dropped to a whisper, inaudible to anyone even a meter away. Yet, under the full concentration of his mental energy, Lin Bei still managed to hear Yu Xingyao's words. "You are courting death. Tomorrow will be your demise." He had no intention of slaying Yu Xingyao here, as the Sea Emperor Ao Ding, the masked woman, and others remained within the Misty Inn. To kill Yu Xingyao under such circumstances would only invite unnecessary troubles. Lin Bei was not keen on complicating his own affairs, for he had much to accomplish. Most importantly, he coveted Yu Xingyao's dragon. Therefore, he needed to find an opportunity that would compel Yu Xingyao to unleash his full strength, so he could summon all his dragons. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a significant loss? What if Yu Xingyao possessed 2 dragons, or even more? It was not a matter of fear or inability to kill. It was about maximizing benefits. After all, living another night wouldn't impact anything. The next moment, Lin Bei glanced upward and spoke in an exceedingly calm tone. "Golden Dragon, do not engage in unnecessary actions." As his voice resonated, the golden mist blade dragon shifted its gaze from Yu Xingyao and turned its attention back to the tightly shut doors. Simultaneously, those within the room became even more resolute in their decision to remain indoors. They had all distinctly heard Yu Xingyao's anguished cries. It was undeniably perilous outside, and someone had already been attacked. No, they absolutely could not venture outside. Better to wait for the morning. Meanwhile, Sea Emperor Ao Ding stood before the door, one hand gripping the doorknob. A grave expression adorned his face, and his entire being was brimming with tension. It seemed Yu Xingyao was unharmed. In that case, there was no need for him to go out. After uttering that thought, Ao Ding withdrew his hand, the seriousness fading from his countenance as the tension within him dissipated. Upon hearing Yu Xingyao scream, he had been prepared to rush out and check on him. To Ao Ding, others could encounter danger, but someone with a dragon affinity could absolutely not be allowed to face peril. However, after Yu Xingyao's agonizing cries and the subsequent absence of any abnormal sounds, Ao Ding refrained from opening the door. This aligned perfectly with Lin Bei's expectations. Had he chosen to act against Yu Xingyao now, he would undoubtedly face interference from Sea Emperor Ao Ding. At that point, Yu Xingyao would be on guard. Naturally, the difficulty of eliminating the opponent would increase. Just as Sea Emperor Ao Ding released the door, a flurry of golden mist claws crashed against it. Bang! Bang! The fragile door was instantaneously shattered into splinters, breaking free from the confines of the doorframe and scattering in all directions. In that moment, all those within the room instinctively turned their gazes toward the door. When they beheld the absence of mist outside, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Where did the mist go? How could this be possible? Just moments ago, there had been black mist present. Even Sea Emperor Ao Ding stood in shock, rooted to the spot, staring outside. He remained silent for an extended period. After what felt like an eternity, Ao Ding finally spoke. It turns out, the fool is none other than myself. He regretted the words he had previously uttered. Following this, the golden mist blade dragon shot a fierce glare at Yu Xingyao before swiftly returning to its owner's side, lying down with a displeased expression. Humph, humph. It occasionally emitted grumbling sounds, evidently sulking in discontent. Lin Bei reached out to stroke the golden head of the golden mist blade dragon, deliberately lowering his voice and speaking in a gentle tone. Be good, do not be angry. Tomorrow, I shall avenge you. No, not only shall I avenge you, I shall also recruit a few dragons as your subordinates. He was serious, not merely trying to placate the golden mist blade dragon. Buzz. Upon hearing these words, the golden mist blade dragon's mood lightened somewhat, and it voluntarily retreated into its designated space. Moments later, Ao Ding and the others began to emerge from their rooms. The instant they stepped out, their gazes were drawn toward Lin Bei, each expression reflecting sheer astonishment. Sea Emperor Ao Ding was the first to approach Lin Bei, speaking with a complex tone. You have accomplished a great feat. He astutely refrained from inquiring how Lin Bei had achieved all of this. For Ao Ding knew better than anyone that Lin Bei was a repository of secrets. In response, Lin Bei merely nodded slightly and directly stated, since everyone is out, we should discuss our plans. After all, our purpose for being here was not to indulge in the charms of a peculiar inn. Chapter 287. Never have I encountered someone so brazen. To this, Ao Ding had no objections. Not only did he harbor no dissent, but he also actively collaborated with Lin Bei, turning to address the others. Everyone should find a place to sit and deliberate on our next course of action. Lin Bei speaks the truth. Our purpose in coming here is to assist Kunpeng in escaping his torment. Ao Ding is acutely aware that the man seated before him, wearing an expression of serene indifference, possesses the means to confront the encroaching black mist. This revelation is nothing short of a boon for him and the others. As long as there is a way to counter the black mist, locating the two ceiling formations will no longer be an insurmountable task. The others, in harmonious accord, promptly took their seats, settling into a quiet anticipation. Only Yu Xingyao remained inactive, lingering at the rear of the group. His gaze fixed upon Lin Bei with an intensity that betrayed his simmering emotions. Anger, greed, and jealousy surged within his pupils. It dawned upon him that the golden dragon capable of controlling the mist was indeed his dragon. If he wished to acquire that dragon, he would need to devise a plan to isolate it before seizing it from its current master. Despite his fervent desire for the golden mist blade dragon, Yu Xingyao did not allow his ambition to cloud his judgment. He understood that if Lin Bei could command such a dragon, his own strength must be formidable as well. Thus, in the absence of absolute certainty, it would be prudent to refrain from any impulsive actions. He needed a strategy to both isolate Lin Bei and ensure his own forces were fully prepared. In other words, he had to arrange for Lin Bei and his entourage to act alone. Contemplating this, Yu Xingyao's expression darkened considerably. Creating such conditions would undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Lin Bei had already sensed Yu Xingyao's reaction through his mental acuity. In an instant, Lin Bei surmised Yu Xingyao's intentions. It appeared that his plan could proceed smoothly. Since you desire an opportunity, I shall grant you one. He had already formulated his response, drawing from recent events. Coupled with Yu Xingyao's current demeanor and subtle changes in expression, Lin Bei deduced his inner thoughts. Nevertheless, he maintained his calm exterior, revealing no signs of unease. At that moment, Ao Ding's voice resonated once more. All right, speak your mind. With that, he settled into silence, positioning himself opposite Lin Bei, as if to cede the reins of leadership to him. After casting a composed glance at Ao Ding, Lin Bei gradually articulated his strategy. It is now fairly certain that the two formations we seek do not reside within the main urban area. This implies that in order to locate them, we must venture beyond the main district and into the other four urban zones. Everyone present possesses a certain understanding of the city's territorial divisions. Previous conversations with individuals like the weapon shop owner have yielded some valuable intelligence. Naturally, they felt no confusion, instead listening attentively. At this juncture, only I and Luing are capable of confronting the mist. Therefore, I propose we split into two teams, one led by Luing to explore the eastern and northern districts, and the other led by myself to investigate the western and southern districts. This approach will not only expedite our search for the two formations, but also allow everyone to navigate without the hindrance of the mist. Lin Bei deliberately concealed the matter of the merfolk in the western district, which was also the reason he chose to lead the team there. In that moment, the individuals present instinctively began to ponder the feasibility of Lin Bei's plan. However, after much deliberation, they found no apparent flaws. Given the current circumstances, this indeed seemed to be the most suitable strategy. It ensures task completion while maintaining survival rates. If there are individuals within the team capable of controlling the mist, many unnecessary complications can be avoided. Truly, this is the optimal solution. The only remaining dilemma lies in the distribution of the teams. Yu Xingyao, standing at the rear, felt a surge of excitement in his eyes. To him, this was an exceptional opportunity. When the team assignments are made, I can choose to join his team. Just then, Ao Ding, who had remained silent for quite some time, raised his hand to signal everyone to cease their discussions. In an instant, the clamor subsided, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Ao Ding then addressed Lin Bei. How should the teams be allocated? He was indifferent to Lin Bei overshadowing him or taking a leading position. As long as they ultimately achieved their objectives, the process mattered little to him. Soon, Lin Bei outlined his plan. As I cannot afford to divide my focus while confronting the mist, it is imperative that both Si Lingxian and Yu Xingyao, who possess affinity with dragons, be placed in separate teams, allowing them to select their companions. Only in this manner can we swiftly dispel the ceiling formations once located. As for you and the masked woman, it would be prudent for you to remain at this and to manage any unforeseen events. The moment he finished speaking, Si Lingxian's voice promptly followed. I choose to join Lu Ying's team. We hail from the same faction and are familiar with each other. Thus our collaboration will be more seamless. Prior to Ao Ding's group emerging, Lin Bei had already briefed Si Lingxian and the others on his plan, which explained her current choice. Lu Ying concurred. I agree. Having her join my team is the best option. Observing this development, Lin Bei feigned a helpless shrug and turned his gaze toward Yu Xingyao. As you can see, I can only reluctantly invite you to join my team. In that instant, a wave of joy surged within Yu Xingyao. He nearly burst into laughter. Things had unfolded so favorably. He had achieved his desired placement within the team without any effort. Yet, Yu Xingyao stifled his elation, deliberately adopting a tone of feigned reluctance as he replied, Very well. For the sake of the group, I agree to join your team. To the untrained ear, his words seemed laced with reluctance. In response to Yu Xingyao's statement, Lin Bei was utterly speechless. He had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. Chapter 288. The next day, a new arrival. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Sea Emperor Ao Ding also acquiesced to Lin Bei's plan. He harbored no dissent regarding the decision to keep himself and the masked woman in the main urban area. Ao Ding recognized the importance of prioritizing what truly mattered. To achieve their ultimate goal, such minor details were of no consequence. It made perfect sense. It is imperative to send individuals in search of the two magical formations, while simultaneously ensuring that some remain in the main city. Both tasks hold immense significance. Indeed, the quest for the seal formations is crucial, and the fog color necessitates guardianship. Having a presence within the fog color is far superior to leaving it unguarded. After all, this city possesses an extraordinary uniqueness. The transformation of the fog color into mere mist is not an impossibility. Moreover, the fog color is the most ideal place for habitation. At this moment, the voice of Ao Ding continues to resonate. When tomorrow dawns, you shall commence your endeavors. Remember, tomorrow marks merely the first foray. Failure is a natural occurrence. Should you discover that the situation following the formation's discovery is beyond your capacity to manage, retreat to the main city and prepare thoroughly before attempting to dismantle the formation. Although the act of dismantling the formation is of utmost importance, prudence must always take precedence. We have ample time. His words are intended to facilitate the achievement of their goals. A.O. Ding is willing to invest additional time for this purpose. His statements bring a sense of relief to those present. Understood. We shall do our utmost. Subsequently, the Sea Emperor A.O. Ding refrains from further commentary, once again entrusting the floor to Lin Bei. Without delay, Lin Bei speaks. Yu Xingyao, Si Lingxian, you two shall select your team members. Choose whomever you wish. The number is at your discretion. After uttering this, he falls silent, quietly observing everything. At this moment, the excitement within Yu Xingyao intensifies. He feels as though he is the favored child of fortune. Not only has he achieved his desire to join the desired team, but he is also permitted to choose individuals to join him. This is exceedingly fortuitous. Heaven is surely aiding him. Astonishingly, after all these years, he discovers just how fortunate he truly is. Little does Yu Xingyao know that the one assisting him is, in fact, Lin Bei. Taking a deep breath, Yu Xingyao approaches Si Lingxian, a broad smile adorning his face as he proclaims, "Allow me to choose first. I only require those few who have come with me. The others are all yours. Your safety is far more paramount than ours." He does not believe that Si Lingxian would deny this request, for it is remarkably advantageous for her. The greater the number of individuals in the team, the stronger their combined power. Si Lingxian, having anticipated this, feigns delight. "Wow. You are exceedingly kind. I cannot thank you enough. Please, go ahead and choose. I shall not intervene." While outwardly appearing gracious, she inwardly scoffs. What a fool. He is leading his people step by step to their demise. What a dolt. Yu Xingyao then begins to select his companions. Ultimately, he chooses only 4 individuals. As only 4 remain, the remaining 10 or so individuals are left for Si Lingxian. Instantly, apart from Lin Bei and a few others in the know, the gazes directed at Yu Xingyao shift to one of perplexity. Clearly, they fail to comprehend his peculiar actions, knowing they are about to undertake a perilous endeavor. Why would he make such an odd choice? Does he have a death wish? Observing Yu Xingyao's smug expression, Lin Bei suppresses his amusement and adopts a serious tone to inquire, "Are you certain you wish to bring only this few? Tomorrow will be quite dangerous." He feels compelled to issue a warning. Otherwise, it may raise A.O. Ding's suspicions. This situation is undeniably strange. Any normal person would question it. Furthermore, if Lin Bei refrains from speaking up, it would also appear odd, given that Yu Xingyao's actions are so unexpected. Almost instantaneously after Lin Bei's words, Yu Xingyao responds, "Rest assured, our individual strengths rank among the best of those who have come, and we are well coordinated in our efforts. As long as we are not disturbed by the mist, danger will not arise." He is truly confident in the successful execution of his plan. Lin Bei, exhibiting a semblance of resignation, shakes his head in slight disappointment. "Very well, do as you wish. However, let it be known, should you encounter anything beyond your capacity to handle, I will withdraw from the danger zone." In the next moment, Yu Xingyao eagerly concurs. "All right, we will proceed as you suggest. Should we falter, you are free to leave." Everyone present hears their exchange. Though merely listening, they retain the content of the conversation. This is precisely what Lin Bei intended. He has effectively provided the attendees with a precautionary warning. Minutes later, the individuals return to their respective quarters, closing their eyes and peacefully drifting into slumber, replenishing their energy for the morrow's arrival. They sleep soundly. Lin Bei also enters a room. However, he does not immediately rest. Instead, he contacts Wen Shuai and others. After issuing commands for exploration in the main city, Lin Bei finally concludes all his tasks for the day. Naturally, he too falls into a slumber. Yet, Lin Bei's sleep is anything but tranquil. In his dreams, he encounters many unfamiliar faces. Initially, these individuals appear normal, but before long, they all become unhinged, resembling deranged lunatics. Throughout the night, Lin Bei is ensnared in this bizarre dream. As dawn breaks, Lin Bei awakens from a night filled with strange dreams. Outside the window, the fog has once again turned a shade of gray. The relentless surge of seawater has also intensified. Evidently, the Kunping has repeated its earlier actions. Upon waking, he immediately channels his mental energy, sending it surging outward. With his enhanced mental faculties and newfound ability to manipulate the mist, Lin Bei's mental energy can effortlessly envelop the vast expanse of gray fog, revealing the entities concealed within. In the next moment, he discerns the presence of numerous individuals amidst the gray mist. Chapter 289. Where has the umbrella-selling old lady disappeared to? In that instant, Lin Bei's consciousness is completely revitalized. The lingering drowsiness in his mind vanishes instantaneously. This is no mere illusion. Among the gray mist outside, there are indeed many unfamiliar figures. Lin Bei possesses unwavering confidence in the accuracy of his mental energy, since those figures shrouded in mist have entered into the realm of his mental perception. It serves as undeniable proof that this is certainly no mere illusion. A remarkable transformation has emerged within the gray fog. Almost instantaneously, Lin Bei recalled the words of Ivy from earlier. It appears this is what Ivy referred to as the other lunatics. Although the only inhabitants of the main city have been the old woman and the weapon shop owner, there are occasionally others who appear within this fog-laden urban expanse. Clearly, this is one such instance. The moment his thoughts settled, Lin Bei continued to channel his mental energy, extending it further afield. As his mental force expanded, the number of individuals manifesting within his perception grew exponentially. The count effortlessly surpassed 100. Once the tally of perceivable individuals exceeded 200, Lin Bei retracted his mental energy, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Standing by the window, he pushed it open and gazed out into the gray mist, softly murmuring to himself, "Our understanding of this city is, after all, somewhat limited. I cannot discern whether these newly emerged individuals are a blessing or a curse." Despite the undercurrent of subtle concern in Lin Bei's tone, what truly preoccupied his mind was whether absorbing these new arrivals would bring about any alterations to his mental prowess. If so, it would indeed be a significant boon. At that moment, voices drifted in from outside the house. "What should we do? I'm so nervous. We're supposed to seek out those two formations today? Surely, there won't be any danger." Clearly, the individuals had awakened. Lin Bei gently closed the window and turned to exit the room. In the hall, everyone had gathered. The expressions on their diverse faces varied. Some were excited, others anxious, while a few wore looks of concern. They all understood that what lay ahead was no trivial endeavor. A moment's carelessness could lead to peril. The Sea Emperor, Ao Ding, had been closely observing Lin Bei. The instant Lin Bei stepped out, Ao Ding approached him with a solemn tone, stating, "The situation seems rather unusual. There are suddenly many people on the streets." After waking that morning, Ao Ding had ventured outside and thus acquired this information. Sensing the anomaly, he promptly decided to consult with Lin Bei, for in his view, the individual best equipped to navigate the fog of this city was none other than Lin Bei himself. To ensure the smooth execution of their mission, it was prudent to confer with him. Lin Bei, not dismissing Ao Ding's concerns, promptly replied, "It's nothing of great significance. The fog during the day poses no danger. As long as we return before nightfall, we shall be fine." In his recent mental scan, he had detected no threats emanating from the gray mist. Upon hearing Lin Bei's reassurances, Ao Ding's worries diminished considerably. To him, Lin Bei was trustworthy. After all, there was no reason for Lin Bei to deceive him. Moments later, Ao Ding stood amidst the crowd, raising his hand to signal for silence. His authority was undeniable. Within mere seconds, the surrounding individuals fell quiet, their gazes fixed upon him. Ao Ding's voice soon resounded once more. "I have prepared breakfast for everyone. After we eat, we can set off. I entrust the search for those two formations to you all." As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with the masked woman, who hurried to the kitchen and emerged with dish after dish of food. The dining ware, as well as the sofas, tables, and chairs within the misty lodge, were all in proper working order. Moreover, aside from their appearance, they were quite similar to objects found in the outside world. As Lin Bei beheld the pristine bowl before him, an unsettling thought struck him. Wait a moment. If this city has always been like this, then why do these bowls and furniture exist in such good condition? They appear as though they are brand new. There was an undeniable sense that something was amiss. While pondering, he used his mental energy to inspect the plates and chopsticks before him. Yet, he could discern no abnormalities. The chopsticks were merely chopsticks, and the plates were simply plates. But in Lin Bei's heart, he understood. These chopsticks were certainly not mere chopsticks, nor were these plates merely plates. Never mind. Now is not the time to dwell on this. There are pressing matters to attend to. Several minutes later, the food prepared by the Sea Emperor Ao Ding was devoured by those present, who also made sure to stack the dishes together. Having eaten their meal, it would be impolite to leave the cleanup to their host, wouldn't it? Without drawing anyone's attention, Lin Bei discreetly stored his bowl and chopsticks in his system space, intending to investigate them later when time permitted. He could not ignore the evident oddities surrounding him. "Everyone, I wish you success." With Ao Ding's words echoing in the air, the teams led by Lin Bei and Lu Ying set forth in two distinct directions, one westward, the other eastward. After standing at the entrance and observing the gray mist for about a minute, Ao Ding finally returned to the misty lodge. However, as soon as he re-entered, the masked woman remarked, "Lord Ao Ding, we are missing a piece of cutlery, but I do not know whose it is." At these words, Ao Ding's expression shifted dramatically, and he spoke with a grave tone. "It seems someone else, like us, has noticed the peculiarity of this cutlery. Li Ying, we must expedite our investigation into this matter." Earlier that morning, he had attempted to attack a plate, but even with half of his strength, he had only succeeded in creating a few cracks. The masked woman named Li Ying nodded emphatically, understood. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, accompanied by Yu Xingyao and others, strolled through the gray mist, holding their specially crafted umbrellas with an air of nonchalance. From time to time, individuals carrying umbrellas would pass through the mist beside him, engaging in conversation. How strange. The old woman selling umbrellas hasn't appeared today. I was hoping to buy one. Chapter 290. The Ferocious Merfolk and the Ferocious Dragonfolk. For those who encountered these people today, the old woman held significant presence. After all, she was the sole vendor of umbrellas in the entire city. This remark created ripples akin to a stone cast into water. Not only had the old woman vanished, but even the lazy dog of the weapon shop was nowhere to be found. I waited an hour today, but he didn't show up. And all the weapons in the shop are gone. It's truly puzzling. Indeed, it has come to my attention that a group of outsiders has recently emerged, and we must exercise utmost caution. The disappearance of the elderly woman and the indolent dog owner is likely connected to these interlopers. Those despicable outsiders are indeed quite nefarious. Whether it is the gray mist or the black fog, they merely influence what one can see and perceive, yet they cannot obstruct the transmission of sound. Thus, Lin Bei and his companions are easily able to overhear the whispers. However, they wisely refrain from taking any action, following the series of events that transpired yesterday. Those who accompanied Lin Bei to this island have long realized that these individuals are not human, but rather a part of the mist. As Yu Xingyao gazed into the mist ahead, a cruel smile flickered across his eyes upon confirming that Lin Bei had ventured a considerable distance away. Subsequently, he deliberately slowed his pace and addressed a select few individuals. Everyone, pay close attention. Once I utter the command to act, you are to confront Lin Bei directly. The room where Yu Xingyao had resided last night was far removed from Lin Bei's quarters. Hence, he instructed these 4 individuals to convene in his chamber to deliberate on their plans for the day. Their discussions were conducted in hushed tones, marked by an air of caution and vigilance. To Yu Xingyao, these 4 individuals were utterly trustworthy. After all, each had been loyal to his family for many years. Upon hearing Yu Xingyao's directive, the 4 of them nodded gently, preparing themselves for immediate action. One among them lowered his voice and inquired, "Young Master Xingyao, are you absolutely certain you can tame that dragon? The young Master of Kings has issued a strict command, and we cannot afford for anything to go awry." They were aware of the golden mist blade dragon's ability to control the mist, which solidified their resolve to execute this plan. Otherwise, these individuals would never agree to such risky endeavors. It would be tantamount to gambling with their lives. Before long, Yu Xingyao lowered his voice once more, saying, "Rest assured, I have successfully tamed 2 dragons before. While I may not claim to be the foremost expert in dragon taming, I could certainly rank among the top 10. If given sufficient time, I will undoubtedly be able to tame that dragon capable of controlling these mists." He paused momentarily, allowing his confidence to radiate as he continued. "If I lacked certainty, I would not proceed with this plan. After all, I have a fear of death too." At this revelation, the 4 individuals felt entirely reassured, their anxieties dissipating. Although Yu Xingyao's conversation with these 4 was conducted in a low tone, it did not escape Lin Bei's keen perception. Even as he continued to tread through the mist, an excited smile began to surface on his previously tranquil face. "I never anticipated that this fellow possesses 2 dragons. What a delightful surprise." For Lin Bei, the more dragons Yu Xingyao possessed, the better, as ultimately, they would all become his dragons. Moments later, Yu Xingyao hastened his steps to reach Lin Bei's side and sincerely inquired, "Where are we headed now?" He had no intention of making a move in the central district. Lin Bei, without turning his head, replied, "Let us first explore the western district. There may be unexpected delights awaiting us there." For the sake of caution, he chose to venture to the western district first. In a sense, the western district had already become Lin Bei's territory. Simultaneously, within the underwater realm of the western district, Ivy and the other mermaids, having rested through the night, awoke from their slumber. They gathered together, gazing up at the layers of misty water above. The merman had been absent for an entire night. Surely he would return to find us soon. After more than 10 hours without sight of him, they yearned for him desperately. For reasons unknown, even while submerged in the cold depths, their hearts burned with an intensity of at least 105 degrees. My heart awaits, eternally in anticipation. To these mermaids who have lived here for years, Lin Bei in his starry merman form had become an unforgettable presence. No, it is not merely an unforgettable memory. It is the overwhelming allure of the singular merman. Ivy and Aya stood among the throng of mermaids, gazing up at the unchanging scenery, their thoughts consumed solely by Lin Bei. Time passed second by second, yet their actions remained unchanged, and they still awaited Lin Bei's return. Eventually, fatigue overcame Ivy, prompting her to make a bold decision. She turned to Aya and declared, "I'm tired of waiting. I'm going out to find him myself. Farewell." Without waiting for Aya's response, she surged upward into the gray mist above at her swiftest pace. A few seconds later, Aya regained her senses and shouted towards the sky, "Despicable! Ivy, you are too despicable." With those words, she too dashed upward, intent on venturing outside. This left a group of mermaids at a loss, wondering what they should do. They've gone out. What should we do now? Never mind. I won't think too much about it. I must go and compete for the merman. As long as I return before nightfall, it's fine. I cannot allow them to monopolize the merman. Sisters, let us go? Following that, all the young mermaids plunged into the gray mist above. The elder mermaids, who were playing with the young ones from a distance, witnessed this scene unfold. They did not intervene, but simply observed quietly. Indeed, the young mermaids are still unable to resist such temptations. Let them be. At that moment, Lu Ying and her companions traversed through the dense fog, arriving at a signpost. Before the sign stood a tightly shut gate. Si Lingxian immediately glanced at the roadside, instinctively reading aloud the words inscribed there. Eastern District, inhabited by ferocious dragon folk. Please do not enter without permission. Upon finishing, she was taken aback, momentarily unable to comprehend this revelation. Not only Si Lingxian, but all others were equally astonished. What on earth? Ferocious dragon folk. It sounds rather perilous. Chapter 291. With horns atop their heads and tails trailing behind them. If Lin Bei were present at this moment, he would undoubtedly be astonished. In the Western District, there are ferocious mermaids, and in the Eastern District, there are indeed ferocious dragon folk? What does this so-called ferocity truly entail, genuine or merely a facade? Moreover, according to Kuanping, the entities guarding those two magical formations consist of one dragon and one mermaid. When considered together, there seems to be an unusual connection. Vaguely, it appears there is a certain link. However, Lin Bei remains unaware of this matter at present. At this moment, Lu Ying approached Si Lingxian, adopting a particularly solemn tone as she asked, Si Lingxian, what does the sign mean by dragon folk? It seems that the dragonkin is not quite as I had envisioned. He dared not entertain the thought that what he had imagined, a being adorned with horns, a tail, and perhaps even wings, might truly exist. What would such a creature entail? If it were merely a matter of nomenclature, there would be little cause for concern. However, if it were indeed associated with dragons, matters could become exceedingly complicated. Any entity linked to dragons is unlikely to be feeble. Silently, Si Lingxian turned her gaze toward the Eastern District, shrouded in mist, and spoke gravely. I cannot be certain, but it is highly probable that it pertains to dragons. Until they laid eyes on the dragonkin of the Eastern District, they refrained from making hasty judgments. After all, Si Lingxian had never encountered any mention of dragonkin existing in this world. Are dragonkin truly human or dragon? Or perhaps some other form of being? Approximately a minute passed before the group that had accompanied Lang settled into a relative quiet. Observing this, Lang spoke decisively. Prepare yourselves. We are entering the Eastern District. He understood that it was only a matter of time before they would have to venture into the Eastern District. Thus, there was no need for hesitation. Such indecision would only squander their limited time. They had but a mere few hours to locate the array before the mist turned black once more, necessitating their return to safety. This was indeed the wisest course of action. With that, Lang was the first to step into the Eastern District, followed closely by Si Lingxian and Rinting. Although the others felt a twinge of anxiety, they had no choice but to proceed into the Eastern District. Having arrived, they were compelled to explore. Returning now would yield no rewards. Venturing forth might uncover something of value. The last thing I desire is to have traveled this far for naught. In truth, the most prudent choice was to advance. If they could dismantle the two arrays to restore Kuan to normalcy, they could depart sooner. Soon, all who had come to this place entered the Eastern District, embarking on their exploration. The Eastern District, too, was enveloped in mist. Yet its ground differed markedly from that of the Central District. The Central District's surface was solid, seemingly crafted from some stone material, while the Eastern District's ground felt softer, akin to treading upon loam. The air was redolent with the fragrance of trees and flowers, as if they had arrived not in the Eastern District, but rather in a forest perpetually drenched by rain. Chirp, chirp. They even heard sounds reminiscent of birdsong. At once, Lang and his companions were astonished. The Eastern District possessed the essence of nature and the melodies of birds. This was the first time they had encountered such scents since arriving in the city, rendering the experience dreamlike. The Eastern District and the Central District were entirely different realms. Chirp, chirp. As they ventured deeper, the avian-like sounds continued to resonate, each call slightly distinct, as if conveying a message. Yet, Lang and his companions remained blissfully unaware of any peculiarities. They had no inkling that they were already being observed by the dragonkin residing in the Eastern District. Attention all. Be advised that creatures resembling the lunatics of the Central District have encroached upon our territory. The sentinel eagle dragon, stationed at the forefront, had relayed the intelligence. These intruders are approaching us. Prepare for battle. Should they exhibit any hostility, eliminate them immediately. In truth, the sounds akin to birdsong that had just echoed through the Eastern District were emitted by the vigilant dragonkin conducting reconnaissance. However, due to their similarity to avian calls, compounded by the pervasive gray mist, Lang and his group were unable to detect the anomaly. Meanwhile, perched upon a massive tree not far from Lang's group was a dragonkin adorned with horns and a tail, intently observing their direction. What a rarity. Intruders, indeed. Despite the dense mist ahead, its vision seemed to pierce through the haze. This dragonkin possessed a pair of unique eyes as sharp as those of an eagle. No, not merely resembling. They were exactly like those of an eagle. Furthermore, it bore a pair of wings reminiscent of avian creatures. This dragonkin appeared to embody more than just a fusion of dragon and human, possessing traits of other beings as well, akin to a hybrid, yet distinctly its own. At that moment, Lin Bei remained oblivious to the events unfolding in the Eastern District. He had led Yu Xingyao and others to the border between the Western District and the Central District, where they encountered a sign warning of vicious merfolk within. Prepare yourselves. Proceed forward, and you shall enter the Western District. Yu Xingyao's expression grew grave upon reading the sign. Vicious merfolk. Given the association with vicious, it was unlikely to be the fabled beautiful mermaids, but rather some grotesque, man-eating monstrosities. As he spoke, he exchanged glances with those beside him, signaling them to ready themselves for action. In Yu Xingyao's view, the Western District, home to these vicious merfolk, was the perfect place to strike. Should the Sea Emperor Ao Ding inquire about it later, he could easily assert that Lin Bei had been slain by the vicious merfolk. A plausible explanation indeed. The others promptly returned his gaze, indicating their readiness. Yet, upon hearing Yu Xingyao's words, Lin Bei's expression turned decidedly peculiar, grotesque, and fond of devouring humans. Ivy and the others would undoubtedly be incensed. Suddenly, a thought akin to Yu Xingyao's crossed his mind. If Ao Ding were to inquire later, he could easily shift the blame to Ivy and her companions. After all, Yu Xingyao's remarks had already thoroughly offended them. Let us proceed. With that nonchalant command, Lin Bei stepped into the Western District. Chapter 292. Is this not the very place you sought? Come, let us enter. Almost immediately after Lin Bei initiated his movement, Yu Xingyao followed suit with his companions. He felt compelled to enter the Western District early and strike swiftly. The sooner they acted, the sooner they could acquire the dragon capable of controlling the mist. The group trailed Lin Bei through the gray fog, relying solely on sound and instinct to navigate their surroundings. This had been the case from the Misty Inn to the Western District. Everyone, exercise caution. The roads in the West District are rather arduous, and my shoes have become thoroughly soaked. If nothing unexpected occurs, it is highly likely that there are rivers or lakes in this vicinity. Amidst the increasingly dense gray mist, the movements of Yu Xingyao and his companions have grown markedly more cautious. Although they wish to take action against Lin Bei, they must first find a suitable location. Under Lin Bei's deliberate guidance, Yu Xingyao and the others have not lost their trail. As for the blue weapons, Yu Xingyao and his companions possess none. The blue weapons scattered across the entire island. Several are in the possession of Ao Ding and the masked woman, Li Ying, while the remainder rests firmly in Lin Bei's hands. Upon their departure yesterday, Lin Bei had intentionally instructed Ao Ding to recall the distributed blue weapons, claiming that he and Lu Ying could manage the mist, thus rendering these seemingly useless weapons unnecessary. The others had no objections, for to them, the sole purpose of the blue weapons was to dispel the mist. Once they re-entered the West District, Lin Bei felt an immediate release of tension. This sensation was akin to returning home. Even the soft, muddy ground beneath his feet and the foul stench wafting through the air no longer seemed so repugnant. Compared to the main urban area, this place undoubtedly resonated more with him. The main district always imparted an unsettling feeling, exuding an aura of the bizarre. The beings born from the mist, entities that ought not to exist, compelled Lin Bei to remain vigilant. After a few minutes of walking, Yu Xingyao's shoes and pant legs were completely drenched, and he nearly stumbled several times. Lacking the immense spiritual energy of Lin Bei, he had no means to probe the surrounding environment. Splash. Finally, after falling into a small ditch, Yu Xingyao could no longer endure the humiliation and directly called out to Lin Bei, "Could you disperse the mist around us?" With the mist enveloping them, even passing by the ceiling array would not allow them to see clearly. He had never felt so wretched in his life. A member of the Yu family, who had tamed 2 dragons, had found himself in a stinking gutter. Upon hearing Yu Xingyao's plea, Lin Bei abruptly halted, casually waved his arm, and absorbed the mist between himself and Yu Xingyao's group into his body. Do not misunderstand. He was not acting on Yu Xingyao's request. Rather, he had reached a suitable juncture. Continuing forward would lead them directly into a vast and deep pit. In fact, there were no teleportation arrays within the West District. Earlier, while conversing with the mermaids beneath the water, Lin Bei had delicately inquired about this matter. The enthusiastic mermaids had provided him with an unequivocal answer. There was nothing in the West District that he sought. In an instant, Yu Xingyao and the others were left bewildered. A chorus of voices arose. What do you mean? There is nothing we seek in the West District? If there is nothing here, then why have you brought us to the West District? Don't tell me it's for sightseeing. What is there to see in this foul gutter? Are you out of your mind? Upon hearing their murmurs, a peculiar smile crept across Lin Bei's face. His calm voice resonated once more. The West District is so remote, and there are fierce mermaids. It is an excellent place for murder and plunder. Don't you particularly wish to come to such a locale? Lin Bei had never intended to passively endure all of this. He despised that unpleasant feeling. Thus, he chose to clarify the situation. Simultaneously, as he spoke, Lin Bei utilized the Void Reincarnation Dragon to conceal several powerful dragons within the surrounding mist. Thanks to the assistance of the Golden Mist Blade Dragon, these dragons did not attract the attention of the others present. At that moment, upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Yu Xingyao's eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. Completely unprepared for the turn of events, an overwhelming sense of unease surged within him. Gulp. After instinctively swallowing, Yu Xingyao stammered, "What do you mean? We never intended to come to such a place, nor do we harbor any thoughts of murder and plunder. It's all a misunderstanding. The only thing we wish to do is find that sealing array with you." As he uttered these words, he discreetly placed one hand behind his back, signaling the others to prepare for action. Clearly, Yu Xingyao's intention in saying this was merely to lower Lin Bei's guard. Suddenly, with a crack, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, struck down from the mist above, descending with terrifying speed directly onto Yu Xingyao's hand. In an instant, his hand turned black, emitting a foul odor of charred flesh. His hand was utterly ruined. A heart-wrenching scream echoed. Unable to withstand the excruciating pain, Yu Xingyao writhed on the ground. Yet this action proved futile. The pain he had to endure remained unabated. The four individuals standing nearby were left in shock. The events unfolded far too quickly for them to react. What the hell? How did young Master Xingyao get struck by lightning out of nowhere? Don't just stand there. Quickly treat young Master Xingyao. The commotion on the water's surface was so pronounced that it easily reached the ears of those below. Just then, Ivy, who had been the first to leave the depths, found herself very close to the water's surface and naturally heard the turmoil. There's some noise above. It must be the merman returning. Thinking this, she hastened her ascent towards the surface. Meanwhile, the mermaids situated not far below Ivy also quickened their ascent. Chapter 293, New Moon Dragon, Crescent Moon Dragon, the Mysterious Yu Family. From the perspective of the mermaids, it was indeed the time for the merman to return. They swam upward swiftly, discussing among themselves, "Sisters, speed up. The noise above is undoubtedly related to the merman. It's been an entire night. He must finally be back. Last night, he filled my dreams. Such a significant commotion. Did the merman encounter trouble? We must go help him." On the water's edge, Lin Bei and Yu Xingyao remained oblivious to the situation beneath the surface. Thus, they paid no heed to what lay below. Simultaneously, the four individuals above were frantically tending to Yu Xingyao, various pills being dispensed as if they were worthless. After consuming several pills in rapid succession, Yu Xingyao finally managed to regain a semblance of normalcy. The once pitch-black arm gradually began to regain its color. Yet the acrid scent of charred flesh still lingered in the air. The unbearable sensation of pain was forcibly suppressed by a special elixir. From beginning to end, merely a few seconds had elapsed. Observing this, the four individuals exhaled in relief. Fortunately, we brought an ample supply of elixirs. Thank goodness young Master Xingyao has only sustained minor injuries. Had young Master Xingyao perished, young Master Wang would undoubtedly have compelled us to accompany him in death. As they sighed in relief, Lin Bei's dragons erupted in excitement, weaving through the dense gray mist with fervor. The assault of the six-winged storm dragon ignited a spark akin to a lit fuse. The other dragons concealed within the fog stirred to life at that very moment. The holy white dragon unleashed a golden beam of light, targeting an individual at random. The golden beam pierced effortlessly through the gray mist like an unstoppable arrow. Boom. In an instant, only half of the person's body remained, blood rapidly staining the surrounding ground. It hurt so much. The agony of having one's body obliterated was far surpassing that which Yu Xingyao had endured. His consciousness was swiftly becoming hazy. Whoosh, whoosh, dozens of steel needles, thin as a hair and imbued with lethal venom, shot forth from the thick mist, directly piercing another individual. In the next moment, that person collapsed to the ground, rolling their eyes, frothing at the mouth, skin turning a sickly blackish purple, clearly succumbing to the deadly poison. Help me. I think I've been poisoned. The instant those words left his lips, he fell silent, succumbing to the terrifying toxicity. At last, Yu Xingyao jolted back to his senses and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Quick! Summon your pets." He must have hidden them within the surrounding mist. As soon as the words left his mouth, he activated his innate talent, summoning forth the two dragons he had tamed, New Moon Dragon, Crescent Moon Dragon. In the next moment, the two dragons appeared behind Yu Xingyao. Their appearances were quite similar, cloaked in shimmering silver, resembling eastern dragons, devoid of wings. However, their massive bodies bore numerous indentations and protrusions, reminiscent of the moon's surface. The primary distinction between the two dragons lay in the shape of their eyes. The New Moon Dragon possessed crescent-shaped eyes, while the Crescent Moon Dragon's eyes were shaped like a waning moon. Although they were quite alike, subtle differences existed. Buzz, buzz. Upon their emergence, the two dragons fixed their gaze on Lin Bei, their roars resonating with palpable hostility. The other two individuals chosen by Yu Xingyao hastily activated their talents, summoning their own tamed beasts. Roar! 6 massive tiger-like magical beasts appeared. 4 of the tigers bore no exceptional traits, merely appearing robust, with muscles concealed beneath their fur. Among them, 2 tigers possessed long teeth, seemingly capable of easily piercing through heavy steel, their fangs a blood-red hue, as though stained with blood. Additionally, 12 similarly large lion-like magical beasts manifested, 1 male lion and 11 female lions. The male lion's fur was white, enveloped in a layer of ice crystals, while the female lions sported purple fur, resembling a colossal block of amethyst. At this moment, the entire assembly of 12 lion-like beasts, 6 tiger-like beasts, and 2 dragons regarded Lin Bei as their primary target for attack. They encircled Yu Xingyao and his companions, forming a protective barrier. Should Lin Bei's dragons attempt another assault from the mist, success would not come easily. Glancing at the 2 beloved dragons by his side, Yu Xingyao felt his earlier fear dissipate. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Bei's voice resonated first. "Your 2 dragons appear quite impressive." Taken aback, Yu Xingyao was evidently surprised by Lin Bei's remark, unsure if such praise was appropriate given the perilous circumstances. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of pride. Although the individual was an adversary, the admiration for his dragons was undeniably genuine. Indeed, these are unique to the Yu family. In the next breath, Lin Bei continued, "Crescent Moon Dragon and New Moon Dragon. Could it be there exists a full moon dragon as well?" His curiosity piqued, for the names of these dragons suggested such a possibility. New Moon, waxing crescent, first quarter, waxing gibbous, full moon, waning gibbous, last quarter. Crescent moon, the lunar phases are universally acknowledged. Without hesitation, Yu Xingyao proudly responded, "Naturally, our Yu family possesses dragons associated with every lunar phase. The full moon dragon, however, has already been tamed by my elder brother." At that moment, Lin Bei developed a keen interest in the Yu family that he had previously scarcely considered. Were circumstances different, he might have wished to visit the Yu family immediately. How intriguing! This world was far more fascinating than he had ever imagined. Though he had only gleaned a rudimentary understanding of the Yu family, Lin Bei was acutely aware that the Yu family harbored significant secrets. After all, they possessed dragons representing various lunar phases. Chapter 294. Have you considered the feelings of the stars and the sea? Swiftly banishing all distractions from his mind, Lin Bei's expression turned cold. Regarding Yu Xingyao and the trio before him, along with their summoned beasts, he spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "You've gone to such lengths? Do you truly have such an affinity for my dragons that you would follow me here?" Given the current state of affairs, Lin Bei was not in a hurry to strike. For whether he acted now or later, the ultimate outcome would likely remain unchanged. He was in the process of shifting his dragons into the surrounding gray mist, selecting only those with formidable combat prowess and the ability to launch ranged attacks. If they desired his dragons, he would deliver a grand spectacle. At that moment, Yu Xingyao felt a surge of confidence. Analyzing the situation before him, he estimated that Lin Bei had 4 dragons in total, one capable of controlling the mist and another that could unleash lightning attacks. There exists another dragon, one that wields venom, as well as one that unleashes beams of golden light. Merely 4 in total. Not a cause for concern, even if the adversary boasts at least 4 dragons. What of it? There is no need for trepidation. Our 2 dragons, accompanied by 6 tigers and 12 lions, form a formidable coalition capable of easily vanquishing those 4 dragons. 20 against 1. Even 5 dragons would find it impossible to withstand such overwhelming odds. Indeed, it is the truth. The 2 dragons tamed by Yu Xingyao, along with the other lions, tigers, and magical beasts, are all above the rank of king-level beasts. Without a doubt, this is a lineup that can be aptly described as formidable. It is precisely due to this unwavering confidence that Yu Xingyao does not rush into action. Instead, he subtly nods to the other two, signaling them to allow their summoned beasts to gather their strength. Intending to unleash their most powerful attacks at the onset of battle, striving to conclude the confrontation in the briefest span of time. Although victory seems assured, one must not grow complacent. He does not wish for his efforts to be in vain. Upon seeing the two nod in understanding, Yu Xingyao finally responded to Lin Bei's inquiry. Indeed, I am quite fond of your dragon. Setting aside your other dragons, that golden dragon which commands the mist alone is sufficient to inspire such admiration. After all, possessing the ability to manipulate mist essentially grants one the freedom to navigate such a city, making it a particularly simple task to obtain rewards from Kun. This alone makes it entirely worthwhile. Pausing momentarily, he continued, as for your other tamed dragons, though I have yet to behold them, I am certain they are of a kind I do not possess. While they may not rival my Crescent Moon Dragon and Waning Moon Dragon, having a few more dragons certainly cannot be deemed a disadvantage. Just then, one of the two behind Yu Xingyao spoke in a hushed tone. Young Master Xingyao, we are ready. We have sufficiently prepared, and once combat erupts, we can unleash our most potent attacks. Mere seconds are enough for a king-level beast to ready itself for battle. Hearing this, Yu Xingyao prepared to issue the command to attack. But just as he opened his mouth, Lin Bei's voice, laced with playful mockery, reached his ears. Oh, my dragons are inferior to yours? You are mistaken. In fact, you are gravely mistaken. In my eyes, those two dragons of yours are quite ordinary. In an instant, Yu Xingyao, who had been poised to strike, was taken aback. He had never anticipated Lin Bei would utter such words. To claim that the two dragons he possessed were ordinary? What a jest. These are dragons associated with the lunar phases. How could they possibly be described as ordinary? Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge about dragons would never hold such a view. And indeed, this is the truth. The Waning Moon Dragon and Crescent Moon Dragon can be categorized as unique dragon breeds, rare dragons. Meanwhile, Lin Bei's voice continued to resound. Among the dragons I currently possess, the least impressive is still superior to your Waning Moon Dragon and Crescent Moon Dragon. Moreover, they are dragons you have never encountered. At this juncture, Yu Xingyao could no longer contain himself and erupted in an enraged shout. Silence! How dare you insult my dragons? To claim that our moon phase dragons are ordinary. Truly, your eyes must be blind. This is one thing I cannot tolerate. The moon phase dragons are the pride of the Yu family. Witnessing this, the cold indifference on Lin Bei's face deepened, and in his gaze towards Yu Xingyao, only amusement remained. This is the reality, even if you cannot accept it. You cannot deny their ordinariness. He genuinely believes that the moon phase dragons are ordinary compared to his own dragons, which are vastly superior. Buzz, buzz. The Waning Moon Dragon and Crescent Moon Dragon could not bear such indignation, unleashing furious roars in unison. They felt as though they had been insulted by a mere human. While a human may endure, a dragon cannot. Observing this, Yu Xingyao seized the moment to command, strike. Let that fool witness your might. The next instant, the Waning Moon Dragon and Crescent Moon Dragon sprang into action, their bodies radiating a resplendent silver light. Yet at that moment, every dragon concealed within the gray mist felt an overwhelming surge of rage. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, numerous terrifying dragon roars echoed through the surrounding mist. The cacophony of their roars was deafening, causing Yu Xingyao and the two others to wince in pain. Simultaneously, the Waning Moon Dragon and Crescent Moon Dragon abruptly halted, instinctively locking eyes, their four dragon eyes filled with intense astonishment. Compared to Yu Xingyao, they understood far better what those dragon roars signified. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the gray mist enveloping them began to dissipate at an astonishing speed, as if a cataclysmic tempest had swept through, banishing all the mist away. As the gray mist receded, the dragons hidden within began to emerge one after another from its depths. The first to appear was the golden mist blade dragon, fervently dispersing the fog. The second to emerge was the starry ocean dragon, glaring fiercely at the Crescent Moon Dragon and Waning Moon Dragon. In its unique gaze burned a fury that seemed capable of annihilating the cosmos. How dare such a mere moon launch an attack against its master? Had it considered the feelings of the stars and the sea? Chapter 295, Can we reach an accord? For other magical beasts and ordinary dragons, the Crescent Moon Dragon and Waning Moon Dragon, both intrinsically tied to the lunar phases, are not to be trifled with. However, for the starry ocean dragon, which embodies the infinite stars and the boundless sea, these two dragons hold no fear whatsoever, let alone dragons connected to the lunar phases, the moon itself. To it, that is of little consequence, merely a larger stone riddled with craters, What is there to fear? At this moment, the Crescent Moon Dragon and Waning Moon Dragon were rendered speechless. They felt no fear towards the first dragon that appeared, merely sensing its nobility. Should a confrontation arise, the Crescent Moon Dragon and Waning Moon Dragon could still exhibit their full strength. Yet this second dragon, shimmering with starlight and even possessing black and white holes, instilled a profound sense of pressure upon them from every angle. Standing before it felt akin to facing the vastness of the universe. Like two small boats attempting to withstand the fury of the entire ocean, an overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloped them. Buzz, buzz. The Crescent Dragon and the Waning Moon Dragon quivered in fear, their once radiant silver aura dimming to an almost imperceptible glow at that very moment. Meanwhile, standing to the side, Yu Xingyao was utterly astounded. How could this be happening? How could they be afraid? As the tamer of both the Crescent Dragon and the Waning Moon Dragon, he could distinctly sense their trepidation. This revelation was beyond his comprehension, and he could scarcely believe it. How could there exist a dragon that instilled fear in these two mighty creatures? Even when facing the most formidable full moon dragon of the Yu family, neither the Crescent nor the Waning Moon Dragon would exhibit such a reaction. Gazing at the starry sea dragon ahead, he found himself murmuring in disbelief. What manner of dragon is this? I have never seen such a creature. No, that is not right. I have not even heard of it. Though the shock he felt was profound, it only served to intensify the covetousness blossoming within him. He couldn't help but imagine what might transpire if he were to possess this dragon that could instill fear in the Crescent and Waning Moon Dragons. Surely, even the full moon dragon would pale in comparison. After taking a deep breath, Yu Xingyao addressed the two companions beside him. Although the situation is rather unexpected, we still possess the strength to fight, especially given our numerical advantage. We must acquire these two dragons. He was prepared to take the plunge. Just then, a third dragon emerged from the gray mist. This dragon was the Temporal Sovereign's nether dragon. Its indifferent gaze fell upon Yu Xingyao, as though scrutinizing a dying man. Upon the appearance of the Temporal Sovereign's nether dragon, the presence of the two dragons felt even more insignificant. Buzz, buzz, as they emitted fearful low growls. They began to retreat. Upon closer observation, one could even notice their dragon bodies trembling slightly. Not only the Crescent and Waning Moon Dragons, but also the 12 lion-like beasts and 6 tiger-like beasts felt an overwhelming sense of diminutiveness at this moment. All stood frozen, trembling incessantly. This reaction was entirely natural. In the face of time, all beings are but small. At least, Yu Xingyao and his companions could not contend with time. The two remaining individuals gazed at the distant Temporal Sovereign's nether dragon, their voices tinged with panic. Why do I feel as if I am gazing into the river of time when I look at that dragon, devoid of any capacity to resist? I share this strange sensation. Who on earth is that creature? Why does it command such extraordinary dragons? Look, both of young Master Xingyao's dragons are retreating in fear. At this moment, the two were already contemplating retreat. Their instincts warned them that engaging in conflict with such a dragon would only lead to a lamentable fate. The next instant, they hurriedly turned to the stern-faced Yu Xingyao. Young Master Xingyao, are you certain we should remain here? While acquiring those dragons could indeed amplify your power exponentially, we may not be capable of achieving that. Moreover, the adversary had revealed only 3 dragons thus far. The mist surrounding them surely concealed at least 3 more dragons. 3 plus 3 equates to a total of 6 dragons. This was merely what Yu Xingyao and his companions were aware of. Yu Xingyao's expression turned grim. He was no fool. He understood the gravity of the situation. The emergence of 2 dragons that instilled fear in the Crescent and Waning Moon Dragons was a clear indication of what lay ahead. To confront 6 dragons? It seemed rather unrealistic. In that moment, Yu Xingyao contemplated surrendering. Yet, he found himself indecisive. For regardless of whether he chose to yield or persist, his conflict with Lin Bei had already been established, and resolving it would not be a simple task. Buzz. Just then, a resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, heralding the arrival of the 6-winged thunderstorm dragon, enveloped in a tempest of wind and lightning, emerging from the gray mist. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, the surrounding gray mist was illuminated by numerous flashes of lightning, spreading at a terrifying speed. The howling winds, capable of easily tearing through steel, raged uncontrollably. Gasp, gasp. Yu Xingyao's breaths became heavy, his fists clenched tightly. The previous appearances of the Starry Sea Dragon and the Temporal Sovereign's Nether Dragon had merely left him with a profound sense of helplessness in spirit and soul. However, the arrival of the 6-winged thunderstorm dragon made him acutely aware of the imminent danger. He could feel it physically. The lightning that had just struck his arm was the doing of this dragon. It not only commanded lightning, but also wielded the fury of storms. How formidable! As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Yet another massive dragon emerged from the gray mist. It was the Devourer dragon, another dragon capable of delivering a devastating impact. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Devourer dragon, Yu Xingyao fully comprehended his predicament and recognized the choice he needed to make. Taking a deep breath once more, he smiled at Lin Bei and proposed, "Can we reach an understanding?" In Yu Xingyao's eyes, reconciliation was the optimal choice, for he had now confirmed that Lin Bei possessed at least 7 dragons, with 5 dragons already revealed, plus the 2 that had previously engaged in battle. The reality was undeniable. Most importantly, each dragon was terrifyingly powerful. Simply their presence had utterly shattered the morale of his forces. The dragons seemed as timid as worms. The tigers and lions appeared akin to mere house cats. What was the point of continuing this conflict? Though he found the situation utterly surreal, akin to a dream, Yu Xingyao had no time to ponder further. He immediately proposed reconciliation. Let us pretend nothing had transpired and continue with our respective endeavors. After all, you would suffer no substantial loss. I can overlook the fact that you killed 2 of my companions, and I assure you I will not seek retribution afterward. Indeed, as Yu Xingyao stated, Lin Bei had incurred no losses thus far. It seemed that reconciliation was not entirely out of reach. Upon hearing Yu Xingyao's request, Lin Bei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in amusement. You wish to reconcile with me? How amusing. Confident and resolute just moments ago in his desire to seize his dragon, he now, upon realizing he was outmatched, audaciously proposed a truce? Does he truly believe that conflicts can be resolved so casually? What nonsense is this? Having summoned the dragon himself, how could he act as though nothing had transpired? Furthermore, if a reconciliation were to occur, how could he possibly claim the 2 dragons associated with the lunar phase? Yu Xingyao nodded gravely, reiterating, "Indeed, let us seek reconciliation. The paramount objective now is to locate those 2 sealing arrays." Yet, despite his words, his inner thoughts were in stark contrast. This notion of reconciliation was merely a temporary ruse for escape. Once they departed from this city, both old grievances and new enmities would be settled. Before long, Lin Bei provided his response. The situation had escalated to a point where the decision to reconcile was no longer his to make. Hearing this, Yu Xingyao was perplexed and instinctively exclaimed, "What? It is not for you to decide. Then is it for me to decide?" He simply could not grasp Lin Bei's meaning. Why was it beyond his control? This was clearly a conflict that had erupted between the 2 of them. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bei was rendered speechless. He had encountered foolishness before, but never of this magnitude. At that moment, he could no longer be bothered to waste words, raising a hand and pointing towards the vast expanse of mist surrounding them, declaring, "The ones who can determine whether to reconcile are they." In that instant, the golden mist blade dragon unleashed its full power. Not only it, but all the other capable dragons simultaneously activated their own strengths. The flow of time shifted, a fierce wind swept through, and a terrifying force of attraction surged forth. In merely 2 fleeting seconds, a substantial amount of gray mist dissipated, revealing the dragons that had been concealed within. The fiery lava armor dragon, the void reincarnation dragon peering from the void, the shadow shapeshifter dragon commanding a swirling mass of shadows. Along with the toxic steel dragon and several others, there were a total of 12 dragons, precisely matching the number of lion-type beasts. Aside from the heart dragon, all the other dragons had appeared in this place. Indeed, what Lin Bei referred to as the entity capable of deciding whether to reconcile were precisely these 12 dragons. He articulated this because he could distinctly sense the fury surging within these 12 dragons. The intensity of their anger was palpable. If left unchecked, it could very well drive them to madness. Buzz, buzz. The 12 dragons roared in unison, their voices resonating throughout the western district. Even the mermaids, like Ivy and her companions, swiftly navigating underwater, felt a chilling fear from this dragon's roar. They immediately began to murmur, "How can there be so many dragon roars? Have those fellows from the eastern district arrived? We must go out and see." Even the mermaids who were unaware of the specifics trembled in fear, let alone Yu Xingyao and the others who had witnessed everything firsthand. They were all in a daze. Despite knowing that Lin Bei had tamed multiple dragons, the sheer number of 12 was still beyond their comprehension. 12. 12 dragons. Hiss. Yu Xingyao gasped sharply, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his mind throbbing as if it might split. Were it not for the lion beast behind him providing support, he would have collapsed to the ground. Even Yu Xingyao, born into the enigmatic Yu family, could not accept the reality unfolding before his eyes. 12 dragons. A full 12 dragons. Even the combined number of dragons from our Yu family does not reach 10. Gulp, gulp. As he spoke, he could not help but swallow repeatedly. Once his parched throat received some moisture, his voice, laden with shock, echoed once more. How could he have possibly tamed so many dragons? Moreover, Each one is a dragon that has never appeared before. How on earth did he accomplish this? He could not convince himself to accept it. In comparison to Yu Xingyao, the reactions of the other two were even more pronounced. They huddled together, trembling as they gazed at the dragons positioned around them. I deeply regret this. I should never have waded into these murky waters. Had I known such a thing would occur, I would never have come to this city. No amount of incentive would have persuaded me otherwise. Meanwhile, Lin Bei pointed at Yu Xingyao, his tone unperturbed as he stated, he wishes to reconcile. Do you agree? Immediately thereafter, the furious roars of dragons resounded once more. Clearly, the dragons were not in favor of this. What an absurd jest. Having entertained such thoughts and notions, they still dared to propose reconciliation? While humans might endure, dragons certainly would not. Before long, Lin Bei's voice rang out again. As you can see, they refused to reconcile. Simultaneously, Ivy finally emerged to the water's surface, breathing in the fresh air. Soon after, Aya and the other mermaids appeared one by one. Yu Xingyao witnessed the scene at once. An idea sparked in his mind, prompting him to shout at Lin Bei, "Let us set aside our grievances for now. We face a greater predicament. The mermaids have emerged. Shall we unite to confront them?" Chapter 297. Do you call this despicable? Yu Xingyao uttered these words because he had seen Ivy and her fellow mermaids appear. Although the mermaids' appearances stood in stark contrast to their ferocity, being described with terms like beautiful and enchanting, Yu Xingyao could scarcely afford to contemplate such trivialities at this moment. In his instinctual reasoning, he believed that the mermaids in the Western District represented a common adversary for both himself and Lin Bei. In truth, this notion was entirely accurate. Had Lin Bei not acquired the ability to transform into a starry mermaid from the starry sea dragon, the mermaids would indeed have become his foes. The complexity of the situation would have escalated exponentially. The strength of Ivy and her fellow mermaids was not to be underestimated. Yet, alas, there was no what-if. Almost simultaneously, both Lin Bei and Ivy's group heard Yu Xingyao's words. Before Lin Bei could respond or take any action, Ivy and her companions were instantly consumed by fury, their eyes widening to their fullest extent as they glared menacingly at the distant Yu Xingyao. If gazes could kill, then at this very moment, Yu Xingyao would undoubtedly endure agony surpassing that of 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Is that fellow mentally deranged? How could he possibly contemplate having the merman confront us? This is truly an outrageous affront. I shall smash his head to bits. I am filled with an unprecedented rage. As these furious utterances echoed, Ivy and a select few merfolk maintained their composure, swiftly analyzing the current predicament. From Yu Xingyao's earlier remarks, they deduced a crucial fact and promptly spoke up. Everyone, take heed. That individual just attempted to persuade the merman to set aside their conflicts, indicating that he shares a discord with them, and this discord is evidently escalating. Given the current circumstances, it is clear that this rift is significant. Therefore, let us prepare to assist the merman. We absolutely cannot allow them to be bullied on our territory. Little did Yu Xingyao anticipate that his desperate ploy would ultimately attract even greater troubles. Meanwhile, Lin Bei observed Yu Xingyao with an increasingly peculiar gaze, his tone laced with amusement as he spoke. Whether it be the merfolk or the fishmen, our conflicts must be resolved without delay. Not a second can be squandered. Only in a state of madness would he agree to Yu Xingyao's suggestion. To everyone else, the merfolk are adversaries, but to Lin Bei, they are fervent admirers. In the next instant, Yu Xingyao's voice rang out once more. Do not act impulsively. The merfolk are our common enemies. If we allow our discord to erupt here, we shall become living targets for these merfolk. None of us will survive. His reasoning was sound, yet only applicable to others. As he finished speaking, Lin Bei began to step backward. With a splash, he entered the water, half his legs submerged, merely a meter away from Ivy and the other merfolk. Observing this scene, Yu Xingyao's expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment. He could not fathom that Lin Bei would undertake such a reckless act. What a fool. He is deliberately approaching the merfolk. This is a recipe for disaster. With that thought, he fixated his gaze on the group of merfolk. At that very moment, Ivy, standing at the forefront of the merfolk, sprang forth from the water's surface, closing in on Lin Bei at an astonishing speed, arms outstretched as if to embrace him. In the very next second, the other merfolk reacted instantly, each one moving towards Lin Bei. Yu Xingyao could not contain his laughter. Serves you right. Truly serves you right. Not only did you refuse to join me in confronting the merfolk, but you also insist on courting disaster. Ha! When you are slain by the merfolk, all your dragons will belong to me. In the blink of an eye, Ivy had enveloped Lin Bei in her embrace, nuzzling her head against his face while excitedly exclaiming, I miss you, I miss you, I miss you. I haven't seen you all night. The other merfolk exhibited similar enthusiasm. Those who could reach Lin Bei lavished him with affection, while those who could not resorted to vocal expressions of longing. In that fleeting moment, Yu Xingyao stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if they might pop out of their sockets. His mouth gaped open, wide enough to fit a light bulb. His mind was a chaotic whirl, as if he had been kicked by a mule, leaving everything in disarray. What the hell? Am I hallucinating? Those merfolk not only refrained from attacking Lin Bei, but they were also drawing closer to him. They resembled a throng of fans encountering their idol. What on earth is happening? Yu Xingyao's worldview shattered utterly. The events before him contradicted everything he believed. In truth, Lin Bei was also experiencing discomfort. He was not particularly fond of being surrounded by a throng of beautiful mermaids, as it made him feel like a rare specimen. Yet, regardless of his distaste for this sensation, he had no choice but to endure it. After all, he still needed to interact with the merfolk for various matters requiring their assistance. After a lengthy pause, Yu Xingyao finally regained his composure. He immediately inquired, What kind of potion did you give the merfolk? Why are they treating you this way? Yu Xingyao did not believe Lin Bei was a merfolk, as he had arrived here alongside him. With the dual assurances of the Sea Emperor Ao Ding and Kuan, there was no possibility of error. Thus, he concluded that Lin Bei had somehow exerted control over the merfolk, employing some underhanded means. As for this inquiry, Lin Bei chose to ignore it entirely, transforming instead into his starry merman form. Instantly, Ivy and the other merfolk erupted in excitement. They preferred Lin Bei in his merman form over his human guise. Simultaneously, upon witnessing Lin Bei in this new form, Yu Xingyao suddenly grasped the situation, unleashing a frantic shout. What is happening? How can you transform into a merman? Now, he understood that the merfolk's fervor stemmed entirely from their inherent nature, unrelated to any potion. Chapter 298, The Merman's Ruthless Assault on the Fallen Dragon. Regarding this matter, Lin Bei could hardly be bothered to respond. His transformation into merman form was not prompted by Yu Xingyao's question. He merely wished to be comfortable in the water. Remaining in human form while submerged was far less pleasant than being in his starry merman shape. As you can see, collaborating with you against the merfolk is an unnecessary endeavor for me. Therefore, we may resume our previous course of action. As soon as these words left his lips, the once quiet dragon, waiting patiently at the side, released another resonant roar of fury. Buzz, buzz. This time, not only were the dragons expressing their outrage, but the merfolk joined in as well. That bastard over there. If I don't kill you, I won't be satisfied. You shall be dragged into the water to feed the fish. Why provoke discord between us and the merman? Is living not preferable? Listening to the furious roars of the dragons and the complaints of Ivy and the other merfolk, a subtle smile graced Lin Bei's lips as he shifted his gaze away from Yu Xingyao, addressing the gathered crowd of merfolk. Aside from those two dragons and their master, there is no need to spare anyone else, nor the magical beasts. In the next moment, unable to contain the intense fury within, the dragon surged forth. Its gaze fixed resolutely upon Yu Xingyao and the assembly of lions and tigers, closing the distance with alarming swiftness. A myriad of attacks brewed in its wake. As for the New Moon Dragon and the Crescent Moon Dragon, they were outright disregarded. Yet, not all dragons chose to overlook the New Moon and Crescent Moon Dragons. The toxic Steel Dragon continued to observe them, its eyes reflecting an unmistakable disdain. Indeed, the toxic Steel Dragon's interest in the New Moon and Crescent Moon Dragons stemmed solely from its contempt for the pair. To it, these two dragons, deemed untouchable, were merely obstacles hindering its and others' performances, an utter nuisance. Truly, a considerable hindrance. With a disdainful growl, the toxic Steel Dragon summoned its power, unleashing a barrage of steel poisonous threads. In an instant, the New Moon Dragon and Crescent Moon Dragon, lacking the courage to resist, became ensnared in the steel threads. In the next moment, the toxic Steel Dragon extended its claws, seizing the threads and forcefully hurling them towards the location of the merfolk. This action was motivated by two reasons. First, the belief that these two dragons were indeed bothersome, and second, a desire to prevent the merfolk from interfering. Hence, the toxic Steel Dragon resolved to cast these two dragons aside, leaving the merfolk to deal with them as they saw fit. Swish, swish. As the steel threads were flung, the New Moon Dragon, bound by them, was involuntarily lifted into the air. Thud. A second later, both the New Moon Dragon and Crescent Moon Dragon plummeted into a pool below. Once submerged, the two dragons made no effort to struggle, simply lying quietly in the water. It was not that they did not wish to fight back, but rather they were already afflicted by the potent poison, rendering them incapable of resistance. At this juncture, the toxic Steel Dragon charged towards Yu Xingyao and the others, its steel threads, infused with a terrifying venom, wreaking havoc across the battlefield. Despite Yu Xingyao being among those specifically chosen by Lin Bei, he did not enjoy the same level of immunity as the New Moon and Crescent Moon Dragons. To the dragons present, Yu Xingyao was the most detestable. Even if they could not slay him, they were determined to give him a thorough thrashing. In an instant, cries of agony and lamentation filled the air. Yu Xingyao's side found themselves utterly unable to mount any defense. Meanwhile, Ivy and her fellow merfolk remained rooted in place, observing the chaos unfolding before them. Though they longed to join the fray, they were acutely aware of their own limitations. They could not intervene against an adversary so overwhelmingly powerful. Resigned, truly resigned, the competitors were simply too formidable. Eventually, the merfolk relinquished their thoughts of engagement, their gazes drifting toward the two dragons, paralyzed by poison. Ivy's voice rang out, cutting through the tension. Sisters, since we cannot partake in the battle, let us do what we can. It might be quite satisfactory to give those fallen dragons a good beating. Her words garnered widespread agreement among the merfolk. All right, let us strike the fallen dragons. I've never had the chance to hit a dragon in my life. I've longed to try my hand at it. Almost instantly, a multitude of merfolk surged forth, swimming towards the new moon and crescent moon dragons, their delicate, pale fists raised, ready to unleash their assault. Meanwhile, Lin Bei furrowed his brow, having gleaned a crucial piece of information from the merfolk's conversation. In the Eastern District, there were dragonfolk? Simultaneously, Lingxian and her companions navigated cautiously through the Eastern District. The mist that surrounded them had been partially dispersed by Luing, allowing for easier movement without the looming threat of dangerous traps. As they progressed, Lingxian and her companions encountered no overt dangers, yet each felt a disquieting sensation, as if countless eyes were scrutinizing their every move. Yet, no anomalies were perceptible. Chirp, chirp. The calls of birds that had been echoing since their entry continued unabated. Initially sparse, the chorus had now multiplied significantly, with calls emanating from all directions, each distinct in its subtle nuances. Luing walked to Rinting's left, while Lingxian positioned herself on Rinting's right, both vigilantly safeguarding their companion. The others mirrored their vigilance, exhibiting no signs of complacency. After all, they understood the threats that lurked within this Eastern District. Listening intently to the sounds of the birds, Luing lowered his voice, addressing Lingxian. Be cautious. Something feels amiss. Those dragonfolk, they are likely observing us from within the mist. Though he had not uncovered any tangible evidence of the dragonfolk's presence, he felt compelled to voice his suspicion. Lingxian, brow furrowed, scanned their surroundings, prepared to summon the radiant dragon at a moment's notice. I understand. In a certain sense, this place is even more perilous than the main district. Within the fog-enshrouded region, dragonfolk with hawk-like eyes and wings perched upon branches at varying heights, coldly observing Luing and his companions. They had yet to reach a consensus on how to address the current situation. Chapter 299, The Legendary Humans. After living in the Eastern District for so many years, the dragonfolk encountered such a scenario for the first time. In the past, though invaders occasionally emerged, they were all creatures born from the mist. Essentially, they could not be classified as humans, not even as living beings. Thus, the dragonfolk found themselves at a loss, requiring time to devise an appropriate strategy. For the majority of dragonfolk residing here, humans were a profoundly unfamiliar phenomenon. While a connection existed between them, only the older dragonfolk possessed any true understanding of what humans were. Chirp, chirp. The incessant calls, once akin to birdsong, now carried additional meanings, no longer merely relaying Lu Ying's position, but also inquiring how to proceed. At that moment, deep within the Eastern District, where the dragonfolk congregated, there was no mist to obscure their view. A diverse assembly of dragonfolk, each with distinct traits and appearances, gathered solemnly before an elderly dragonfolk who bore a striking resemblance to a human. Leaning on a cane, the aged dragonfolk addressed the younger assembly with a grave tone. According to the accounts of our compatriots, the invaders who have trespassed into our territory bear a striking resemblance to those madmen, yet their hair and skin are of a yellow hue. I am now filled with profound suspicion. It is highly plausible that these invaders are, in fact, outsiders, true humans. Hiss. Upon hearing this revelation, the dragons present collectively gasped in disbelief. Is Grandpa Dragon jesting? Are humans truly real? Are they not the very race that forged a friendly covenant with us in legends? This is utterly inconceivable. I have heard that humans share a likeness with us, but I wonder if that is indeed true. Before long, the voice of the elder dragon resonated once more. Prepare to mobilize. First, bring those suspected humans to this location. After confirming their identities, we shall decide on our course of action. Almost instantaneously, as his words fell, the dragons sprang into action. Some flapped their wings and soared into the skies, while others, like wild beasts, raced across the ground on all fours. A small contingent delved beneath the earth, swiftly navigating through its depths. Boom, boom. In the Western District, a terrifying battle erupted. No fewer than 12 dragons unleashed their fury in a frenzy of attacks. The flame rock armored dragon spewed forth searing flames, as if aiming to roast lions and tigers. The six-winged thunderstorm dragon commanded lightning and tempest, bolts of electricity raining down relentlessly upon the monstrous beasts. The holy white dragon emitted beams of light, while the venomous iron dragon, the golden mist blade dragon, and the void reincarnation dragon wielded their powers with unrelenting ferocity. Howls of anguish echoed throughout the western district, the cries belonging solely to the monstrous beasts. Despite their overwhelming numbers and royal status, they were no match for the dragons. For under the influence of the void reincarnation dragon's power, the dragon's offensive capabilities had transcended the boundaries of royal might. Mere moments ago, two beings still clung to life, now lay motionless upon the ground, teetering on the brink of death. Their wretched forms bore the marks of varied assaults, burns, lightning strikes, toxins, and piercing weapons. The only thing these two could do now was lie on the ground, their eyes filled with hatred as they fixed their gaze upon the unscathed Yu Xingyao. Indeed, Yu Xingyao had emerged unscathed. Amidst the chaos of battle, he stood as if an outsider, merely gazing blankly at the unfolding carnage. The two locked their eyes upon him, their resentment simmering to the point of becoming tangible. If they could rise, they would not hesitate to slay Yu Xingyao with their own hands. Without Yu Xingyao, none of this would have transpired. Even if they were to perish 1,000 times over, they would never forgive him. With the last vestiges of their strength, they uttered their final words. I hate you. We should never have come here. If only we had not been born into the Yu family. How much better it would have been. Not far from them, Yu Xingyao naturally heard these words. Almost instinctively, he turned to face the two. But upon witnessing their horrific and indescribable plight, along with the unbridled fury in their eyes, an overwhelming wave of fear surged within him. It was only then that he truly comprehended the gravity of his situation. Boom. In the next moment, Yu Xingyao's legs buckled beneath him, rendering him powerless as he fell to the ground. Why? Why has this happened? This situation should not have unfolded in this manner. Yu Xingyao's spirit teetered on the edge of collapse. With just a little more provocation, he would become a mere shell of himself. And this was precisely the intent of the dragons. Their refusal to attack Yu Xingyao was a deliberate act, meant to force him to witness everything. From a position of great power to solitary despair. From boundless confidence to utter hopelessness. From a world painted in vibrant colors to one shrouded in shades of gray. Sometimes, not being killed is not necessarily a blessing. At least, it was so for Yu Xingyao. In this moment, he would rather perish than confront this reality. The word torment no longer sufficed to describe his anguish. Lin Bei, observing everything with detached calm, could surmise Yu Xingyao's state of mind. No, he must not be allowed to become a fool just yet. There were still pieces of information to extract from him. He intended to drain Yu Xingyao of his remaining value. Since they had already provoked the Yu family, why not make it more thorough? Thus, Lin Bei called out to the void reincarnation dragon, "Bring that fellow over here." In the next moment, the void reincarnation dragon withdrew its power and turned its gaze towards the nearly broken Yu Xingyao. Immediately, a flicker of disdain crossed its eyes. Disdain aside, the void reincarnation dragon proceeded to unleash its void power. Crack. In an instant, the void split, swallowing Yu Xingyao within. 1 second later, Yu Xingyao was expelled from another crack in the void, landing before Lin Bei. Chapter 300, Extracting Yu Xingyao's Value. While the merfolk, led by Ivy, diligently worked to subdue the fallen dragons, they were also exerting themselves. They united swiftly, dragging the new moon dragon and the crescent moon dragon into the water, rendering them true drowned dragons. However, the merfolk were careful not to overdo it, ensuring that the two dragons were not submerged too deeply, only about 100 meters at most. They would never drown a dragon, for they were all keenly aware of Lin Bei's instruction to keep the two dragons alive. Thus, only a minor lesson was to be imparted. Boom, boom. Terrifying noises reverberated beneath the water's surface. The water was far from tranquil. Towering waves were stirred up, shooting dozens to hundreds of meters into the air. Underwater, Ivy and her companions employed straightforward combat techniques, punches and tail strikes. One delicate fist after another hammered against the bodies of the new moon dragon and the crescent moon dragon, leaving marks as if they were born targets. Various tails of differing hues lashed against the dragons' heads, leaving them dazed and disoriented, as if suffering from a hangover. The new moon dragon and the crescent moon dragon were filled with complex emotions. They wished never to encounter water again in their lifetimes. This was a tremendous embarrassment for them as dragons. Typically, the only connection between water and the moon was the reflection of the moon upon the water's surface. Yet, in this city shrouded in mist, devoid of a moon, there were naturally no reflections to be found. However, there are two dragons related to the moon within. Gazing at the figure of Moon Starshine seated before him, Lin Bei's countenance bore a mask of indifference as he spoke directly. You have two choices. The first is to divulge the information regarding the Yu family, including their location, the taming of the dragons, and how one might locate the Yu family. The second is that I shall employ every means at my disposal to extract the truth from you. If you choose the latter, my dragons will surely be delighted. As his words echoed in the air, Moon Starshine snapped back to reality and hastily responded, 1. I choose 1. In such a situation with no real options, only a fool would select 2. After making his choice, he tentatively inquired, if I share everything I know, will you spare my life? Moon Starshine still harbored a desire to survive. To this, Lin Bei nodded lightly, his tone remaining nonchalant. Rest assured, I shall not take your life. Indeed, he would not slay Moon Starshine, but that did not imply that the dragons and the merfolk would refrain from doing so. After all, their murderous intent toward Moon Starshine was far more intense than Lin Bei's own. Upon hearing this, Moon Starshine felt a wave of relief wash over him. His mind, still in disarray, did not dwell on the implications, and he immediately began to reveal. The Yu family is a particularly powerful clan, renowned throughout Xia State. Their fame stems from the possession of the Moon Phase Dragon. Anyone with Yu blood and an affinity for dragons can, through the family's Moon Prayer, obtain their own Moon Phase Dragon. Furthermore, those with Yu lineage but lacking dragon talent can acquire moon-related pets through the same prayer. I am quite ordinary within the Yu family. The truly formidable one is my brother. He has tamed the mightiest full moon dragon. The Yu family's location is the place closest to the moon in Xia State, namely, Yaiwa City. Moon Starshine was earnest in relaying information about the Yu family, and Lin Bei listened intently, committing every detail to memory. The more he learned about the Yu family, the more he sensed their extraordinary nature. What manner of family is this? To be able to receive various unique rewards through prayers to the moon. It seems almost supernatural. Meanwhile, within the Misty Lodge, the Sea Emperor Ao Ding and Li Ying had taken over the roles of the middle-aged couple. They sat at the front desk, gazing out at the enveloping fog, engaged in a casual conversation. No wonder this fog-shrouded city has managed to keep the Kuan imprisoned beneath the sea for so long. This place is indeed extraordinary. Even I, without the ability to control the mist, lack the confidence to survive here. Although only the Sea Emperor Ao Ding remained, Li Ying still donned her mask, seemingly unwilling to reveal her appearance. Her voice was laden with gravity as she spoke, having witnessed the peculiarity of this city firsthand. My interest has deepened. I am eager to uncover the reason for its existence. What purpose does this city serve? Those who brought this city into being must have an underlying motive. The Sea Emperor Ao Ding shared her curiosity, but was equally at a loss for how to seek the truth. The only course of action that came to mind was to inquire with the Kuanping, yet the likelihood of success in such an endeavor was minuscule. Just then, two middle-aged men, their hair and skin a stark gray-white, entered the lodge. The moment they stepped in, they fixated their gaze on Ao Ding and Li Ying. Their four gray eyes filled with palpable confusion, clearly unable to comprehend the situation before them. How peculiar. Why are the managers of this lodge two outsiders? I've never heard of such a thing. The next moment, Li Ying's voice, filled with irritation, rang out. What is all the fuss about? I have brought plenty of food from the outside world to secure this establishment. Is there any other issue? Her response was practiced, indicating that this was not her first encounter with such inquiries. During the preceding moments, several mist dwellers had entered, inquiring about lodging, all of whom Ao Ding and Li Ying had turned away, citing the full occupancy of the lodge. A significant portion of the mist dwellers posed similar questions, prompting the duo to devise a strategy. Upon hearing this, the two mist dwellers nodded in agreement, not questioning the authenticity of the claim, for in their understanding, outsiders could not harm locals like themselves. We wish to stay. Please prepare 2 rooms for us. In response, Li Ying shook her head. I'm sorry. We're fully booked. Soon, the two departed in discontent, and shortly thereafter, a portly man with a fierce countenance entered. In his very first breath, he declared, I hear you are the new proprietors of this place. Upon seeing the stout man's formidable appearance, the Sea Emperor Ao Ding was instantly convinced that this individual was no ordinary mist dweller. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile and replied, Indeed. We are the new owners of this inn. As he spoke, Ao Ding speculated on the man's intentions, noting that he clearly did not appear to be seeking lodging. Before long, the stout man continued, As long as it's you, that's good. When you took over this establishment, that pair of scoundrels must have informed you of the rules. At these words, Ao Ding's expression darkened significantly. He had no knowledge of the regulations the man spoke of, but they sounded crucial. Rules? What rules? They never mentioned anything to us. After accepting our food, they simply left without further discussion. In the next instant, The already intimidating stout man slammed his fist onto a nearby table with a resounding crash. The sturdy table splintered into pieces, and the dishes atop it shattered into fragments. His wide, glaring eyes were now laced with a web of crimson veins, resembling a bloody spider's web. Thick veins bulged from his forehead, seemingly striving to break free from the confines of his skin. A torrent of furious expletives erupted from his mouth. Aw, damn it, truly damn it. I am determined to eliminate those two scoundrels. How dare they fail to inform the newcomers of my rules? The next time I encounter them, I shall ensure they meet their demise. Had I not been aware of the situation, Ao Ding might have instinctively assumed that the cruel, rotund man had annihilated the entire family of that fierce, corpulent creature. Judging purely from the demeanor of this stout individual, it certainly seems plausible. Witnessing this scene, Li Ying furrowed her brow tightly and spoke in a hushed tone to Ao Ding. My lord Ao Ding, this fellow gives me an unsettling impression. His level of fury appears excessively disproportionate. Is it truly necessary to smash our table and bellow threats of violence over a mere oversight regarding the rules? She struggled to comprehend the actions of this portly man. It was merely a trivial matter that could have been resolved with a few spoken words. Why ignite such a tempest of wrath? Even if the other party had committed some heinous act, it hardly warranted such an extreme reaction. Yet, Ao Ding remained silent. His attention not on the man's state, but rather fixated on the shattered remnants of the table and scattered utensils. He could not help but murmur to himself. Such formidable strength. With just a single blow, he has reduced the table to this state? And even the utensils have suffered similar destruction. Ao Ding distinctly recalled the difficulty he faced when attempting to damage those very utensils. Upon hearing Ao Ding's murmured thoughts, Li Ying swiftly directed her gaze towards the fragments strewn across the ground. The next moment, she was taken aback. It seemed that this ferocious, stout man not only possessed a terrifying temper, but also an equally formidable might. Engaging in direct confrontation with him would likely prove unwise. Perhaps due to the destruction he had wrought upon the table, his overt rage appeared to have subsided somewhat. The bloodshot veins in his eyes began to recede, and the tension in his forehead eased as well. After exhaling several deep breaths, he refocused his attention on Ao Ding and Li Ying. Apologizing, I apologize. I was momentarily overwhelmed with anger. I am composed now and ready to discuss serious matters. Upon hearing these words, Ao Ding and Li Ying exchanged glances, both perceiving a shared incredulity in each other's eyes. Did he dare to categorize his outburst as merely a slight anger? It was more akin to an overwhelming fury. Though they harbored such thoughts, they refrained from expressing them, opting instead for polite remarks. It is good that you have calmed down. Excessive anger can be detrimental to one's health. Please, speak of whatever you wish. We are newcomers and not well versed in the customs here. The stout man nodded lightly, then approached Ao Ding and Li Ying with the intention of enlightening them about the rules. Meanwhile, within the Western District, the battle raged on. The situation remained overwhelmingly one-sided. The golden mist blade dragon stood atop a tiger-like beast, deftly controlling the golden mist it released, directing it into the creature's body for purposes unknown. The flame rock armored dragon was flanked by two charred remains of beasts, the unique aroma of roasted flesh filling the air, greatly uplifting its spirits. The radiant white dragon had just unleashed a flurry of beams, relentlessly bombarding the monsters. The bodies of these creatures bore gory punctures, while the ground was similarly marred by craters. The six-winged thunderstorm dragon, the chaotic hybrid dragon, and the hydra were all showcasing their prowess. As for Yu Xingyao, he continued to discuss matters pertaining to the Yu family. Our method of moon worship is. As a trader, he proved to be quite competent, divulging numerous secrets about the Yu family. He even revealed the methods they employed for moon worship to Lin Bei. Lin Bei committed this information to memory, fully aware of its potential utility. The Yu family, such an intriguing clan. I must seek them out when the opportunity arises. The city of invitation seems to be quite close to Beiming City. At this moment, Yu Xingyao, whose throat had grown parched from his incessant speaking, finally ceased his discourse. For he had exhausted all he needed to convey. Surely I can be spared now? I have divulged these unspeakable secrets at the risk of being ostracized by my family. In response, Lin Bei merely nodded slightly, responding in a calm tone. You are free to leave at any time. I shall not hinder you. He spoke truthfully. He had no intention of obstructing him. Yet, the dragon most certainly would. Lin Bei did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, and thus was untroubled by employing certain underhanded tactics. He would not be foolish enough to release an enemy, particularly one like Yu Xingyao. Chapter 302. The two dragons emerge. From the moment Yu Xingyao set his sights on the golden mistblade dragon, Lin Bei had already sentenced him to death in his heart. The dragon represented Lin Bei's Achilles heel. To attempt to seize his beloved dragon was tantamount to challenging his very dignity. However, in his current state of panic, Yu Xingyao had no capacity to contemplate such matters. The singular thought occupying his mind was to flee from this place and return to the Misty Inn, seeking refuge under the protection of the Sea Emperor Ao Ding. Yu Xingyao firmly believed that, as a member of the Yu family, he would undoubtedly receive the Sea Emperor's shelter. He was equally convinced that with greater protection from Ao Ding, Lin Bei would think twice before taking any action against him. For that would be tantamount to challenging Ao Ding. Might he even have the opportunity to reclaim the New Moon Dragon and the Waning Moon Dragon? Soon enough, Yu Xingyao rose to his feet, decisively turning away and heading in a direction where no dragon resided, hastily beginning to run. He dashed with remarkable speed, preferring to plunge into the gray mist rather than remain in this perilous location. In less than 10 seconds, Yu Xingyao reached the edge of the normal zone, poised to re-enter the gray fog. At that moment, he exhaled in relief. Once within the gray mist, he would truly escape danger. However, just as Yu Xingyao took another step forward, on the verge of entering the gray mist, a massive rift in the void appeared before him. Following this, a colossal dragon claw emerged from within, mercilessly striking his body. An indescribable agony surged through him, radiating across his entire being as if he had collided head-on with a speeding truck. As the sound of several bones fracturing echoed, Yu Xingyao's body flew backward like a bullet discharged from a gun, hurtling through space until he crashed to the ground at Lin Bei's location. Lying on the ground, Yu Xingyao clutched his abdomen with both hands, blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth. He was utterly dazed. He had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events. Just when he was on the verge of entering the gray mist, he was unexpectedly struck back by the palm of a dragon at the very last moment. What on earth? Wasn't it agreed that I would be allowed to leave? Suppressing the agony that surged throughout his body, Yu Xingyao managed to sit up with great effort and look toward Lin Bei behind him. However, what met his gaze was a face brimming with cold mockery, especially evident in the unabashedly sarcastic glint in those eyes. The look directed at him was akin to that of a fool. In an instant, Yu Xingyao understood. This despicable individual before him regarded him as a simpleton, and his words were utterly untrustworthy. You liar. How could you deceive me? Lin Bei, meanwhile, shook his head and replied in a calm tone. I did not deceive you. When you just left, I did not give the dragons any orders to attack you. Everything was their spontaneous action, unrelated to me. This was indeed the truth. He had not issued any commands to the dragons. The situation was entirely of the dragon's own volition. Just as Lin Bei finished speaking, Ivy emerged from the water, glancing in his direction. Upon seeing Yu Xingyao, memories of his previous actions flooded back, igniting a surge of fury within her. Bastard, you thought you could elude us. The animosity that Ivy and the other merfolk harbored toward Yu Xingyao was hardly inferior to that of the dragons. With a splash, she swam with remarkable speed, reaching Yu Xingyao's side in the blink of an eye. She then seized one of his feet with both hands and dragged him into the depths of the water. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Waves of water surged into Yu Xingyao's nose and mouth. Instinctively, he began to struggle, attempting to break free from the water. Yet, underwater, a human was no match for a mermaid. Within seconds, Ivy had descended approximately 100 meters with Yu Xingyao in tow, calling out to the merfolk who were dealing with the fallen dragons in the distance. I've captured this bastard. Everyone hurry. In the next moment, all the merfolk sprang into action, no longer concerning themselves with the nearly unconscious New Moon Dragon and Crescent Moon Dragon. They all detested Yu Xingyao. They could hardly wait to deal with him. Consequently, the New Moon Dragon and Crescent Moon Dragon were pushed toward the water's surface. Observing the two dragons emerging behind him, Lin Bei swished his starry tail and swam toward them. It was time. He had not kept these two dragons out of goodwill from the very beginning. He intended to tame them. 3 seconds later, Lin Bei reached the side of the New Moon Dragon and Crescent Moon Dragon, scrutinizing them closely. Meanwhile, the burly thug approached the front stage and spoke in a deliberately serious tone. The rules are quite simple. Anyone wishing to operate a shop or reside in the main city must pay me the corresponding supplies. As long as you provide adequate food, I won't bother you. If the amount is sufficient, I can even help you resolve issues. Of course, it must be within my capabilities, limited to the East and West districts. Don't ask why, because I am the strongest in the main city. In essence, this thug was nothing more than a bully. Upon learning of these so-called rules, Ao Ding and Li Ying exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss as to what to do. Although they had brought a certain amount of food with them from the outside world, it was not abundant, just enough for a few days. Handing over some food in exchange for peace seemed rather unworthy. Ao Ding did not respond immediately, but pondered the thug's words. Only responsible for resolving issues in the East and West districts. It seemed that the North and South districts were even more perilous. he successfully deduced this fact. About half a minute later, Ao Ding furrowed his brow and inquired, "How long does a single payment ensure tranquility?" This question held great significance. Only by understanding this could he make a choice. In the next moment, the burly thug answered, "Once a day, 10 fish each time. How about it? Quite a fair price, isn't it?" Chapter 303. I will give you 3 seconds. To this, Ao Ding did not provide an immediate response, but continued to ponder, muttering to himself, "What a greedy fatso. Once a day, 10 fish each time. That is not a trivial price. It equates to the cost of staying 1 day at the Misty Inn or purchasing an umbrella. If it were about staying at an inn or buying an umbrella or weapons, he would have no hesitation, as those were necessities. But now, he was being asked to hand over 10 fish to a violent thug for no reason. This required careful consideration. Once this precedent was set, it would be difficult to reverse it. For once the first payment was made, subsequent payments would inevitably follow. 10 fish each time. 10 times would amount to 100 fish. This was a bottomless pit. Even if they could substitute with other food, the total quantity would still be considerable. Moreover, food was limited. Their own people would continuously consume it. Furthermore, Ao Ding was uncertain how long he and his companions would need to stay in this city of mist. Therefore, he could not make a decision. What if they had to stay for an extended period? Should he allow himself to starve? Time ticked away, and finally, 5 seconds later, impatience crept onto the thug's face. "Hurry up, hand me the fish. Why are you dragging your feet?" Even his tone was filled with irritation. Yet Ao Ding still did not retrieve the fish. Another 5 seconds passed, and the impatience on the thug's face intensified, his hands clenching tightly. Bloodshot eyes revealed his burgeoning fury as he bellowed, "What has taken so long? Why haven't you given me the fish yet? Do you dare to defy me?" As the thunderous roar of the fierce, corpulent man reverberated in the air, Ao Ding gently nodded his head. A faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Indeed, I wish to resist." With that, he cast a glance toward Li Ying, signaling her with a resolute look to prepare for action. Although Ao Ding harbored a degree of trepidation toward this brutish figure, after considerable contemplation, he resolved to proceed with his plan. His intent was to ascertain the true strength of this formidable adversary. This undertaking was not merely to withhold sustenance, but rather a calculated test, a necessity. If the corpulent man proved to possess considerable power, a corresponding strategy could be devised. Li Ying immediately comprehended his intentions, subtly nodding in agreement. Despite her lack of understanding regarding Ao Ding's decision, her intelligence prevented her from questioning him further. Instead, she readied herself for combat. In the next heartbeat, Ao Ding averted his gaze and once more focused on the fierce, corpulent man, muttering to himself, "This must be done. Even if victory ultimately yields nothing, it is far better than simply surrendering food. This is of paramount importance." Moreover, he was confident in their success. With 2 of them working in concert, their synergy was remarkable, and confronting a seemingly impatient and clumsy foe did not appear to be an insurmountable challenge. Regardless of the outcome, the act of surrendering food to the corpulent man was inevitable. After all, he was a manifestation of the mist. Even if vanquished, he would soon reappear, albeit with altered memories and experiences. This scenario was not new to the fierce, corpulent man, yet each encounter ignited his fury and intense rage. In an instant, the corpulent man raised his arms, bringing them down with tremendous force. "You 2 interlopers, I shall eradicate you." Simultaneously, Ao Ding and Li Ying, having anticipated this move, swiftly evaded the impending strike. Both possessed royal-level power, enabling them to sidestep the attack. Boom! The entire front area was shattered, with cracks forming on the ground. Even the glass surrounding them trembled from the force of the impact, showcasing the corpulent man's immense strength. Having easily avoided the assault, Ao Ding immediately commanded Li Ying, "Now, eliminate him." Though the primary objective was to gauge the corpulent man's capabilities, it was imperative that he be slain. Otherwise, the memory of this confrontation would linger, haunting them. Li Ying sprang into action, drawing forth a weapon acquired from the armory and transforming into a fleeting shadow. Appearing behind the corpulent man, with no hesitation, she swung the weapon, aiming for his midsection. However, the sharp blade halted after penetrating only slightly, as though it had struck an impenetrable wall of steel. A trickle of blood oozed from the wound. How formidable! It barely pierced the skin. Meanwhile, Ao Ding positioned himself in front of the corpulent man and delivered a powerful punch to his head. Thud! The blow caused the corpulent man's face to twist, while Ao Ding's hand throbbed painfully, akin to striking solid steel. This demonstrated the corpulent man's formidable power and defenses. Concurrently, Lin Bei casually flicked his tail, splashing 2 large masses of water onto the heads of the new moon dragon and the waning moon dragon. Splash! The water exploded into droplets, cascading over the two dragons. You had best awaken quickly. Otherwise, you shall remain in eternal slumber. As he spoke, he beckoned to the Starry Sea Dragon. Come here. Starry Sea. The reason for summoning the Starry Sea Dragon was its potential to play a significant role in the forthcoming events, to compel these moon-related dragons to submit. It was evident that the cosmic might would be more effective. Whoosh, whoosh. The Starry Sea Dragon hastened to its master's side, then turned its gaze toward the two lunar dragons. Being of the same kind, it could sense their state and realize they had not lost consciousness. Rather, they lay there, unwilling and afraid to move. Buzz. In that moment, the Starry Sea Dragon, filled with indignation, let out a resonant cry. Its message was quite simple, urging the two dragons to cease their pretense of being lifeless and to rise, ready to heed their master's commands. Naturally, Lin Bei at this moment grasped the condition of the two dragons. Instantly, his expression grew markedly cold. You have 3 seconds left. 3. The moment the word escaped his lips, the new moon dragon and the waning moon dragon abruptly opened their eyes, gazing fearfully at the disgruntled Starry Sea Dragon. Buzz, buzz. They emitted plaintive cries, filled with grievance. Chapter 304. The new moon dragon and the waning moon dragon are about to change masters. The new moon dragon and the waning moon dragon felt utterly miserable. Despite not having engaged in any attack, they were subjected to such a dismal fate. First, they were dragged into the water and ruthlessly beaten. After surfacing, they were met with threats. They had not even been afforded a moment to catch their breath. Did they not possess any rights as dragons? This was the most unjust experience the new moon dragon and the waning moon dragon had encountered throughout their years of existence. They were on the verge of tears. Buzz. The Starry Sea Dragon, however, displayed no semblance of sympathy, merely unleashing a frustrated roar, warning the two dragons to maintain their silence. Faced with the cosmic might embodied by the Starry Sea Dragon, representing the vast universe and ocean, the diminutive new moon and waning moon dragons dared not entertain thoughts of resistance, promptly falling silent. The only recourse available to them was to cast pitiful glances at the Starry Sea Dragon. In response, the Starry Sea Dragon paid them no heed, turning instead to Lin Bei, its large dragon visage adorned with eager anticipation, as if to say, Master, did I perform well? Praise me. Quickly praise me. Understanding the sentiment of the Starry Sea Dragon, Lin Bei sighed and shook his head in resignation, then raised a hand to gently pat the dragon's head. While stroking its head, he smiled and said, You did splendidly. Were it not for you, these two would certainly not cooperate. Upon hearing this, the Starry Sea Dragon erupted with excitement. Buzz, buzz. An ecstatic rumble echoed forth. Had it not been for the pressing matters at hand, it would have boasted to the other dragons. For these dragons, receiving their master's praise was the most exhilarating experience. All right, Starry Sea, cease your incessant calls. We have pressing business to attend to. As the last words fell, Lin Bei turned his gaze once more toward the new moon dragon and the crescent moon dragon, decisively proclaiming, Either become my dragon or perish here. The choice is yours. He was inherently averse to coercing others, and naturally, he harbored no desire to impose his will upon the dragons either. Hence, he offered these two dragons the opportunity to choose for themselves, albeit knowing full well that the options were rather bleak. Should the new moon dragon and the crescent moon dragon wholeheartedly submit to Yu Xingyao, Lin Bei would have no option but to slay them. Anything was possible. What if these two dragons were of the unyielding sort? Upon hearing Lin Bei's declaration, the new moon dragon and the crescent moon dragon exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting profound exasperation. The two choices indeed pertained to their very lives. One path promised survival with merely a change of master, while the other led to certain death. Buzz, buzz. The new moon dragon and the crescent moon dragon continued to gaze at one another, emitting a series of low growls, clearly engaged in deliberation. Meanwhile, Lin Bei's mind was preoccupied with thoughts related to the Yu family. After hearing Yu Xingyao's words, he recalled an important detail. Wulong City and Yaoyue City must be interconnected in some manner. He distinctly remembered that Yu Xingyao had introduced himself as hailing from Wulong City. While the Yu family's domain was situated in a city called Yaoyue City, there had to be a significant connection. Wulong City. Wulong. Could it be related to dragons? At that moment, Lin Bei could do nothing but ponder these enigmas, as it was too late to inquire further from Yu Xingyao. The merfolk were currently addressing Yu Xingyao, and simultaneously, within the misty inn, a brutish figure, his veins bulging and his eyes turning a vivid crimson, glared fiercely at Ao Ding, cursing vehemently. Damn it! How dare you strike me? Not even my mother has laid a hand on me. I can't tolerate this. Even with my typically good temper, I cannot endure such an affront. For the first time in many years, I have been beaten. The ones who dared to resist before lacked the capability to retaliate. Upon hearing this, Ao Ding couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. This rotund individual claimed to possess a good temper? Surely, he must have a misunderstanding of what that entails. Just then, the brutish figure's fury erupted in full force. He clenched his right fist tightly and swung it toward Ao Ding. Whoosh! The power was ferocious, and the speed was astonishing, causing the surrounding air to rupture. Ao Ding hastily stepped back a few paces, successfully evading the immediate range of the punch, maintaining a distance of a full 10 centimeters from the brutish man's fist. However, the moment he halted, he noticed a mass of nearly tangible gray mist surging forth from the brute's fist. This gray mist effortlessly traversed the 10-centimeter gap, striking Ao Ding's body. Almost instantly, he was engulfed by a wave of excruciating pain, instinctively crying out, "That hurts." The situation had exceeded Ao Ding's expectations. He never imagined that this hefty individual could wield mist as a weapon. Unlike the weapons shop owner or the middle-aged couple from the Misty Inn, this brute possessed an entirely different caliber of power. The brute was indeed peculiar. The weapons shop owner and others could not harness the power of mist for attacks. At that moment, the brutish figure turned around and swatted at the stunned Li Ying. His palm had yet to make contact when a powerful surge of gray mist erupted, sending Li Ying flying several meters away. "I am furious. Truly, I am enraged. The consequences will be dire." Buzz. Buzz. After a brief discussion, the New Moon Dragon and the Crescent Moon Dragon reached a decision. They resolved to submit to Lin Bei. There were two reasons for this. One was the instinct for survival, and the other was the recognition that it was the wisest choice. Their reasoning stemmed from the Starry Sea Dragon. To the New Moon Dragon and the Crescent Moon Dragon, the Starry Sea Dragon represented an insurmountable existence. In terms of strength and in every conceivable aspect, it was a force that could not be rivaled. It was akin to the relationship between the moon and the vast universe. Within the boundless cosmos, the moon was merely a small stone. Lin Bei was not taken aback by this revelation. Although the New Moon Dragon and the Crescent Moon Dragon had already been tamed by Yuxing Yao, it did not mean they were incapable of betrayal. It merely entailed a price to be paid. Not everyone possessed a system like his own, which ensured that all dragons would harbor no thoughts of treachery. Despite Yuxing Yao's ability to directly employ his innate power to obliterate the New Moon Dragon and the Crescent Moon Dragon, he was currently submerged in water, oblivious to the events transpiring above the surface, and thus would not take such measures. Chapter 305. Parting the Mist to reveal the Dragon Man. Soon, Lin Bei activated his innate abilities, guiding his power toward the New Moon Dragon and the Crescent Moon Dragon. He then commanded, "Relax your minds and do not resist. I need to destroy Yuxing Yao's innate power." Because the New Moon Dragon and the Crescent Moon Dragon had previously been tamed by Yuxing Yao, they harbored his innate power within their very beings. This power compelled the dragons to be subservient to Yuxing Yao, preventing them from taking any actions detrimental to him. To effectively tame the New Moon Dragon and the Crescent Moon Dragon, it was imperative to eradicate Yuxing Yao's innate power residing within them. Otherwise, they could not be subdued. In the next moment, the New Moon Dragon and the Crescent Moon Dragon nodded vigorously, adopting a relaxed demeanor as they submerged themselves in the water, resembling individuals luxuriating in a bath. Almost simultaneously, Lin Bei's innate power infiltrated the bodies of the New Moon Dragon and the Crescent Moon Dragon. The instant it entered, it encountered a similar force. Clearly, it was Yuxing Yao's innate power. Yuxing Yao's innate power hesitated momentarily, bewildered by the current circumstances. How could an external force invade? Why was this happening? Yet Lin Bei's innate power would not afford them the luxury of time to react, and immediately launched an assault, obliterating Yuxing Yao's innate power with ferocity. In essence, taming another's pet is an act of invasion, one that is devoid of smoke yet fiercely intense. Buzz. Buzz. As the two innate powers clashed, the New Moon Dragon and the Crescent Moon Dragon experienced intermittent waves of excruciating pain, resulting in anguished cries. Even though they had attempted to relax, it remained a struggle to endure. This was one of the side effects of taming pets that had already been tamed. Should the power not be sufficiently robust, one could perish under such debilitating agony. Even if one managed to survive, the discomfort would linger for an extended period. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Bei furrowed his brow, yet he did not relent. Instead, he spoke with a grave tone. "Hold on. Become my dragons, and you shall grow stronger." Surpassing that so-called full moon dragon is not an impossible feat, despite his innate powers easily overpowering the talents of Yuxing Yao. Cleansing the New Moon Dragon and the Crescent Moon Dragon of the overwhelming amount of Yuxing Yao's innate abilities would undeniably demand a considerable investment of time. Perseverance is the key to victory. Upon hearing these words, the New Moon Dragon and the Crescent Moon Dragon could only grit their teeth, enduring the excruciating pain with unwavering resolve. They understood that there was no turning back now. And indeed, this was the stark reality. Following Lin Bei promised a more promising future than trailing after Yu Xingyao. Buzz, buzz. The once hostile starry sea dragon had set aside its prejudices, now cheering fervently for the two dragons. Not only it, but other idle dragons also gathered around, directing their attention towards the new moon dragon and the crescent moon dragon. Buzz, buzz. They joined in, lending their voices in support, listening to the chorus of dragon roars. The new moon dragon and the crescent moon dragon felt both pain and exhilaration, for the dragons cheering for them were all far stronger and more enigmatic than themselves. Buzz. The two dragons also emitted their own roars. This was an honor. Even the full moon dragon would not enjoy such treatment. Gulp, gulp. Meanwhile, Yu Xingyao, submerged beneath the surface, continuously swallowed mouthfuls of water, suddenly sensing something amiss with his innate abilities. In an instant, realization dawned upon him. A fierce rage flickered in his barely open eyes. Were it not for the inability to speak underwater, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Now, he could only vent his fury inwardly. Damn it! How dare you tame my dragons? Seeking death, I shall kill you. After a few moments of cursing, Yu Xingyao abruptly halted. He suddenly recalled that his initial plan had indeed been similar. He had no right to utter a word. Avi and the others, unaware of Yu Xingyao's thoughts, only knew that he was a nefarious villain. Thud, thud. With each punch, tail swipe, and slap, they relentlessly attacked. Soon, Yu Xingyao sustained severe injuries. Naturally, he ceased his futile thoughts and began contemplating how to escape his predicament. But after much deliberation, he couldn't devise a feasible plan. It seemed he was facing a dead end. Simultaneously, chaos erupted in the East District. A myriad of dragonfolk, varying in forms yet united in purpose, weaved through the dense gray mist. Peep, peep. Indeed, the mist obscured their vision. Yet they navigated effortlessly towards the location of Lu Ying and the others, guided by the cacophony of sounds. The dragonfolk converged from all directions, encircling their targets at the center. However, Lu Ying and the others remained oblivious to their perilous situation. Under Lu Ying's guidance, they blindly advanced deeper into the East District. Even in the absence of mist, they could not detect the dragonfolk, for the latter did not manifest in the clear areas. Only Si Lingxian sensed an unusual presence. She furrowed her brow in confusion, scanning her surroundings. How strange. Why could she perceive the distinct aura of dragons amidst the surrounding mist? And it was everywhere. When she first entered, Si Lingxian felt nothing, but as they delved deeper into the East District, her awareness of the dragon's presence became increasingly acute. Especially now, it seemed as though the surroundings were filled solely with dragons, apart from the mist. Yet, with only the sounds of birds chirping, Si Lingxian hesitated to trust her senses. In her caution, she approached Lu Ying and quietly shared her observations. After listening, Lu Ying simply nodded slightly, revealing no signs of alarm, merely exchanging glances with Si Lingxian and engaging in a hushed discussion, seemingly reaching a consensus on a matter. Then, they continued onward. Achoo! After several minutes of walking, Si Lingxian suddenly sneezed, directing her attention to the left. At that moment, Lu Ying sprang into action with remarkable speed, dashing into the mist on the left and exerting his powers to dispel it. In an instant, a vast expanse of mist evaporated, and within, a dozen unprepared dragonfolk emerged into the sight of the group. Chapter 306. Are you human? Including Si Lingxian, everyone's attention was drawn to the dozen or so dragonfolk, each appearing distinct. At that moment, they were all astonished. Dragonfolk. Goodness, there truly are dragonfolk. It turns out the sign was not a jest. What an eye-opener. What on earth is happening in this city, with its mist and dragonfolk? Meanwhile, Lu Ying, who had personally dispelled all the mist, furrowed his brow, fixating intently on the dragonfolk before him. He was not overly surprised by the existence of dragonfolk. Everything was within the realm of speculation. Indeed, they were dragonfolk. My conjecture was not mistaken. Upon hearing Si Lingxian's words, Lu Ying had surmised this outcome. That was why he had instructed Si Lingxian to signal him by sneezing when she detected the strongest dragon aura, intending to part the mist and unveil the hidden beings within. The situation unfolded smoothly, primarily because it was so sudden. The dragonfolk's attention had been diverted by Si Lingxian's sneeze, leaving them unprepared for Lu Ying's actions. Moreover, they had no inclination to evade. After all, the distance between them had already dwindled to mere tens of meters, about to converge. Why would they need to hide? Ultimately, the dragonfolk had mobilized en masse precisely towards Lu Ying and his companions. With the mist's concealment lifted, these exposed dragonfolk did not engage in any other actions, merely gazing curiously at Lu Ying and his group. Their dragon eyes brimmed with fascination. This was their first encounter with humans. Several dragonfolk couldn't help but murmur softly, Is this what humans are like? They seem so weak. They do resemble us to some extent. Indeed, their bodily shapes were entirely congruent with theirs, possessing an upper body, lower body, 2 arms, and 2 legs, yet their skin color and other details differed slightly. Though they could not definitively assert that these were humans, they were undoubtedly related to them. Their voices were hushed, barely audible to anyone other than Lu Ying. Yet, upon hearing their words, Lu Ying was not inclined to ponder anything further. At that moment, a grave sense of foreboding consumed him. The situation was dire. These dragonfolk likely harbored ill intentions. Though their success was undeniable, it brought forth complications. The dragonfolk stealthily approached from the mist. Their presence could not merely be attributed to casual wandering. If only 1 or 2 were drawing near, there might be room for such a possibility. However, with dragonfolk encroaching from all directions in numbers that were rather alarming, that notion was swiftly obliterated. It was akin to being surrounded by hostile dragons. Just then, the mist that enveloped the vicinity began to shift, revealing one dragonfolk after another emerging from the swirling fog. Some strode forth like humans. Others unfurled their wings and descended from the sky, while some burrowed up from the ground. In mere seconds, hundreds, if not thousands, of dragonfolk had materialized. Yet, upon their appearance, these dragonfolk did not launch an attack. Instead, they regarded Lu Ying and his companions with a curious demeanor, as if observing a rare species. A cacophony of inquisitive murmurs arose around them. Lu Ying hastily retreated back into the crowd, joining others in scrutinizing the surrounding dragonfolk. The gaze they cast upon the dragonfolk mirrored the scrutiny received in return. Both parties regarded one another as precious beings. This peculiar standoff persisted for some time until a tall dragonfolk, adorned with a pair of white wings, addressed Lu Ying. "Are you human?" At the utterance of this question, all attention coalesced upon Lu Ying, awaiting his reply. In the next moment, he responded affirmatively. "Indeed, we are human." Aware that such an admission might incite unforeseen repercussions, he chose honesty, for there was no need for subterfuge. Meanwhile, within the Misty Inn, circumstances were far from favorable. The absence of summoned companions Ao Ding and Li Ying hindered any effective assault on the formidable, corpulent adversary. Despite their efforts, they could only manage a stalemate. The adversary bore countless wounds, crimson blood seeping from his injuries. Yet with each drop spilled, his fury intensified, bolstering his combat prowess. A crimson aura enveloped him, the surroundings thick with palpable mist. The inn lay in disarray. Doors were shattered, and the ground bore cracks. Ao Ding stood defiantly before the enraged adversary, while Li Ying positioned herself behind him. It was clear that Ao Ding had gauged the adversary's strength, powerful, indeed, far beyond his initial expectations. After a deep breath, Ao Ding turned to Li Ying and said, "Summon your pets. I have reached a conclusion. We must expedite the rebirth of this brute." Concurrently, Lin Bei, maintaining his starry mermaid form, continued to channel his innate powers into the new moon dragon and the waning moon dragon. The results of his invasive efforts were becoming increasingly evident. The residual powers of Yuxing Yao within the 2 dragons had thinned considerably, leaving only about 1/10 behind. Taming another's dragon was no trifling matter. Such endeavors should be approached with caution. Indeed, compared to directly taming a dragon, subduing one that had already been tamed by another proved to be a far more arduous task. It required considerable effort and time, rendering it somewhat unworthy. Were it not for the unique nature of the new moon dragon and the waning moon dragon, Lin Bei would hardly have bothered. Finally, after approximately half a minute of diligent effort, he obliterated the vestiges of Yuxing Yao's powers. From this moment forth, these 2 dragons belonged to me. The innate powers residing within the new moon dragon and the waning moon dragon had been completely supplanted by Lin Bei's own, signifying their allegiance to him. At that precise moment, the system notification chimed. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have tamed the special dragon species, the lunar phase dragon. Special quest activated. Please tame several other types of lunar phase dragons. Upon completion, you may synthesize all lunar phase dragons into a brand new, superlative dragon species." Moon God Dragon. Chapter 307. The Frustrated Yuxing Yao. The Moon God Dragon. It must be extraordinarily powerful. Though he had merely heard the name, Lin Bei felt assured that it was indeed a formidable dragon. After all, it was a fusion of all varieties of lunar phase dragons. Furthermore, if this so-called Moon God Dragon were not strong enough, the system would not have issued such a quest. Clearly, a visit to the Yu family was in order. Only there could he acquire the lunar phase dragons. Determined, Lin Bei set aside thoughts of the Moon God Dragon and focused on the new moon dragon and the waning moon dragon before him, discerning what was pertinent and what was not. Now was not the time for idle speculation about the Moon God Dragon. "Welcome to my new dragons. Although he regarded the new moon dragon and the waning moon dragon as somewhat ordinary, Lin Bei nevertheless extended a warm welcome to their inclusion. A dragon is a dragon. No matter how weak, it is still a dragon. As soon as Lin Bei's voice echoed, the other dragons raised their heads in unison, their roars resounding throughout the West District. The dragons expressed sentiments akin to Lin Bei's, welcoming the new moon dragon and the waning moon dragon into their ranks. Yet, within the chorus of roars, there was an unmistakable undercurrent of threat and warning. Following the dragon roars, the likes of the starry sea dragon again fixed their gazes upon the new moon dragon and the waning moon dragon. Their eyes gleamed with profound meaning. While they welcomed the new arrivals, there lingered a sense of displeasure. The previous actions of the new moon dragon and the waning moon dragon had rendered forgiveness a protracted process. Consequently, some hostility persisted towards the two dragons. Only through mutual interaction over time could tensions begin to ease. The newly tamed waning moon dragon and new moon dragon timidly responded with soft calls. They were quite flustered. Lin Bei paid little heed to the dynamics among the dragons and issued a new command. All dragons except for the starry sea, scour the battlefield. Leave no valuable item unexamined. He undertook this endeavor to provide some occupation for the dragons, as they were idly lingering about. In the next moment, all the dragons, except for the starry sea dragon, sprang into action, converging upon the site where the battle had erupted, meticulously commencing the task of clearing the battlefield. The four individuals possessed numerous valuable items, weapons, elixirs, and equipment. The mutated tigers and lions also bore a plethora of treasures, pelts, claws, and more. Such items could indeed fetch a handsome sum. Splash. Meanwhile, Lin Bei plunged into the water, drawing closer to Yu Xingyao, who was enduring the torment inflicted by the mermaids. He intended to express his gratitude. After all, having taken away someone's dragon, wouldn't it be appropriate to convey some appreciation? The starry sea dragon transformed into a celestial mermaid, trailing closely behind its master. As it swam, it surveyed its surroundings with childlike curiosity. Beneath the water, Yu Xingyao floated, his face flushed and struggling for breath, with only a final gasp of air remaining. His oxygen-dependent organs were gradually weakening, on the verge of ceasing their functions. If he did not swiftly escape from the water, he would meet his demise here. Fully aware of his precarious situation, Yu Xingyao exerted all his strength to break free from the water's grasp. Yet, he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. For Yu Xingyao was beset by severe physical and mental trauma. His body bore ghastly wounds, bleeding profusely from various injuries, gashes inflicted by sharp instruments, bruises from blunt objects. And even his arms and legs were grotesquely twisted at unnatural angles. Consequently, he was rendered incapable of escaping the watery depths. In his heart, only despair reigned. The anger that once existed had long since evaporated. Now, all he could do was lament internally. How foolish I am. Why did I covet his dragon? If only I had not acted thus, how splendid life could have been. I could have avoided this torment and collaborated with him to explore other realms, reaping significant rewards from the Kuan. Alas, I am a fool. Yu Xingyao now despised himself. He loathed his arrogance, his foolishness. Were he not immobilized, he would have gladly slapped himself in frustration. However, the sorrows and joys of individuals are not universally shared, let alone those between humans and mermaids. To Ivy and the other mermaids, Yu Xingyao's suffering was their delight. Sisters, continue the assault. This wretched creature's demise is of no consequence. How dare he sow discord between us and the merman? He is indeed a devious, cunning, and loathsome character. They were utterly indifferent to whether Yu Xingyao could withstand the onslaught. At that moment, Lin Bei arrived, accompanied by the starry sea dragon, and calmly addressed Ivy and the other mermaids. Please pause. Allow me to speak with him for a moment. At this juncture, the mermaids had largely exhausted their fury, so they immediately halted and turned their eager gazes towards Lin Bei. What do you mean? The merman intervened. What could he possibly intend to do? Does he wish to personally deal with this instigator of our discord? Surely not. The merman appears too frail for such actions. Regardless of his intentions, I shall support him. With a brief respite, Yu Xingyao struggled to open his swollen eyes, gazing towards Lin Bei, who was swimming slowly before him. A complex array of emotions flickered across his slitted eyes, as he seemed taken aback by Lin Bei's unexpected approach. Yet, before he could ponder further, Lin Bei's voice resonated. If it weren't for you, I would not have acquired 2 dragons. Your efforts are appreciated. Thank you. Gasp. At these words, rage surged within Yu Xingyao, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back in fury. Such words were a dagger to the heart, more lethal than death itself. The blood he expelled marked the complete exhaustion of his final breath. In the end, he succumbed to Lin Bei's remarks, perishing in the water. Chapter 308. The Suspected Dragon Man Hybrid. Observing Yu Xingyao's demise, the mermaids exchanged bemused glances, expressing their thoughts aloud. The merman is truly formidable. He dispatched that detestable fellow with mere words. Serves him right for courting death. 3 sentences, and a man loses his life. Truly the merman. They were entirely unconcerned with Yu Xingyao's fate. Even if he had not succumbed to Lin Bei's words, the mermaids would not have allowed him to live. To them, Lin Bei was of utmost importance. After all, he was the only merman in existence. Thus, their animosity towards Yu Xingyao was profound. In the next moment, the mermaids swarmed towards Lin Bei, leaving Yu Xingyao's lifeless body to drift aimlessly in the water, showing no inclination to attend to it. After all, the loathed individual was dead, rendering further concern unnecessary. However, Lin Bei's perspective differed. He swiftly swam to Yu Xingyao's side, stowing the corpse within a spatial ring. As Yu Xingyao had lost all signs of life, he could no longer be considered a living entity, thus permitting his preservation within the spatial ring. Lin Bei intended to thoroughly examine and sift through Yu Xingyao's remains later, for as a member of the Yu family, he undoubtedly harbored many valuable items and secrets. Having completed this task, Lin Bei turned to Ivy and the other mermaids, unhesitatingly inquiring, "Could you enlighten me? What is the situation regarding the Dragon Man in East District? Are there truly dragon men there?" The mere mention of dragon men ignited a fervent curiosity within him, compelling him to explore further. The name alone, intertwined with dragons and humans, captivated Lin Bei's attention. The mermaids, who had initially harbored intentions of exploiting Lin Bei, set aside their plans upon hearing his inquiry. They felt no surprise, for they understood that this merman was not only the singular male merman in the world, but also a human who had tamed numerous dragons. It was entirely reasonable for him to pose such a question. Soon, Ivy's voice rang out. "You have not misheard. In the East District, there indeed exist many dragon men. They are rather similar to us. We are hybrids of human and fish, while they are hybrids of human and dragon. However, they are not entirely mere hybrids of human and dragon. The dragon folk we have encountered possess not only the characteristics of both humans and dragons, but also a myriad of other distinctive traits. Some are endowed with fish tails, others with bird wings, and still others with turtle shells. In any case, the dragon folk of the Eastern District are far more enigmatic than we are. Moreover, they comprise both males and females." After uttering these words, she paused momentarily. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, who had absorbed her words, found himself plunged into profound contemplation. The notion of dragon folk bearing the traits of humans, dragons, and other creatures seemed utterly astonishing. It almost sounded like a fusion of sorts. A peculiar sensation stirred within him. Indeed, whether it be the dragon folk with fish tails, those with bird wings, or those adorned with turtle shells, they all appeared to be intricately linked to the concept of synthesis. After all, how could dragon folk possess such diverse characteristics if they were not somehow altered? At that moment, Lin Bei's desire to meet these dragon folk intensified beyond measure. There was something distinctly amiss about them. He had to make haste to the Eastern District. These dragon folk were of utmost significance. Just as he resolved to do so, a sudden alert from the system rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on triggering a hidden quest again. Please proceed to the Eastern District at once to locate those dragon folk suspected of undergoing synthesis and investigate the matter thoroughly. Upon completion of this quest, corresponding rewards will be granted." With the system's notification, Lin Bei's suspicions were further solidified. The dragon folk residing in the Eastern District must harbor significant secrets. They might even have connections to the system itself, as it all pertained to the ability of synthesis. After licking her parched lips, Ivy spoke once more. "Those dragon folk, like us, have existed in this city since time immemorial. They inhabit the Eastern District, while we dwell in the Western District, and typically, the two sides do not intermingle. Although our encounters are infrequent, we share a common adversary, the lunatics of the Central District. The madmen of the Central District dare not venture into the Southern and Northern Districts. They only dare to traverse between the Eastern and Western Districts." Her words provided Lin Bei with crucial information. The dragon folk and the surrounding mists do not belong to the same faction. This was excellent news. Thank you. I must take my leave for now, but I shall return to seek you out later. With that, Lin Bei departed the frigid waters, accompanied by the stellar ocean dragon, leaving the merfolk with expressions of longing. Alas, the merman has left again. After merely a few minutes of meeting, they were once more resigned to parting ways. How heartless of the merman. We can only wait. Why doesn't the merman ask us for help? If only he would plead with me, I would not fear going to the Eastern District. They were all filled with helplessness. Lin Bei had contemplated enlisting the merfolk's assistance, but as the thought arose, he immediately dismissed it. Having slain Yu Xingyao would undoubtedly attract trouble. The Sea Emperor Aoding would not turn a blind eye. Under such circumstances, leading a group of merfolk into action would be nothing short of courting disaster. Moments later, Lin Bei returned to the shore, standing still as he pondered his next course of action. After a minute of deep contemplation, he finally reached a decision. In the next instant, he called out, Asu, come here. Soon, the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Sovereign's Dark Dragon arrived at the scene. The two dragons gazed at Lin Bei, awaiting their master's command. Without wasting any words, Lin Bei directly addressed the Void Reincarnation Dragon, the Time Sovereign's Dark Dragon, and the Golden Mist Blade Dragon. In a moment, we will split up and take action. You three shall venture into the southern district to explore, striving to locate that magical array and ascertain its circumstances as much as possible. Remember, focus on exploration and avoid injury. The reason he dispatched these three dragons together was due to their unique abilities. With their harmonious cooperation, they could extricate themselves from any perilous situation. Chapter 309. The Dragon God's Manifestation. Lin Bei's reasoning was astute. The powers of time, void, and mist, when combined, could indeed allow the three dragons to navigate this city with ease. Buzz, the Time Sovereign's Dark Dragon, the Void Reincarnation Dragon, and the Golden Mist Blade Dragon had no objections to their master's orders. They merely raised their heads and let out a few resonant roars, signifying their understanding and commitment to fulfilling the task. They were acutely aware that the paramount objective of this mission was to explore the enigmatic southern district. Thus, no matter how curious their hearts might be or how mischievous their natures, they would refrain from engaging in any reckless behavior. In the next moment, Lin Bei nodded lightly, his tone calm as he declared, Go forth. We shall regroup at the Misty Inn. The instant his words fell, the three dragons sprang into action, swiftly heading southward. The mysteries of the southern district would soon be unveiled. Meanwhile, within the Misty Inn, Aoding and Lying had already summoned their tamed pets using their innate talents. Surrounding Aoding were various marine creatures. There were crabs as large as houses, sporting a pair of massive blue pincers and enveloped in blue flames. Electric eels crackled with lightning, their heads disproportionately large. There were even creatures with rows of sharp teeth. And the array of tamed pets could only be described as numerous and diverse. The sheer variety of marine life showcased Aoding's formidable talent. After summoning a few pets at will, Aoding's earlier unease dissipated, replaced by overwhelming confidence. Even without the summoned pets, they could hold their own, let alone with the pets summoned. Victory was the only option. He looked at the fierce, rotund adversary standing before him, disdainfully chuckling before addressing Lying, who stood further away. Lying, let us join forces. Let us take down this fatso. Beside Lying were gigantic sea dogs. These sea dogs were not the kind resembling seals or sea lions. Instead, they bore a striking resemblance to land-dwelling dogs, albeit with amphibious capabilities. In simpler terms, these were dogs capable of living and maneuvering in the sea. Upon hearing this, she nodded vigorously, signaling her understanding, and then directed her sea dogs. Fight that fatso to death. The moment her words left her lips, the enormous dogs bared their teeth and lunged forward in unison. It appeared as though a pack of rabid dogs had descended upon the scene. At that very moment, Aoding issued commands to his summoned pets, attack. Naturally, those creatures, summoned by his call, lunged at the ferocious brute. Though brimming with confidence, both combatants did not remain idle. They launched their own assaults against the formidable foe while the robust pets engaged him. The sounds of confrontation echoed violently. Thus, the Misty Inn became a veritable disaster zone. It was nearly impossible to find a single intact surface, be it doors, windows, floors, or ceilings. All had suffered tremendous damage. Truly, the term ruins would aptly describe the scene. Moreover, a thick shroud of gray mist poured in from the outside, rapidly engulfing the entire establishment. Ultimately, after enduring such a relentless onslaught, the ferocious brute could no longer withstand the pressure. He succumbed to the combined forces of numerous powerful beasts and 2 royal-level warriors, dissipating into a cloud of gray mist that merged with the surrounding fog. A long sigh escaped Aoding as he waved to recall all his pets. Lying, retrieve your creatures. If all goes as expected, the brute will soon arrive. There is no need for a second confrontation. His earlier engagement with the brute had merely served to gauge the latter's strength, a necessary step for crafting a more effective strategy. As for continuing the battle, Aoding had not even entertained such thoughts. He understood all too well that fighting without addressing the power of the mist would be futile, merely exhausting his own energy. Furthermore, and most crucially, it was still daylight. The encroaching mist was gray, limiting the brute's capabilities significantly. When night fell, the challenge of defeating him would multiply exponentially. Without a moment's hesitation, Lying summoned her dogs back. Just a second later, footsteps echoed from outside the inn. accompanied by a familiar voice. What has happened to the Misty Inn? The new owner seems rather difficult to deal with. Upon hearing this voice, Aoding and Lying exchanged glances, both unperturbed by the revelation. Everything had unfolded as anticipated. As Aoding observed the figure gradually emerging from the gray mist, he could not help but murmur, indeed, he has returned. At that very instant, the ferocious brute stepped forth from the fog, his tone brimming with bravado as he inquired. You must be the new proprietors of this establishment. Those two wretched creatures must have informed you of the rules. Although the destruction wrought upon the inn resulted in some discrepancies, the essence of the events remained largely unchanged. In the next moment, Lang produced a small portion of food, placing it directly before the brute. This food is sourced from the outside world, roughly equivalent to over 30 fish. If I provide it to you, you can assist in resolving our troubles, correct? As he gazed at the peculiar assortment of food, the brute's expression registered a flicker of surprise, but he quickly responded. Indeed, as long as it falls within my capabilities, I can resolve any issue. Meanwhile, within the East District, the dragonfolk, having received Lang's affirmative reply, plunged into fervent discussion. Good heavens, they are truly human. Is this what the legendary humans look like? They bear some resemblance to us. They exclaimed in awe. The dragon god has manifested. It must be the dragon god's manifestation. Despite their preparations for such a revelation, the confirmation elicited strong reactions among them. Lang and the others were equally astonished by the dragonfolk's response. Initially regarding them as adversaries, it now seemed they were anything but. When Lang heard the term dragon god, he instinctively recalled what Passia had mentioned about an entity possessing both divine and dragon bloodlines. He felt a lingering connection to this revelation. However, he refrained from voicing his curiosity in front of the crowd, fully aware that very few knew of this matter. Indeed, even Lin Bei, whom he followed, remained oblivious. This secret was profoundly concealed. Oh well, I shall inquire further when the opportunity arises, perhaps alongside Passia. As he contemplated this, Lang paused for a brief moment before continuing, and Lin, with so many dragons at his disposal, he should also find this matter intriguing. Clearly, he intended to relay this information to Lin Bei. As for the others, he felt no obligation to enlighten them. Meanwhile, the others remained engrossed in the dragonfolk's reactions, oblivious to the potential significance of the phrase dragon god in their discourse. Within their instinctive understanding, the dragonfolk's mention of the dragon god's manifestation was akin to humanity's reference to divine intervention, thus warranting no special concern. The dragonfolk's chatter persisted, filled with excitement. What fortune to encounter humans! I had always believed they existed solely in legends. How astonishing that they truly walk among us. As their exhilaration reached a crescendo, the dragonfolk suddenly recalled their original purpose for coming here. In the next breath, they quickly stifled their exuberance and addressed Lang and the others. Humans, please accompany us. We wish for you to meet our elders. They have many questions for you. Rest assured, we mean you no harm. In a sense, we are kin. You are humans, and we are dragonfolk. With that, the dragonfolk warmly took the lead. The atmosphere in the East District had transformed entirely. Moments ago, it had been fraught with peril, with people fearful of what dreadful encounters lay ahead. Now, it was a scene of warmth and camaraderie, as the dragonfolk greeted Lang and his companions as though they were long-lost friends. Thus, they ventured deeper into the East District, their minds swirling with bewilderment. No one had anticipated such a turn of events, where danger was averted and warm hospitality awaited them. At long last, after enduring the initial shock, someone spoke to those nearby. Am I dreaming? In this bizarre city, we are afforded such treatment? It is entirely unlike the trepidation we faced in the main urban area. His words ignited a spark, setting ablaze the entire expanse of grass. Others chimed in, exclaiming, this is truly astonishing. It feels just like a dream. We have finally found a safe haven where we can momentarily lower our guard. We owe our gratitude to that individual named Lin Bei. Had he not suggested we explore separately, we would never have known that the Eastern District was like this. And let us also thank the one called Yu Xingyao. If he had chosen us, who knows what calamity might have befallen us. Although the dragonfolk in the Eastern District are amiable towards us humans, it does not imply that the Western District will be equally benevolent. Given the safety of the Eastern District, it stands to reason that the Western District may be fraught with peril. After all, there are only a few districts, and it is improbable that there would be more than one safe zone. Their reasoning was sound. To humanity, the Western District is far more perilous than the Eastern District. The dragonfolk are curious and friendly towards humans, yet the fishfolk are a different matter entirely. The fishfolk favor only the male merfolk. Meanwhile, Lin Bei withdrew his dragon into his exclusive space, the system space, and the talent space. The sheer number of dragons was becoming somewhat overwhelming. He reverted to his human form and directed his gaze towards the direction of the main urban area. However, Lin Bei did not set off immediately. Instead, he promptly utilized the function to contact his subordinate. Luing, are you there? I am certainly going to the Eastern District, but before I do, I wish to ascertain the situation. The ability to communicate with his subordinates at any time was now proving invaluable. About a second later, Lu Ying's voice echoed. I'm here. Lin Bei then inquired about the circumstances, and Lu Ying recounted all that had transpired, detailing the dragon folk's behavior and what they had been doing, omitting only the matter of the dragon god. He merely mentioned that upon Lin Bei's arrival, he would reveal a significant secret. Upon hearing Lu Ying's words, even the typically composed Lin Bei found it somewhat difficult to digest. The revelation was equally astounding. What an extraordinary notion. To the dragon folk, humans are considered legendary beings. Is that why they exhibited such excitement upon encountering us? Moreover, what could this secret Lu Ying speaks of entail? Despite being flooded with questions and uncertainties, Lin Bei swiftly cleared his mind of the chaotic thoughts and cautioned Lu Ying. Exercise caution and do not let your guard down. Remain in the Eastern District for now. I shall explore the Northern District alone. Once my exploration concludes, I will come to the Eastern District to find you. Having learned about the dragon folk, his interest in the Eastern District deepened. However, Lin Bei altered his original plan. Since the Eastern District was so secure, with no apparent dangers, it would be perfectly acceptable to delay his visit and attend to other matters first. As long as he maintained his human form, he would receive the dragon folk's hospitality upon his arrival. To this, Lu Ying expressed no dissent, promptly responding, understood. In the next moment, Lin Bei severed the connection and turned his gaze towards the Northern District. The Eastern and Western districts had been sufficiently explored. Only the Southern and Northern districts remained. The Southern District could be entrusted to Su and his companions. As for the Northern District, he would explore it alone. The moment those words left his lips, he took a step forward, calmly advancing towards the Northern District. Lin Bei was now fairly certain that the two magic arrays mentioned by Kuan were situated within the Southern and Northern districts. Chapter 311. Insufficient. Must gather more provisions. If all goes as anticipated, the two magic arrays described by Kuan are indeed located within the Northern and Southern districts. As he contemplated the rewards that would come from dispelling these arrays, Lin Bei felt a surge of anticipation. Not only could he receive rewards from Kuanping, but he could also gain from the system. Moreover, he could acquire numerous benefits throughout this endeavor. What treasures would await him in the end? The excitement was palpable. As he strode forward, Lin Bei absorbed the surrounding mist, and with that, his mental strength grew. Although the mist was safe during the day, it remained mist, bearing similar properties. To traverse from the Western District to the Northern District, there was no need to return to the main urban area. He could simply navigate through the interconnected paths. From the Eastern District, one could reach both the Northern and Southern districts, yet not the Western District. Conversely, from the Southern District, one could access the Eastern and Western districts, but not the Northern District. With a focused and brisk pace, Lin Bei soon arrived at the boundary between the Western and Northern districts. A few more steps would grant him entry into the Northern District. Standing at this juncture, Lin Bei unleashed his mental prowess, ensuring his mind remained at its peak as he explored through the layers of mist. His instincts urged that the Southern and Northern districts posed greater dangers compared to the Western District. Otherwise, the fishfolk would not be so hesitant to provoke the entities residing in the Southern and Northern districts. During his mental exploration, Lin Bei was also cultivating formidable power. Furthermore, he was attuned to the states of the Golden Mist Blade Dragon, the Void Reincarnation Dragon, and the Time Emperor's Dark Dragon. At that moment, the three dragons had entered the Southern District, cautiously and curiously exploring its depths. These three creatures were remarkably swift. It was now my turn to set forth. With that declaration, Lin Bei stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the Northern District. At long last, he was inside. Meanwhile, Lu Ying and the others, warmly welcomed by a multitude of dragonfolk, advanced with ease. The dragonfolk were indeed quite hospitable. They not only engaged in conversation with Lu Ying and his companions, but also eagerly presented food and fresh water, inviting them to partake freely. While they referred to it as food, it consisted primarily of seafood. Fish, shrimp, and crab were offered, accompanied by enthusiastic remarks from the dragonfolk. If you're hungry, feel free to indulge. This is what we have always consumed. It is delicious and highly nutritious. Do not be shy, we are all kin. If you prefer not to eat it raw, we can cook it for you. In addition to these warm invitations to enjoy the seafood, some dragonfolk curiously inquired, what do you humans typically eat? Do you also feast upon these grand fish and shrimp like we do? It is said that humans have exceedingly high standards when it comes to food. I wonder if that is indeed true. In the next moment, someone spoke up, declaring, I usually consume instant noodles, various flavors of instant noodles. They are hundreds of times more delicious than these things. The tone was tinged with a hint of sarcasm. immediately piquing the interest of the dragon folk, who were eager to sample this so-called instant noodle. Instant noodles? Is this truly the food that humans adore? It sounds delightful. I can't wait to try it. Observing the current reactions of the dragon folk, others could only feel a sense of bemusement. Yet, before long, someone produced a packet of instant noodles from their spatial ring and handed it to the nearest dragon folk. This is the quintessential food of high-quality humans. Upon tasting the flavor of the instant noodles, the dragon folk fell in love with it. This was a culinary experience unlike anything they had encountered before. So this is instant noodles? Truly delectable. It is no wonder that it is regarded as high-quality human food. It surpasses the fish, shrimp, and crabs we usually consume by far. Humans are impressive. From that moment forth, a new group of dragon folk emerged, all dreaming of savoring instant noodles. Amidst this light-hearted banter, they ventured deeper into the eastern district. It wouldn't be long before they reached their destination. Throughout this entire process, only Ling maintained silence, refraining from engaging with the dragon folk, quietly walking amongst the crowd. As he walked, he pondered the dragon folk's mention of the dragon god. The more he contemplated, the more certain he became of his deductions. The dragon god was likely the very individual spoken of by the banishment. In the main city, within the Fog Color Inn, Aoding sighed with relief upon hearing the fierce, fat man's affirmative response. With a clear understanding of the fat man's strength, an idea began to form in his mind. Given such a powerful labor force, why not make use of it? Pointing towards the large pile of food in front of them, Aoding deliberately adopted a casual tone. I will give you all this food if you help me resolve a little trouble. To him, spending a bit of food to have the fat man handle some tasks seemed a fair trade. As soon as he finished speaking, the fierce fat man's voice boomed. What trouble? Tell me. As long as I can do it, I will. He did not agree immediately, but insisted on understanding the task first. The next moment, Aoding's voice rang out once more. It's a simple matter. Since we have just arrived in this city, we are quite unfamiliar with its inhabitants. To ensure our survival in the future, I would like you to gather all the residents of this city and bring them to a single location for a gathering. That way, we can familiarize ourselves with them all at once, preventing any future awkward encounters. As he spoke, he suddenly paused, leaning closer to the fierce fat man as he continued. And everyone who attends will be able to eat the food I provide for free. This was the task Aoding wanted the fierce fat man to undertake. The reason for this was simple. He aimed to eliminate these beings born from the mist in one fell swoop. He could not allow such threats to persist. Of course, this was not a task he could accomplish alone. He needed Lin Bei's strength. Upon hearing Aoding's request, the fierce fat man did not respond immediately, but furrowed his brow in contemplation. Although the task posed no danger, it was indeed quite troublesome, given the multitude of beings involved in the mist. After approximately a minute, the fierce fat man made his decision. I can do it. However, more food is required. If he were to undertake this task seriously, he could indeed accomplish it, but for such a small amount of food, it seemed hardly worth the trouble. To this, Aoding readily produced additional food, combining the newly retrieved supplies with those he had previously presented. Is this sufficient? Gazing at the large assortment of peculiar and unfamiliar foods before him, the fierce fat man eagerly nodded. It's enough. However, I can only do my best. I can gather as many as I can. There are a few individuals in the main city who are not afraid of me. After saying this, without waiting for Aoding's response, he clutched the pile of food and departed from the Fog Color Inn. Aoding quickly called out, try to finish before nightfall. And you must also attend. He spoke this with a smile, as if anticipating some fortuitous outcome. As the figure of the fierce fat man disappeared into the mist, lying, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Lord Aoding, why would you do such a thing? Using so much food to have that man undertake a seemingly meaningless task. I fail to understand. She truly could not fathom why Aoding would act in such a manner. It appeared to be a waste of food. Aoding had no intention of keeping his motives a secret and directly explained the reasoning behind his actions. My objective is straightforward. It is to eradicate these beings in one fell swoop. First, I want to gather them all together, and then I will bring Lin Bei, who can completely eliminate them. We can then attempt to carry out this plan. Regardless of whether it ends in failure or success, it is worth trying. He did not wish to remain in a passive position. If Lin Bei were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. For Aoding's approach was entirely conducive to enhancing his spiritual power. Compared to absorbing the gray mist surrounding them, absorbing the beings born from this mist was far superior, as it would strengthen his spiritual capabilities. Afterward, Ling ceased her inquiries. In her view, this indeed warranted a trial. Chapter 312. An indescribably powerful guardian. Observing the chaotic scene around him, Aoding could not help but feel a headache coming on. He raised his hand and gently rubbed his forehead. Let's tidy this up first. We cannot allow the inn to remain in such disarray. There was no alternative. Before they departed from this island, they needed to reside in the Fog Color Inn. After all, it was the only establishment capable of accommodating such a multitude. Thus, they could not allow the inn to remain in its current state. Otherwise, what would be the difference between this and living on the streets? Lai Ying understood that this was a necessary task and nodded resolutely. All right. Subsequently, the two of them devised ways to clean up the Fog Color Inn. Although restoring the inn to its former state was fundamentally impossible, they were unaware that a unique entity within the mist was approaching the Fog Color Inn. Meanwhile, the fierce fat man traversing the mist wore an unusual smile upon his fearsome visage. He hummed a tune as he ambled about with casual ease. Clearly, the mood of the ferocious fat man was exceptionally buoyant. Upon the conclusion of his melody, he began to speak to himself. First, I shall seek out those whom I am more familiar with, and only then will I attend to these passers-by. My first stop is the particularly indolent owner of the weapon shop, followed by that gluttonous old woman. Next, I shall find that haughty little boy. Lastly, I will confront that petty old man. Let us start with these few. As for that avaricious woman, we shall address her later. While speaking, he made his way towards the weapon shop, preparing to fulfill his promise to Aoding. Despite being a being born from the mists, this ferocious fat man was remarkably trustworthy. Much of this reliability stemmed from the conditions set forth by Aoding. Meanwhile, when Shuai and his companions, also present in the main city, were similarly engaged in their own pursuits, their objective was straightforward: to locate those special beings. In a sense, their goal mirrored that of the ferocious fat man. The group maneuvered swiftly through the mists, each wielding a specially designed umbrella. If all goes well, we should find that little boy upon our return. It seems likely. In this city, it appeared that everyone possessed their own designated territory. The fog had its domain, the gluttonous old woman had hers, and the cowardly little boy presumably did as well. When Shuai's group set their sights on the haughty little boy they had encountered previously, to be more precise, he was arrogant. Much like gluttony, laziness, and lust, his essence could provide Lin Bei with unique spiritual energy. This was precisely why he had tasked Shuai and the others with searching for such extraordinary beings. At the same time, Lin Bei was striding through the northern district. Upon entering, he sensed no danger whatsoever. Despite his spiritual energy encompassing a vast area, he detected not even the slightest anomaly. It was as though the northern district were merely a desolate expanse devoid of any existence. Yet, Lin Bei understood well that the northern district, which instilled fear in the fishfolk, surely harbored secrets. He paused, casting his gaze ahead. The path before him was shrouded in mist, rendering visibility impossible. The periphery of the northern district appeared quite safe. It seemed imperative to delve deeper into the northern district for exploration. No sooner had he thought this than Lin Bei continued onward. As he progressed, he absorbed the surrounding gray mist, continually augmenting his spiritual energy. This journey lasted over 10 minutes. Lin Bei moved with considerable speed, traversing roughly 10,000 meters in that time. Such a linear distance within a city could hardly be described as trivial. At that moment, he suddenly halted, a grave expression materializing on his previously impassive face. This aura. It was the essence of a dragon. Just after absorbing the surrounding gray mist, Lin Bei detected a unique, dragon-like presence within it. Due to his inherent connection to dragons and his keen spiritual awareness, he was able to discern this. With a deep breath, Lin Bei released his spiritual energy, probing toward the source of this potent aura. Additionally, he recalled the words spoken by Kunping. The magical formation in the northern district is guarded by a dragon. Thus, the formation in the southern district must be protected by that mermaid. Before long, Lin Bei's spiritual energy pinpointed the location of the dragon's essence most intensely concentrated. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a decisive step toward that direction. In truth, he found himself intrigued by the dragon that guarded the formation. The mere fact that it could serve as the protector of the formation suppressing Kunping spoke volumes of its extraordinary nature. As Lin Bei advanced, deep within the northern district, a massive dragon with a distinctive appearance slowly opened its previously shut eyes, fixating intently on a singular direction. After observing for some time, it finally opened its maw and spoke. What a surprise! A human has arrived here. Although it merely remained in place, this dragon had already sensed everything. This illustrates the extent of its perceptual abilities. In contrast to Lin Bei's speed, the golden mist blade dragon, the time's sovereign nether dragon, and the void reincarnation dragon moved even more swiftly. Moreover, they were far bolder. While Lin Bei was just establishing the location of the ceiling formation, the three dragons had already ventured deep into the southern district. However, they found no trace of the ceiling formation, for within the depths of the southern district lay a vibrant, colorful body of water, an area that appeared exceedingly perilous. Although this colorful body of water was visually stunning, The more beautiful something is, the more perilous it tends to be. A beguiling danger. Furthermore, above this beautiful water, there was a complete absence of mist. Not a trace. This body of water seemed to exist in a realm entirely separate from its surroundings. The three dragons hovered above this colorful expanse, momentarily at a loss for action. In the entire southern district, apart from this colorful sea, there were no other notable features. Clearly, to locate the ceiling formation, entering this colorful water was their sole option. Yet, their instincts cautioned them against doing so. Whether it was the Time's sovereign nether dragon, the void reincarnation dragon, or the golden mist blade dragon, all three sensed an instinctual, deadly peril. Most crucially, none of them could swim. Even if they could harness the power of the void to survive within the colorful waters, engaging in combat underwater would be impossible. Should they encounter any terrifying danger, they could easily succumb to it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the three dragons hovered above the vibrant water surface, they engaged in discussion. They were all particularly eager to fulfill Lin Bei's command, but were acutely aware of his admonition. Safety is paramount. After deliberating for several minutes, the three dragons still could not arrive at a conclusion. However, their presence had already drawn the attention of the being guarding the ceiling formation beneath the colorful waters. Just as Lin Bei's arrival had captured the attention of the dragon, so too did the appearance of the three dragons catch the notice of the one below. It was not a matter of caution on their part, but rather, the strength of their opponent was overwhelmingly formidable. The entity beneath the water slowly raised its head. Its expression tinged with surprise as it gazed upward. Its gaze pierced through layers of colorful water, effortlessly locking onto the golden mist blade dragon and its companions. How curious. Why are three dragons appearing here? Moreover, they are three synthesized dragons. The guardian of the ceiling formation astonishingly discerned that the three dragons were the products of fusion. After uttering these words, she fell silent. Her gaze fixed intently upon the trio of dragons. For several minutes, she stared unblinkingly, and then her voice resonated once more. Fusion dragons. It has truly been ages since I last encountered such a sight. Let us seize these three. As she spoke to herself, she paused for a few moments. If we capture them, we will undoubtedly attract the one responsible for their fusion. Indeed, the objective of this guardian is to lure Lin Bei here. No, to be precise, it is to draw forth the individual capable of merging dragons. She pondered, wondering if it could be him. In the next instant, she gently waved her arm upwards. With a whoosh, the once tranquil waters of the rainbow lake began to stir, coalescing into three enormous arms that swiftly ascended. Within 3 seconds, these tricolored arms traversed the vast distance and emerged at the surface of the lake. With a splash, the three colossal hands surged forth from the water, grasping the three dragons tightly. Witnessing this, the guardian could not help but let out a cold chuckle. Although they are fusion dragons, their alertness is remarkably poor. Their strength is woefully weak. Merely at the king level? What a waste of their fusion potential. At that moment, the three dragons also abruptly reacted. Everything that had transpired occurred far too swiftly, and their king-level strength left them somewhat unprepared. Buzz, buzz. An enraged roar erupted from them. Clearly, all three were incensed. Almost instantaneously, the three dragons summoned their powers simultaneously. The first to act was the Time Emperor Dragon, who unleashed the power of time without reservation, plunging the surroundings into an absolute state of stasis. In an instant, the three arms formed from the rainbow waters ceased their movement. Even the surface of the lake below returned to a serene stillness, at least no longer churning. The golden mist dragon summoned forth a vast expanse of golden mist, swiftly enveloping itself and the other dragons in a shroud of fog. The golden mist was dense. From the outside, one could not discern the situation within. Moreover, the mist inside was rapidly condensing into gold, securely trapping the rainbow waters within. Simultaneously, the void reincarnation dragon exerted its full strength to invoke the powers of the void and reincarnation, forcefully drawing the three dragons into the void. The process was arduous. It was akin to attempting to fit an entire village into the void, consuming half of its strength before it barely accomplished this feat. Once in the void, the three dragons moved in perfect harmony. The events that had just transpired solidified their resolve to depart. Merely remaining above had led to such an incident. Who knew what might occur if they lingered any longer? Just then, the stilled time resumed its normal flow. The guardian of the formation observed the golden mist and could clearly sense that the previously ensnared three dragons had vanished entirely. Not only that, the three streams of water had also diminished significantly, as if they had been confined within a closed space. This realization sparked a flicker of surprise within her, and with a slight arch of her brow, she remarked, "Interesting. The powers of time, void, and mist are all particularly challenging to control. Truly, these are fusion dragons. I had previously underestimated the three of you. Despite the situation unfolding in this manner, the guardian remained unfazed. On the contrary, a subtle smile graced her exquisite lips. However, it was merely a slight underestimation. To escape in this fashion is still far from sufficient. In the next moment, the guardian raised her hand and gently snapped her fingers, softly uttering white snap. As the sound of her fingers echoed, the colors of the surrounding lake began to transform. The rainbow hues faded into white. In the blink of an eye, all the waters of the lake had turned white. At this juncture, the guardian's voice resonated once more. My white signifies emptiness. Once you have undergone the baptism of white, you shall find escape impossible. The surrounding waters, previously vibrant with 7 colors, now surged forth in a white tide, akin to a tsunami, consuming the space ahead. Soon, the white waters engulfed the void where the 3 dragons resided. In that instant, they came to a halt. For reasons unknown, the thought of leaving this place began to dissipate. Not only the notion of departure, various other thoughts swiftly faded away as well. The 3 dragons' minds were indeed rendered vacant. The abilities they had summoned naturally dissipated alongside their thoughts. Crack! The void vanished, and the golden mist followed suit. The guardian of the formation observed this scene and casually waved her arm once more. In the next moment, 3 arms formed from the lake's waters reappeared, seizing the 3 dragons once again. At this time, Lin Bei, walking through the North District, remained oblivious to the events transpiring in the South District. He did not sense the unusual state of the 3 dragons. The reason Lin Bei felt no awareness of their condition was that the 3 dragons were currently in a state of complete emptiness. In this state of vacuity, their minds were devoid of any thoughts, their hearts free of any emotions. They could only remain quietly in place, resembling 3 immobile, lifeless dragons. Thus, in Lin Bei's subconscious thoughts, he believed the 3 dragons were quite safe. Naturally, he thought little of it, his expression solemn as he continued to advance. As he ventured deeper into the North District, Lin Bei began to perceive the unique aura of the dragons more clearly. Although he had yet to lay eyes on the dragon itself, he was already certain that this dragon possessed formidable strength. For the aura of the dragons wafting around him had already surpassed the king level. Moreover, it exceeded it by a wide margin. After walking approximately 100 meters further, Lin Bei paused once more. At this juncture, the dragon's aura had intensified significantly. The mental energy present ahead continuously relayed dangerous warnings to him. It felt as though proceeding any further would lead him down an irreversible path. A path fraught with immense danger. Standing in place and gazing ahead, Lin Bei vigorously shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. If I continue to move forward, it won't be long before I encounter that dragon. At that moment, everything will truly begin. As soon as the words left his lips, he took another step forward. What if there are dangers ahead? Having come this far, it would be utterly foolish to give up now. Moreover, even if I do not explore the deeper regions today, I shall undoubtedly return to do so in the future. At this moment, the dragon, residing deep within the Northern District, was keenly observing Lin Bei's every move. Despite possessing only the strength of a king level, it had detected my aura and yet dared to approach. Is it confidence or merely audacity? For a moment, it found itself uncertain. The aura it exuded far surpassed that of a king level, yet this individual, with only king level strength, showed no signs of retreat. This situation felt decidedly amiss. Under normal circumstances, upon sensing such a disparity, the best course of action would be to flee. As seconds ticked by, Lin Bei persisted in his advance, piquing the dragon's interest further. Since I cannot comprehend this, I shall not dwell on it. Instead, let us put it to the test. In the next instant, it extended a colossal claw and casually seized a nearby small stone. Though referred to as a small stone, this was merely relative. What seemed small to the dragon was, in fact, a sizable boulder to an ordinary human, comparable in size to a truck. Let us toss this little stone as a test. As soon as the words were uttered, the dragon hurled the stone forward with great force. Boom! The air around them erupted in a violent gale, shaking the very fabric of space itself. This showcased the immense power contained within that stone. Whoosh! Whoosh! A second later, the small stone vanished into the mist, hurtling forward at a terrifying speed. Observing the stone's disappearance, the guardian dragon of the ceiling array murmured to itself, though I did not exert much force. It would be a simple matter to crush a king-level being. It is no more troublesome than squashing an insect. If he can evade it, then let him approach. At least it would prove he possesses some skill. Having said this, it ceased to regard Lin Bei and instead closed its eyes to take a nap. Meanwhile, Lu Ying and his companions, who had been engaging in delightful conversation with the dragonfolk, finally arrived at their destination. Upon their arrival, the elder dragon, accompanied by other dragonfolk, awaited them. The elder dragon had long been informed of the humans' impending arrival. After all, as Lu Ying and his group progressed, the distinctive chirping of the peculiar birds had not ceased. This unique bird call served as a special means of communication, initially signaling the intrusion of Lu Ying and his companions, and subsequently conveying their identity as humans. Tap, tap. The elder dragon approached with a few strides, leaning on its cane, and directly approached Lu Ying, who stood at the forefront of the gathering, embodying the role of a leader. Indeed, he was the leader of this assembly. In an instant upon reaching Lu Ying, the elder dragon discarded its cane and raised both hands to grasp Lu Ying's, gazing intently into his eyes with a fervent tone as it exclaimed, "Human. It is truly a human. I never expected to encounter a human in my lifetime. How fortunate. I am exceedingly fortunate." Not only the elder dragon but the other dragon folk, also meeting humans for the first time, could not suppress their astonishment. My heavens. I had always thought humans were merely a figment of imagination. Me too. Am I dreaming? How could I possibly behold a real human? Though they are indeed humans, their numbers are astonishingly scarce. Observing the visibly bewildered elder dragon and listening to the chorus of exclamations, Lu Ying found himself at a loss for how to respond. For many years, he had never perceived humans to be few in number. Yet, in the eyes of these dragon folk, humans had become a rare existence. But humans number in the tens or even hundreds of billions. Such a perspective defies the notion of rarity. After a minute of silence, Lu Ying finally spoke, his tone peculiar. "It is we who are fortunate to see you." Indeed, encountering the enigmatic dragon folk is something that can truly be described as fortuitous. With so many people in the world, only these few have had the privilege of witnessing dragon folk. To be deemed lucky is hardly an exaggeration. Lu Ying refrained from elaborating further. Explaining such matters would be rather cumbersome. Just encountering these few individuals had elicited such reactions. If they were to learn that the number of humans far exceeded that of dragon folk, would they not go mad? Meanwhile, in the southern district, the lake waters were regaining their vibrant colors. The golden mist blade dragon, void reincarnation dragon, and time emperor's abyss dragon were being swiftly drawn toward the depths by three arms formed of lake water. Chapter 314. The trio of dragons, their might shatters stone. Although they were being grasped by the three watery arms and sinking into the depths, the three dragons felt no discomfort in breathing. Apart from being in a state of suspension, they exhibited no unusual signs. This indicates that the guardian of the sealing array harbored no intent to harm the three dragons. Splash, splash. The sound of the surging waters echoed continuously as the dragons descended at a terrifying speed. Curiously, throughout their descent, not a single other creature appeared nearby. No fish, no shrimp, no crabs. Indeed, not even microorganisms existed. This colorful lake seemed to prohibit the presence of any other life forms. The guardian of the sealing array watched the three dragons with a detached demeanor, her beautiful eyes glinting with faint curiosity. "I am so eager to uncover the secrets behind you. What sort of being has orchestrated your synthesis?" She appeared to be a curious child. In mere seconds, the three dragons would reach the bottom. At that moment, it would be the domain of the guardian of the array. Meanwhile, Lin Bei continued his advance through the northern district. Suddenly, he sensed an intense wave of danger within his mental awareness. Boom, boom. Simultaneously, there were tremendous noises emanating from ahead. In an instant, Lin Bei cast his gaze forward. The previously scattered strands of his mental energy converged at that moment, although a thick fog obscured his vision, rendering it impossible to discern what lay ahead. His mental prowess remained unaffected by the mist. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bei comprehended the situation. It was attacking me. The moment this realization struck him, he hastily summoned his innate talents, preparing to call forth the remaining dragons. Well aware of his own capabilities, Lin Bei had no intention of confronting the colossal stone with mere brute force. That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Since dragons were his greatest assets, why not employ them? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Three majestic dragon roars resonated in the air, heralding the emergence of three dragons: the toxic steel dragon, the sky-eating demon-slaying dragon, and the flame rock armored dragon. The rationale behind summoning these particular dragons lay in their shared attribute: remarkable defensive capabilities. The toxic steel dragon, forged from steel, naturally boasted formidable defense. The sky-eating demon-slaying dragon, a bone dragon, was further augmented by the demon-slaying spear, rendering it exceptionally resilient. As for the flame rock armored dragon, it possessed the ability to form a rocky shell, similarly enhancing its defense. At that moment, Lin Bei pointed towards the front, his tone grave. "Beware ahead. Danger approaches swiftly." Just then, the gray fog dissipated in an instant, revealing a massive stone hurtling forth. Whoosh! Before the gigantic boulder even arrived, the shockwave it generated assaulted Lin Bei. whipping his clothing into a frenzy, as if being tugged by numerous hands. Even his skin felt the sting of the pressure. After braving this impact, Lin Bei realized a stark truth. Merely hurling a stone could wield such power. If it were to confront me directly, could I emerge victorious? The answer eluded him. Relying solely on his dragons seemed an insurmountable challenge. The only viable solution was to utilize the Ultimate Dragon Experience card. In truth, Lin Bei was reluctant to resort to the Ultimate Dragon Experience card unless absolutely necessary. For when summoned, the dragon it conjured was a tangible entity, one that could only exist for a fleeting moment, like a flower that blooms but briefly. For reasons unknown, he dreaded witnessing such an ephemeral fate. The thought of watching those dragons vanish caused an ache within his heart. As he pondered this, the 3 dragons he had summoned sprang into action, positioning themselves resolutely before Lin Bei, their eyes fixed solemnly upon the gigantic stone, clearly intent on shielding him from its impending onslaught. A second later, the stone surged forward several meters, drawing perilously close to the toxic steel dragon and its companions. Given their size, the stone was not particularly intimidating to the dragons, at least not in terms of sheer scale. The true peril lay in the latent power it harbored. In the next moment, the 3 dragons surged forth simultaneously, their movements synchronized in perfect harmony. Each dragon fortified itself with 2 layers of defense, one crafted from steel strands, the other a hardened layer of earth. As their defenses solidified, the dragons charged forward to intercept the stone. Their already formidable defense multiplied several times over by the additional layers. Ultimately, the trio succeeded in blocking the attack, albeit at the cost of shattering their external defenses. Boom! The enormous stone crashed to the ground, creating a substantial crater. Gazing upon this behemoth, many times larger than himself, Lin Bei conceived a bold idea, to hurl the stone back. Immediately, the 3 dragons sprang into action once more. The toxic steel dragon enveloped the stone in layers of toxic steel strands, enhancing its destructive potential, leaving a long steel tether to facilitate its transformation into a flail for easier throwing. The flame rock armored dragon exhaled torrents of fire, encasing the stone within a fiery sphere. The sky-eating demon-slaying dragon took a deep breath, twirled the steel tether several times, and with a powerful heave, launched the flaming, steel-wrapped stone back towards the approaching direction. Meanwhile, the guardian dragon of the magic array, still dozing, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding crisis. Concurrently, Ao Ding and Li Ying, busy tidying the Misty Inn, were greeted by an unexpected visitor. "Is anyone there?" "Old man, just checking on your operations." Before the figure even entered, the voice had already echoed into the inn. Instantly, Ao Ding and Li Ying halted their tasks, instinctively glancing towards the entrance. Though the inn was shrouded in mist, the density was not overwhelming, allowing them to discern the figure before them, a rather peculiar-looking old man. Chapter 315, The Disagreeable Old Man. The moment Ao Ding laid eyes on the old man, an unsettling sensation washed over him. The old man's appearance instinctively provoked a sense of aversion, akin to encountering a universally reviled rat in the street. How strange. Why did I find this old man somewhat repugnant? Ao Ding could not fathom the reason. It was not just him. Even Li Ying harbored the same sentiment. As she gazed at the old man, her heart brimmed with disdain. Why did he grow increasingly irksome with each glance? It felt as though he owed her money. Though they were both perplexed, they understood that such feelings were undeniably unnatural. Just as one does not inexplicably like someone, one cannot arbitrarily dislike another. The existence of such sentiments must surely stem from some underlying cause. Without further ado, Ao Ding swiftly turned to Li Ying, who stood nearby, and quietly inquired, "Li Ying, do you sense something strange upon seeing this old man?" He was uncertain if he alone felt this way. Soon, Li Ying responded affirmatively, "Yes. I don't know why, but I instinctively dislike him." As she contemplated the question, she instinctively recognized that Ao Ding undoubtedly harbored similar sentiments. Otherwise, he would never have dared to pose such a query. Ao Ding nodded gravely, finding this revelation not particularly surprising. "Likewise, I share the same sentiment. Unconsciously, I found myself harboring disdain for that old man." Just then, the elderly figure emerging from the mist cheerfully inquired, "What is the matter? Why are you both regarding me with such expressions? Am I not welcome here?" Although he uttered these words with a smile, the feelings of aversion within Ao Ding and Li Ying deepened significantly. They could not quite articulate the reasons behind their sentiments. After taking a deep breath, Ao Ding attempted to compose himself, furrowing his brow as he addressed the old man. "It's not that we don't welcome you. It's just that, given our current circumstances, it is evidently inappropriate to receive guests." Indeed, as he stated, the Misty Inn lay in ruins, rendering it unfit for hosting anyone. Upon hearing this, the old man surveyed his surroundings, taking in the dismal scene before him. He fell silent, and after a few moments, spoke again, Shall I take my leave then? Almost simultaneously with his words, Aoding's voice rang out once more. If so, you might as well depart. Come back after we VE restored the Misty Inn. Although he remained uncertain of the old man's intentions, he was keenly aware that the old man did not bring good tidings, prompting his desire for the old man to vacate the premises. Subsequently, an eerie silence enveloped the entire Misty Inn. Aoding and Lying ceased to speak, quietly awaiting the old man's exit. The old man, too, refrained from uttering a word. He merely observed his surroundings in silence. After a minute of this peculiar quiet, the old man finally broke the stillness. I may leave, but there's an account that must be settled. Aoding momentarily froze at this statement, instinctively asking, what account? He genuinely had no understanding of what the old man was referring to. After all, they were strangers. What debts could possibly need settling? In the next moment, the old man pointed to the shattered pieces of tableware scattered on the ground, his voice icy as he declared, those dishes were rented to your inn. Now that your establishment has damaged my property, do you not owe me an explanation? You cannot expect me to endure such a significant loss. He continued, perhaps you outsiders are unaware, but for those of us who have long lived in this place, items like tableware and furniture are quite rare. At this juncture, he suddenly paused, glancing at Aoding and Lying with confusion, and queried, don't tell me you were oblivious to this matter. Did the previous owner not inform you? Aoding found himself at a loss for words in response. At that moment, his mind was in turmoil. The Misty Inn had somehow entangled him in such a multitude of issues. There was that vicious fatty, and now this loathsome old man. Meanwhile, in the northern district, a massive stone wrapped in a layer of steel and flames soared rapidly through the air. Due to its return route, no mist surrounded it. The previously dispersed fog had yet to reassemble. At this moment, the guardian dragon of the formation, sensing something amiss, abruptly opened its eyes, gazing into the distance at a fireball roughly the size of a basketball. Instantly, its eyes widened in surprise, clearly taken aback by the unfolding events. This fireball resembles the small stone I previously tossed. However, the guardian dragon was not entirely certain. The swiftly approaching fireball emitted a dangerous toxic gas, and its exterior was enveloped in steel. No matter how one looked at it, it bore a significant disparity from the earlier small stone. As time ticked by, the fireball drew ever closer. Yet, the dragon tasked with guarding the formation did nothing, simply observing the fireball with curiosity. As the distance between it and the fireball diminished to a mere 100 meters, the dragon finally confirmed its suspicion. This small fireball, encased in steel and venom, was indeed the very stone it had previously hurled. How intriguing. What a delightful return gift. Initially, the guardian dragon's intention was merely to see if the newcomer could evade its attack. However, the turn of events was far from what it had anticipated. Not only did the opponent fail to dodge its attack, but they also retaliated with even greater force. Although taken aback, the formation's guardian dragon felt no panic to it. Such an assault was trivial. Its astonishment stemmed solely from the unexpected nature of the situation. Chapter 316. Is greed a common affliction? Boom. Boom. Watching the fireball approach, the guardian dragon shook its head in disappointment, remarking, though this situation has exceeded my expectations, the power is rather feeble. It's not even sufficient to harm me. I wouldn't even consider it worthy of a back rub. Its words were audacious, but they were backed by its formidable prowess. After all, it was the dragon entrusted with guarding this sealing formation, and how could its strength be lacking? One must remember that this sealing formation contained the legendary Kuenping. Just then, the fireball, hurled by the three dragons in unison, struck the ground less than 20 meters in front of the dragon. In less than a second, the fireball would collide directly with it. Although the dragon looked down upon the fireball, it did not allow it to strike unopposed. It slowly raised one claw, casually positioning it to intercept the approaching projectile. Indeed, it merely lifted a single claw to face the oncoming threat, appearing as effortless as catching a basketball. The next moment, the blazing stone, entwined with steel and toxic threads, slammed against the dragon's claw. Boom! A sound of impact, terrifying in its resonance, echoed through the air. Yet, only that singular sound was heard. There were no cries of anguish or despair, as if a boulder had plunged into the sea, creating a brief disturbance before vanishing without a trace. Alas, how dull! However, the sensation of holding it in my grasp was quite pleasant. Not only was it warm, but it also emitted a peculiar tingling sensation. As a voice filled with disappointment echoed, the dragon tasked with guarding the magical array slowly retracted its claw. At that moment, cradled within its formidable grasp was the still-burning, steel-poisoned stone. Upon catching sight of this remarkable gem, the dragon suddenly realized the extraordinary nature of its power and instinctively inhaled sharply. What is this flame, this venom, this steel? It even bears the essence of a dragon. No, wait. While it does possess a draconic aura, it is not entirely of dragon kind. It feels as if some unique force has intervened, granting the dragon a power that does not inherently belong to it. Could it be? As the dragon pondered this, it abruptly halted and lifted its gaze forward. The mist had once again dissipated, revealing a vast circular passage, at the end of which stood 3 dragons. The toxic steel dragon, the blazing rock armored dragon, the sky-swallowing demon slayer dragon. Each of these dragons defied conventional definition. Lin Bei was obscured from view, standing behind these 3 dragons, which is why he was not immediately recognized. Upon beholding the trio, the guardian dragon found itself utterly transfixed. It was astounded. The level of shock resonating within the dragon's heart far surpassed that of its previous encounter with the fireball. The previously self-assured dragon seemed an entirely different entity. Gulp. After staring intently at the 3 dragons for a considerable time, the dragon swallowed hard and, in disbelief, uttered, "They are synthesized dragons." As this revelation escaped its lips, the dragon's demeanor somewhat returned to normal, though not entirely. It was no longer in a state of stupor. With a series of deep breaths, the dragon hastily adjusted its state of being. Ultimately, it proved that effort bore fruit, as it normalized its condition within a mere 10 seconds. It could now ascertain with certainty that these 3 dragons were indeed synthesized dragons. This conclusion was drawn from both their abilities and appearances. Yet, their power is alarmingly feeble, isn't it? At this moment, the dragon yearned to encounter these 3 dragons sooner rather than later. Were it not for the fact that it could not leave this place, it might have approached them willingly. Since you are synthesized dragons, then I have something else I must confirm. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, positioned behind the 3 dragons, remained oblivious to the dragon's internal turmoil. He continued to stay vigilant against any potential attacks. Lin Bei was already aware that the 3 dragons' assaults would be of no consequence. Thus, he had an even clearer understanding of the formidable strength possessed by the dragon deep within the northern district. Simultaneously, in the main city, at the Misty Inn, Ao Ding and Li Ying furrowed their brows, casting disdainful glances at the bothersome old man. Neither wished to speak nor knew what to say. The old man's intentions were patently obvious. He was demanding compensation. The only items of value in this city that could serve as compensation were precious provisions. Food was already scarce. Naturally, they were reluctant to part with it. However, they needed to devise a way to manage this situation, suppressing their inner displeasure. Ao Ding finally addressed the old man. "How much do you want?" In the next moment, the old man responded, "Given that you are outsiders and your circumstances are not ideal, I want to demand too much. Let us settle on 20 times the market price for compensation. Don't even think of telling me it's too expensive. Had it been those 2 previous fellows, I would have demanded 50 times the compensation." Upon hearing the phrase 20 times compensation, Ao Ding's brows furrowed even tighter, and his expression soured considerably. 20 times compensation? That is nothing short of extortion. 20 times compensation. How greedy can you be? Why don't you just go rob someone? As he spoke, he advanced towards the old man, already contemplating how to rid himself of this nuisance. But in that instant, the old man dramatically collapsed onto the ground, feigning agony while eyeing the approaching Ao Ding. 20 times compensation is not excessive at all. You will pay it, whether you like it or not. You'd best stay right where you are. If you come any closer, I won't be so accommodating. At that point, 20 times compensation might not suffice. Ao Ding was taken aback. This wretched old man is attempting to swindle me. If I refuse to cooperate, I'll be extorted? How outrageously greedy. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally managed to voice his incredulity. This city is so isolated from the world, yet how can such circumstances arise? Is greed a universal affliction? Chapter 317. Even if it is futile, it must be done. Before arriving in this bizarre city, Ao Ding certainly did not anticipate that matters would unfold in such a manner. He began to reminisce about the fog-dwelling individuals he had encountered since entering this city. The lethargic proprietor, the ill-intentioned middle-aged couple, the furious and enraged portly man, and now this avaricious old man. Not a single one of them is normal. I'm at my wit's end. The characters encountered here are increasingly bizarre. Not only are these fog-dwellers peculiar, but the city itself is equally strange. By day, a gray mist blankets the surroundings, while at night, a black fog engulfs the area. Those fog-dwellers, upon being slain, can resurrect from the mist. At this moment, Ao Ding felt a twinge of regret for venturing into this city. Yet, there was no turning back. He could only grit his teeth and press onward. Standing beside him, Li Ying was equally seething with rage. She harbored a profound loathing for the old man's actions. While she had felt discomfort by the middle-aged couple and the weapons shop proprietor, it had not escalated to the level of disgust. However, this old man, with his grotesque display of greed, truly repulsed her. How revolting. Ling finally understood why she had instinctively despised this old man upon their first encounter. Just then, the old man's voice echoed once more. So what is it going to be? Have you come to a decision? Will you provide me with 20 times the compensation? Or would you prefer to let me create a scene, ultimately resulting in even greater compensation? He was undoubtedly greedy. However, during the day, such greed had its limits, contained within reasonable bounds. This was partly because it increased the likelihood of receiving compensation, and partly because 20 times compensation was somewhat acceptable. But at night, the situation would be entirely different. After all, it is only under the cloak of night that the true nature of these misty beings is liberated in its most profound sense. Upon hearing the words of the avaricious old man, Lu Ying and Ao Ding exchanged another glance, each discerning the same sentiment reflected in the other's eyes. Lu Ying, I share your thoughts. Sometimes, one must act without regard for the consequences. They had no intention of indulging this old man, even if their actions might lead to complications. There were moments when one simply had to take action. In the next instant, Ao Ding and Lu Ying stepped forward in unison, swiftly closing the distance to confront the greedy elder. The old man, adept at manipulation, had long perfected his ability to read the room. The moment he perceived the imminent threat, he bellowed, "Help! Someone come quickly! An old man is being bullied. They not only refuse to compensate for my damaged belongings, but also intend to take my life. Hurry!" Despite his frail appearance, his voice resonated with vigor, akin to one wielding a megaphone. His tactic proved effective. Soon, several misty beings, drawn by his cries, emerged from the shadows, their gazes fixed upon Ao Ding, Lu Ying, and the old man sprawled on the ground. Murmurs of indignation arose. These two outsiders are utterly shameless, bullying an old man. Their conscience is severely lacking. I wish to teach them a lesson. A sinister smile crept across the old man's face as he seized the moment to address the crowd. You all judge whether I am in the right. They have destroyed my possessions, and I merely seek compensation. Is that wrong? These ruffians not only refuse to make amends, but are preparing to harm an elderly man. I implore you, assist me. I am but a feeble old man. His words incited the ire of the other misty beings. They immediately proclaimed, compensation. It is a must. They shall not leave without recompense today. Fear not, old man. We shall uphold justice for you, uncivilized outsiders. In that moment, Ao Ding and Lu Ying felt a surge of irritation, their gazes toward the surrounding misty beings turning hostile. The deceitful old man was despicable, and these ignorant beings, blindly condemning without understanding the truth, were equally contemptible. Taking a deep breath, Ao Ding erupted into laughter. I, the illustrious Sea Emperor Ao Ding of the North Sea, have weathered countless storms in my life, yet never have I felt such rage as I do now. Since you wish to impose such unreasonable demands upon me, I shall categorically refuse. Lu Ying, let the slaughter commence. Even if we cannot annihilate them, let us plunge them into chaos. He was furious, truly furious. Thus, he resolved to act. Although he knew that embarking on this path would be futile, the alternative would only breed further inner turmoil. As his words fell, Lu Ying promptly responded, at your command. Meanwhile, in the southern district, the golden mist blade dragons had sunk to the depths of the lake. The water's grasp that had ensnared them dissipated in an instant, melding into the vibrant lake waters. The three dragons remained in a state of oblivion, seemingly unaware of their surroundings. The mermaid tasked with guarding the array observed the golden mist blade dragons with keen curiosity, her gaze lingering on them for a full minute. Within that brief span, she scrutinized each dragon from head to tail, gaining a deeper understanding of their extraordinary talents and abilities. The capacity to manipulate time and suppress seals. The power to traverse the void and wield reincarnation. Mastery over mist and gold. The synergy of these abilities yielded remarkable results. After musing to herself for a moment, a smile flickered across her face. Now, I am increasingly eager to meet the one who facilitated their fusion. In the next heartbeat, she slowly raised an arm, waving it before the three dragons, simultaneously uttering, awaken. As her words resonated, the three dragons, previously in a state of mental void, instantly regained their lucidity. They instinctively turned their gazes forward, landing upon the mermaid who guarded the array. This time, the dragons did not flee immediately. Instead, they regarded the mermaid with caution. They understood all too well that, in the face of her overwhelming power, escape was futile. Chapter 318. Little treasures, who is your master? Fully aware of their predicament, the three dragons harbored no delusions of bravado. They merely stared quizzically at the mermaid who oversaw the array, unable to comprehend her motives. They were baffled as to why she had captured them, and equally perplexed as to why she now permitted them to awaken. The situation was utterly confounding. While the three dragons regarded the mermaid, she too studied them with great interest. Despite having observed them closely before, her fascination remained undiminished, as if she would never tire of gazing upon them. Thus, a mermaid and 3 dragons locked eyes in the tranquil, multicolored depths of the lake. After a full minute of silent contemplation, the dragons shifted their gaze from the mermaid to one another, engaging in mutual scrutiny. They were uncertain of the mermaid's intentions. A low hum of dragon song began to resonate within the kaleidoscopic waters of the lake as the dragons communicated rapidly. Their ability to vocalize was granted by the mermaid, who had bestowed upon them the means to survive in the depths. To the 3 dragons, the lake was no different from the outside world. Though the mermaid could not comprehend their draconic utterances, she could surmise their discussions, murmuring softly to herself. Royal-level dragons may be somewhat weak, yet their cognitive faculties have matured, allowing them to grasp the current situation. These 3 little treasures must be speculating about my intent. As she had anticipated, the golden mist blade dragon, the void reincarnation dragon, and the time sovereign dragon were indeed pondering her motives, though they could not decipher her purpose. The hum of dragon's song persisted, echoing through the depths without ceasing. As the resonant sound of dragon roars echoed through the air, the 3 dragons remained vigilant, despite the fact that the mermaid guarding the magical formation did not take any action. The mermaid, intrigued by the unfolding scene, had not strayed from this solitary lake for quite some time and had not engaged in any communication with other beings. Moments passed, and 3 minutes slipped by. Buzz. At that instant, the 3 dragons simultaneously turned their gaze toward the mermaid, issuing a chorus of puzzled roars. They inquired about her intentions. Upon hearing their roars, the mermaid immediately grasped the dragon's meaning. With no desire to maintain an air of mystery, she promptly spoke. Little treasures, who is your master? My purpose in capturing you is to lure your master to me. In the next moment, the confusion that once graced the faces of the 3 dragons vanished, replaced by a profound animosity, their 6 unique eyes now glinting with icy resolve. Buzz, buzz. The simultaneous roars resonated with palpable hostility. Upon learning that their master was entwined in the mermaid's intentions, the dragons classified her as an adversary, regardless of her nature or objectives. If anything posed a threat to Lin Bei, it would not be taken lightly. For the golden mist blade dragon, the time emperor's nether dragon, and the void reincarnation dragon, they would rather meet their demise than allow harm to befall their master. In that moment, they were prepared to face death. As long as the mermaid's intentions were even slightly detrimental to Lin Bei, they understood the gravity of the situation. They were all too aware that their foe was far too formidable. Even combined, they could not triumph over her. Thus, their demeanor could only be described as one of fearless resignation. The mermaid guarding the magical formation was taken aback by the dragon's transformation. The aura emanating from the 3 dragons was entirely different from what it had been moments before, as if they had been replaced by another trio. Observing them, she quickly sensed their fearless essence. Instantly, the realization struck her, and a wave of astonishment surged within her, altering her very state. Gasping instinctively, she took a deep breath, barely managing to regain some composure. Then, she could not help but exclaim, "Incredible! These 3 would rather perish than divulge anything regarding their master. Such loyalty is exceedingly rare." Even this enigmatic mermaid was taken aback by the dragon's fidelity. The number of pets willing to sacrifice themselves for their master was indeed scarce. At the very least, the new moon dragon and the waning moon dragon would not die for moonstar shine. With a serious expression, she regarded the 3 dragons, her mind momentarily adrift. It was evident that extracting any information about their master from them had become an impossible task. Alas, this scenario has deviated from my expectations. The mermaid pondered. She realized that even if she were to explain her benign intentions and express her merely wish to meet, it was unlikely the dragons would believe her. After a prolonged silence, she shook her head in resignation, speaking with a self-deprecating tone. It seems I must assume the role of the villainous mermaid. I shall have no choice but to detain these 3 dragons here and await their master's arrival. This is my only recourse. Meanwhile, in the North District, Lin Bei, who had been waiting for an extended period without encountering the second wave of danger, had once again ventured deeper into the South District alongside the 3 dragons, the venomous iron dragon, the blazing rock-armored dragon, and the sky-splitting demon dragon. This leg of their journey was remarkably smooth. No boulders came hurtling toward them, nor were there other hazards. Even the fog had diminished as they delved deeper. However, the potent dragon aura grew increasingly intense. Buzz, buzz. From the depths of the North District, a terrifying dragon roar occasionally reverberated, seemingly welcoming Lin Bei's approach. Chapter 319, Blue, symbolizing calmness. As Lin Bei listened to the fearsome roars, he pressed forward with a grave expression. The 3 dragons, the sky-splitting demon dragon, the venomous iron dragon, and the blazing rock-armored dragon flanked him on either side and behind, ever vigilant against potential dangers. This formation was designed to maximize their defensive capabilities. Buzz, buzz. The dragons continued to roar, engaging in dialogue and reporting their surroundings to one another. Currently, the area seemed relatively safe, devoid of any threats. As Lin Bei and the three dragons advanced into the depths of the North District, the dragon tasked with guarding the ceiling formation was also attentively observing them. With each step they took deeper, the dragon's excitement grew. Its roars echoed, and beneath the cover of its vocalizations, it muttered eagerly, "Hurry, move faster. Enter my realm of free movement. Once you do, I can execute my plans." Although possessing immense strength, the dragon found its actions restricted. Even attempting to probe Lin Bei and the dragons could only be accomplished through throwing stones, a tactic that was not its forte. At that moment, Lin Bei remained oblivious to the impatient dragon lurking deep within the North District. Little did he know that this dragon was plotting something significant. Simultaneously, the mermaid guarding the ceiling formation continued to lock eyes with the golden mist blade dragon, the void reincarnation dragon, and the time Emperor-S nether dragon. At that moment, she remained silent, just as the dragons did. Both parties appeared to be enacting a silent play. Yet, beneath this facade of tranquility, both the mermaid and Lin Bei's dragons were anything but calm. After a prolonged silence, the mermaid slowly opened her mouth and declared, "Since you three refuse to divulge any information about your master, do not blame me for being ungracious. Keeping you here will only serve to displease me." Indeed, the three dragons, unable to divulge any intelligence, could only serve to heighten her displeasure. After all, the mermaid's initial purpose in capturing the three dragons was to meet the individuals behind them. However, it has become patently clear that extracting information from the three dragons is no longer feasible. Consequently, there is no longer any necessity for the three dragons to remain before her. At the very moment she uttered these words, the three dragons immediately summoned their powers. The forces of time, void, and mist re-emerged. Although they understood that they could not triumph over the mermaid, they would not sit idly by and await their fate. Being recklessly fearless does not equate to awaiting death. Buzz. Additionally, the three dragons were vehemently cursing the mermaid, revealing just how displeased they were. In the next instant, the myriad powers unleashed by the three dragons swiftly converged, surging violently toward the mermaid. Yet the mermaid? She could hardly be bothered to evade. With a mere casual wave of her arm, she stirred the still waters of the colorful lake. Blue. Crack. As a resounding noise erupted, the lake's waters began to churn, instantaneously transforming into a brilliant blue. Initially, only the nearby waters turned blue. However, within a second, the entire lake had succumbed to this azure hue. My blue. It symbolizes calmness. After being immersed in the blue, you shall achieve complete tranquility. White signifies emptiness. Meanwhile, blue represents serenity. This emptiness is not of the ordinary kind. Naturally, this calmness is anything but typical. Upon witnessing the lake's transformation into blue, a flicker of gravitas crossed the eyes of the three dragons. They vividly recalled the peculiar abilities of the previously white waters. The sensation of having their thoughts and minds vacated was truly indescribable and bizarre. Buzz. The Time Sovereign's dark dragon immediately let out a low growl, simultaneously pushing the power of time to its utmost limits, causing the surrounding time to come to a standstill. Yet, this effort proved futile. Although time had indeed ceased, the duration was exceedingly brief, lasting no more than 3 seconds. Once those 3 seconds elapsed, the blue waters surrounding them began to stir once more. In an instant, the three dragons were engulfed. In a scenario where the surroundings were filled with water, evasion was utterly impossible. Moreover, they were not adept at surviving or battling in aquatic environments. The only reason they could endure in the water now was due to the mermaid's deliberate intervention. Gurgle, gurgle. The blue waters not only enveloped the three dragons externally, but also infiltrated their very beings. In that fleeting moment, the three dragons came to a halt once again. The powers they had unleashed dissipated once more. For reasons unknown, the fighting spirit and murderous intent within the three dragons began to wane at an alarming rate. Even their anger dissipated as well. Their volatile and furious emotions felt as though they had been erased by an eraser. Upon realizing this, they couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of confusion. Yet, at the moment this bewilderment arose, it too began to fade rapidly. Furthermore, even the anger that had begun to resurface within the three dragons would begin to vanish at the first opportunity, and it was an irreversible disappearance. Clearly, emotions such as anger, anxiety, and confusion could not possibly exist in this moment. In the blink of an eye, 10 seconds passed. The three dragons found themselves devoid of any emotions. They existed in a state of absolute calmness, a tranquility so profound that not a single stray thought lingered in their minds. No anger, no displeasure, no joy. They did not even harbor the thought of launching an attack. This was the serenity bestowed by the blue waters. The golden mistblade dragon, Time Sovereign's dark dragon, and void reincarnation dragon found themselves utterly incapable of comprehending their current state. The only thing they could do was remain calmly submerged in the blue waters, observing their surroundings with detached indifference. In truth, they did not wish to be calm. Yet they found themselves utterly unable to control their own minds. Just then, the mermaid's voice resonated once more. You three are still so young. Why harbor such intense anger? Isn't it better to remain calm like this? Her tone bore a hint of exasperation, akin to that of a teacher imparting wisdom. Upon hearing her words, the three dragons yearned to express their anger, yet no matter how they tried, they found themselves utterly incapable of doing so. The slightest flicker of displeasure that had briefly arisen within them dissipated in an instant. Ultimately, they could only maintain their current state. At that moment, the mermaid, tasked with guarding the magical formation, spoke again. Only by maintaining your composure like this can I engage you in meaningful conversation. Listen closely, you three little ones. I harbor no malice towards your master. I simply wish to meet him. Chapter 320. Finally meeting the dragon in the depths. Upon hearing the mermaid's words, the three dragons instinctively exchanged glances. Although they locked eyes, their demeanor remained calm, devoid of any surprise. Their hearts remained placid, showing no signs of agitation. However, only the three dragons understood that they did not wish to feel this way. They longed to express their confusion, to convey their astonishment. Yet they were utterly incapable of doing so. But there was nothing to be done. At this moment, regardless of their desires, they maintained an unwavering calmness. Just then, the mermaid tasked with guarding the magical formation finally spoke again. I hope you can trust me. I truly mean no harm. The reason I wish to meet him is due to his unique synthesis ability. Do not deny this fact. After all, the three of you are the very product of such synthesis. For me, this ability is all too familiar. She spoke as if addressing the three dragons. Yet it also bore the tone of self-reflection. Upon hearing her words, the three dragons maintained their composed facade. In truth, they were astounded. Astounded that the mermaid was aware of their secret, astonished by her revelations, yet they could not express this surprise, and even that astonishment could not persist for long. Moreover, the mermaid showed no intention of allowing the three dragons to regain their normal state. Clearly, she had given up hope of obtaining any information related to Lin Bei through them. Very well, I shall bide my time. After all, as long as you cannot return, your master will eventually come looking for you. After uttering these words, the mermaid waved her arm once more, simultaneously murmuring, White. White represents emptiness. In the next moment, the lake, which had previously turned blue, underwent a swift transformation. In the blink of an eye, half of the lake's waters morphed into white. At this moment, the entire lake was divided, half blue and half white, resembling a sky filled with blue heavens and white clouds. Gurgle, gurgle. The pristine waters of the lake surged into the three dragons, inducing them once again into a state of emptiness. All thoughts and contemplations vanished without a trace. Subsequently, the mermaid tasked with guarding the magical array chose to disregard the three dragons entirely, turning away and swimming towards the distance, leaving the three dragons immobile and in a tranquil state of mind. Moments later, she found a suitable spot to recline, gently closing her eyes. Given the unwavering loyalty of these three little creatures, their master must be exceptionally fine. And how could a good master neglect their beloved pets? Thus, all that remained for her was to await his arrival. With no need for further action, the only task ahead was to wait. Meanwhile, the situation at the Misty Inn in the main city had descended into utter chaos. An increasing number of mist people gathered around the inn, having heard from others about the old man's plight. Any mist person who learned of this incident promptly joined in the outcry against Aoding and lying. They harbored no doubts regarding the truth of the matter. To the mist folk, outsiders were despicable and utterly unreliable. Swift reparations were demanded. Bullying an elder was no feat of valor. These wretched outsiders were truly revolting. You two must not only compensate the old man today, but also shutter this establishment. Indeed, a shabby inn run by a shabby owner could attract only the most unsavory clientele. Heartless proprietor, make haste with your reparations. At that moment, Aoding and lying, their fury at its zenith, paid no heed to the ramblings of the mist people. To them, these individuals, ignorant of the truth and obstinately noisy, were not worthy of negotiation. Elimination was the only solution. Taking a deep breath, Aoding produced a specially crafted blue weapon, gripping it firmly. Kill. The moment he uttered this command, he charged forward, targeting the avaricious old man. Lai Ying, simultaneously, sprang into action, lunging at the onlookers among the mist people, their roles distinctly defined. Their assault was executed with such speed and surprise that the relatively unremarkable mist folk had no time to react. Mere seconds later, Aoding stood before the greedy elder, unhesitatingly swinging the blue weapon, striking the old man with ferocity. A piercing scream echoed as the old man's body was cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground. In short order, his severed form transformed into a swirling mass of gray mist, merging with the surrounding fog. Having temporarily vanquished the greedy elder, Aoding exuberantly exclaimed, "What a relief!" Though he was acutely aware that the old man would soon reappear, the satisfaction of the moment was undeniably gratifying. Concurrently, Lai Ying unleashed her fury upon the other mist people, launching a full-scale assault. "Help! It hurts, it really hurts." One by one, the mist folk fell before her, dissolving into mist and returning to the fog that enveloped them. The act of slaying these mist people was equally cathartic. At last, the mist people began to comprehend the gravity of their predicament, hastily shouting, "Everyone, run. These two outsiders are lunatics. They've lost their minds." They were not only refusing compensation, but had also slain the old man. In an instant, the Misty Inn was thrown into turmoil. Yet, escape was not destined for them. The enraged Aoding and Lai Ying would not let them go. Meanwhile, outside, Wen Shuai and his companions were on the move, their destination unmistakably the Misty Inn. In their quest to locate the young boy, they had to first reach the inn and retrace their steps from the previous day. However, they had no inkling that the Misty Inn had transformed entirely. Protected by the three dragons, Lin Bei had finally ventured deep into the northern district. Before him, there was no trace of mist. It was as if the depths of this northern district were an isolated realm. Nevertheless, Lin Bei had no time to ponder the mist. A colossal dragon had captured his full attention, drawing his gaze entirely. Beneath this dragon lay an intricately designed magical array. Just a glance left Lin Bei feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Chapter 321. This dragon is known as the Void Feather Dragon. The ceiling array was indeed complex, but at this moment, Lin Bei lacked the energy to study it. For, compared to the intricate array, what truly captivated him was the dragon that occupied his view. A dragon of immense size. In its presence, even the similarly large sky-eating demon-slaying dragon seemed like a mere child. Moreover, beyond its size, this dragon bore a unique appearance. While its overall form remained draconic, its back was adorned not with scales, but with countless neatly arranged blue and white feathers. Simply examining these feathers, one could be forgiven for mistaking it for a bird rather than a dragon. Additionally, the dragon's wings resembled those of a bird, embellished with feathers. Aside from the feathers, the rest of its form was unmistakably draconic. It was both dragon and bird. Gazing at this extraordinary dragon, Lin Bei's eyes widened in astonishment, surprise and wonder shimmering within their depths. This is the dragon referred to by Kunping? He had never anticipated that the guardian of the ceiling array would take such a form. It was truly unexpected. Not only was Lin Bei taken aback, the sky-eating demon-slaying dragon, the venomous steel dragon, and the fiery rock-armored dragon also felt a sense of surprise. Though the three were composite dragons with their own unique appearances, they were fundamentally different from this creature that resembled both bird and dragon. The former was evidently a composite, given the amalgamation of various traits and abilities. The latter, however, was not. Despite its peculiar appearance, it exuded a sense of harmony, unlike a mere product of synthesis. Buzz. Buzz. The sound of dragon roars resonated, as the three dragons surrounding Lin Bei engaged in discourse. Their topic of conversation, the extraordinary dragon before them. After a full 10 seconds, Lin Bei finally regained his composure, inhaling deeply before speaking in a tone laced with amazement. How fascinating. If this dragon tasked with guarding the ceiling array has avian connections, might the array it protects also be related? The fish form of Kuan, the bird form of Peng. Peng, indeed, is a type of bird. It seems that the guardian of the northern district is a dragon, while that of the southern district is a mermaid. At this juncture, he abruptly halted, immediately reminded of another matter. His expression grew significantly more somber. Alas, if my conjecture holds true, then the plight of Asu and the others will be dire. After all, the three of them cannot survive in water. Unbeknownst to Lin Bei, as this realization dawned upon him, the dragons of Shihuang Town were already under the control of the mermaid. Simultaneously, the dragon tasked with guarding the magical formation was observing Lin Bei and the three dragons intruding into its territory. Initially, its attention was fixed on the three dragons, scrutinizing them with utmost care. The longer it observed, the more certain it became of its deductions. Indeed, they were three composite dragons. Upon confirming this, it shifted its entire focus from the three dragons to Lin Bei, resuming its observant stance. This dragon understood that the reason the three dragons could merge was undoubtedly linked to this human. Thus, it deemed it necessary to observe closely. As it did so, it slowly spoke. How extraordinary. I never anticipated that, after all these years, a human would venture into this city. Moreover, to have entered the district overseen by me. The Kong Yulong. I am genuinely astonished. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bei grasped a crucial piece of information. It was the Kong Yulong, a dragon he had never encountered before. Not only had he never seen it, but he had not even heard of it. It sounded remarkably powerful. At that moment, the Kong Yulong continued. While I am curious about your arrival and wish to learn about the outside world through you, more importantly, I must ascertain your intentions. Human, along with the three dragons beside you, declare your purpose for coming here. It refrained from hastily pursuing other matters, intent on first understanding Lin Bei's objective. Only by knowing this could it make an informed decision. In response, Lin Bei had no intention of concealing his motives. He declared aloud, I have come to this place to lift the seal of this magical formation, regardless of whether he spoke or remained silent. His subsequent actions would inevitably reveal this truth. Upon hearing Lin Bei's purpose, the Kong Yulong fixed an intense gaze upon him, a gravity evident in its dragon eyes. Previously, it had speculated about Lin Bei's intentions, naturally arriving at this conclusion. It was precisely because it had considered this that the Kong Yulong reacted in such a way. It was acutely aware of the reason for the existence of this sealing formation. Absurd. This sealing formation is not something that can be casually undone. Without the permission of that individual, this sealing formation must not be lifted. The Kong Yulong bellowed this, underscoring the significance it placed upon the formation. Its insistence was no mere jest. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei furrowed his brows, his countenance darkening considerably. The reality was evident. To dissolve this sealing formation was far from a trivial endeavor. After all, he must contend with a seemingly formidable Kong Yulong. Quamping, how troublesome. No wonder it suggested we split up to distract the Guardian before proceeding with our plans. He found himself hesitant to imagine how he could possibly defeat this Kong Yulong. Meanwhile, in the main district, Ao Ding and Li Ying were now wreaking havoc within the Misty Inn. The two relentlessly attacked the surrounding misty beings, their faces alight with exhilaration. Clearly, their current actions were immensely satisfying. Correspondingly, the anguished cries of the misty beings echoed around them. Ah, it hurts. My arm. Please don't kill me, I beg you. Spare me, I will never partake again. The misty beings were filled with regret. Regret for having participated in this affair. Yet, regret was of no consequence. Ao Ding and Li Ying, consumed by fury, would not cease their assault simply because the misty beings felt remorse. If regret were useful, what need would there be for power? The two continued their onslaught, yet the number of misty beings showed no signs of dwindling. For each misty being slain, they would dissolve into mist, only to re-emerge shortly thereafter. Without special means, it was utterly impossible to eradicate the misty beings. Chapter 322. I have no right to be the leader. Whether it was the greedy old man or the jeering spectators among the misty beings, they would resurrect within mere seconds of being slain. This resurrection meant reappearing once more from the mist. However, for the misty beings, the relentless cycle of rebirth became an agonizing ordeal. Each time they successfully resurrected, they would once again face the merciless slaughter of Ao Ding and Li Ying. Although these misty beings had no recollection of their past actions upon resurrecting, for Ao Ding and Li Ying, such details were inconsequential. The sole desire of the two was to unleash their fury through bloodshed. Even if it proved futile, they were determined to enjoy the act of killing. At that moment, the greedy old man, having been reborn several times, witnessed Ao Ding and Li Ying engaging in their frenzied slaughter, and he swiftly turned to flee the scene. His initial intent to observe the situation had been cast aside. Madmen. These newcomers who had taken over the inn are lunatics. It would be best not to provoke them. Because memories of their rebirth did not persist, the greedy old man remained oblivious to his previous deception against the two. His recollections were still anchored to the moments before arriving at the Misty Inn. The greedy old man was indeed excessively avaricious, always seeking ways to exploit others. It was precisely due to his greed that he chose to flee at the first opportunity, for life is the most coveted treasure. Yet, as the greedy old man took a few steps forward, a cold, malevolent voice resounded from behind him. Where do you think you're running off to? Did you not wish for compensation? I shall grant you a blade now. No sooner had the words left his lips than a blue blade pierced through the greedy old man's body. With a cry of despair, he collapsed once more to the ground, swiftly dissolving into mist and merging back into the surrounding haze. For Ao Ding, among all the misty beings present, the most detestable was this old man. Thus, he chose to ignore the other misty beings, focusing instead on swiftly dispatching the greedy old man. After accomplishing this, A.O. Ding turned to survey his surroundings, approaching the other misty beings while frowning deeply. While this release of pent-up anger is exhilarating, it is not a long-term solution. These creatures, there is simply no way to kill it. We must devise a plan. Nonetheless, despite the gravity of the situation, his hands remained in motion. Soon, the anguished cries continued to echo. The sheer volume of these wails inevitably reached the streets outside, when Shuai and his companions, who were not far away, easily heard the harrowing sounds. In an instant, they felt a surge of anxiety, realizing that something dire must have occurred. If my judgment serves me correctly, these cries emanate from the Misty Inn. Is that not where Lord A.O. Ding and his entourage reside? Quickly, we must investigate. There is a chance that the individuals Lord A.O. Ding is seeking, the Mist People, may be there. It is highly likely, considering the commotion is quite substantial. Moreover, as long as he remains on this island, Lord A.O. Ding can be regarded as our ally. Surely he would lend his assistance if it were to be required. As they spoke, when Shuai and the other members of the Frightening Alliance quickened their pace, the primary motivation behind their haste was to ascertain whether they could locate the elusive Mist People. After spending a considerable amount of time in close proximity to these legendary humans, the multitude of dragonfolk from the Eastern District gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy, wholeheartedly accepting the existence of humans. Naturally, they ceased to marvel at humanity's presence and began to inquire about other matters. What is the world of humans like? Is it shrouded in mist like ours? I heard from a few dragonfolk that there is a delectable food known as instant noodles in the human realm. Is that true? Instant noodles, that sounds quite sophisticated. I yearn to learn more about the world of humans. Those who recognized that the dragonfolk bore no malice responded with smiles. The world of humans is unlike yours. It is a realm that can only be described as magnificent. There is no mist, and resources are abundant. Instant noodles are indeed quite delicious and rather refined. Unlike Lu Ying, who found himself standing face-to-face with an elderly dragonfolk. The elderly dragonfolk posed a question that lacked frivolity. If I am not mistaken, you must be the leader of these humans. Could you tell me why you have come here? However, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Ying swiftly interrupted. I apologize. You are mistaken. I am not the leader of these humans. He spoke the truth. Upon hearing this, the elderly dragonfolk was taken aback, gazing at Lu Ying with bewilderment. What? You are not the leader of these humans. Your strength is so formidable, and yet you can contend with these mists. This should not be the case. In the next moment, Lu Ying's voice resonated once more. That is indeed the truth. I have no reason to deceive you. If a leader must be chosen, it would be Mr. Lin. Compared to Mr. Lin, I still have a long way to go. My present achievements are largely due to Mr. Lin's guidance. To him, the leader is Lin Bei, not the Sea Emperor A.O. Ding. The elderly dragonfolk fell silent, struggling to believe this revelation. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke again. Mr. Lin, is it? I long to meet him. As soon as these words left his mouth, Lu Ying seamlessly continued the conversation. No need to rush. Mr. Lin will arrive shortly. Meanwhile, the northern district remained enveloped in an eerie silence. Lin Bei and the three dragons exchanged glances with the Sky Feather Dragon. They were not merely looking at each other. They were engaged in a contest of wills. For Lin Bei, it was imperative to break the sealing array, as the situation had escalated to this point. Failing to do so would be an enormous loss. Conversely, for the Sky Feather Dragon, the sealing array absolutely could not be broken. Its mission was to guard this array at all costs. Time passed without notice, and the Sky Feather Dragon was the first to shatter the silence. I can offer you and those three dragons a chance. If you leave now, I will pretend nothing has happened. Otherwise, I will kill you. This sealing array must not be undone. Chapter 323, Two Feathers, Breaking Time. The Sky Feather Dragon's resolve was unwavering. Even if the sky were to fall, it would never allow the sealing array to be broken. After uttering these words, the Sky Feather Dragon fixed its gaze on Lin Bei and the three dragons once more. Its enormous dragon eyes glimmered with contemplation. Although it spoke with such conviction, the thought of confirming another matter still lingered in its mind. Soon, a low mutter escaped its lips. Perfect. Since your purpose is to approach the sealing array, I now have a valid reason to launch an attack. The sealing array must not be undone. I must also test the matter of dragon synthesis. Despite the Sky Feather Dragon's declaration, it was acutely aware that the individuals before it would never retreat, not through their actions or expressions, but through an instinctive certainty. For if one were to shrink back in the face of adversity, what right would they have to wield the power of synthesis? Upon hearing the Sky Feather Dragon's words, Lin Bei maintained an expression of calm, though a deep seriousness clouded his eyes. Leave? That is impossible. If I were to depart, all my efforts and sacrifices would be for naught. However, unraveling the sealing array is an exceptionally daunting task. Even if Ao Ding and the others were to arrive, victory would be elusive against a guardian of the sky feather dragon-s caliber. Truly, just as Kunpeng had said, the only feasible way to achieve our goals is to divert the sky feather dragon-s attention. As he contemplated this, Lin Bei gradually came to a halt. He continued to gaze at the sky feather dragon, and with each passing moment, his conviction grew ever stronger. Ultimately, he resolved, when I next encounter Kunpeng, I must extract greater benefits from it. Otherwise, I shall suffer a tremendous loss. At this moment, Lin Bei was fully prepared to exert every ounce of his strength. He was determined to break this sealing array. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei forcefully steadied his tumultuous emotions and addressed the sky feather dragon before him. Even with you obstructing me, I shall undoubtedly break the array. Kunpeng has been imprisoned for far too long. It is time to grant it freedom. The instant his words fell, the sky feather dragon interjected. So it was that fellow who led you here. Although it has indeed been confined for an extended period, allowing for its liberation, I cannot make unilateral decisions without explicit instructions. Therefore, the sealing formation is unbreakable. This revelation did not surprise him, for only the Kunpeng possesses the ability to accomplish such a feat. Subsequently, Lin Bei fell silent, promptly activating his innate abilities. Faced with an adversary of this caliber, he would harbor no semblance of contempt. Yet, at that moment, the Kongyu dragon, having fully discerned Lin Bei's intentions, initiated the first strike. It raised its claw and plucked a feather from its back, gently tossing it towards Lin Bei's location. Boom! Despite the feather being casually thrown, the sound it produced was alarmingly thunderous, akin to a clap of thunder echoing throughout the entire northern district. Merely hearing this sound caused Lin Bei's eardrums to throb painfully, and his mind pulsed with a dull ache, as if it might shatter at any moment. It is worth noting that his physique had reached the kingly level. Had it been anyone else in this situation, they would undoubtedly have succumbed to death from such a noise, highlighting the formidable might of the Kongyu dragon. As this terrifying sound reverberated, the feather that had been tossed began to close in on Lin Bei and the three dragons at a horrifying speed. In just 1 second, it traversed several dozen meters. Its swiftness rivaled that of lightning. The sharpest end of the feather was aimed directly at Lin Bei. Should it strike, the consequences would be dire. As for Lin Bei, he reacted instinctively, attempting to evade the feather. However, given that the feather was enormous, comparable in size to a speedboat, evasion was no simple task. Additionally, he had just expended his innate abilities, which had inadvertently affected the speed of his other powers, such as the forces of time and void. Thus, Lin Bei found himself unable to dodge this assault in time. He could only watch as the feather drew nearer, until it filled his vision entirely. This is not good. In the next moment, the feather lunged forward, the distance between Lin Bei and it now reduced to mere meters. At this juncture, he forsook the activation of his other powers and concentrated solely on harnessing the force of time. In an instant, the time force within Lin Bei erupted. A torrent of unseen temporal energy enveloped the feather, ensnaring it in a state of temporal stasis. Indeed, the feather cast by the Kongyu dragon bizarrely halted midair. Naturally, this spectacle did not escape the notice of the Kongyu dragon, which was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Oh, so it is the force of time. This man is anything but ordinary. In that moment, its regard for Lin Bei intensified. Possessing the ability to synthesize and wield the power of time, it was impossible not to take notice. Yet, this newfound respect was merely slight. Although it acknowledged the force of time, it perceived it as relatively weak. With my strength, I can easily shatter the confines of time. As soon as the words left its mouth, the Kongyu dragon plucked another feather, exerting slightly more force than before as it hurled it forth. Boom! Accompanied by an even more terrifying explosive sound, this second feather reached the location of the first in the blink of an eye. It pierced through the tip of the first feather, binding them together, with its ferocious energy merging into the first. Crack! Soon, a barely discernible sound akin to something shattering broke the air. In the next second, the first feather, which had been suspended in temporal stasis, began to advance towards Lin Bei once more. Clearly, the force of the second feather had disrupted the time energy surrounding the first. Witnessing this, Lin Bei's eyes widened uncontrollably. How could this be? It actually broke my time force with a single feather. He was incredulous. The all-conquering force of time had been so effortlessly shattered. This power exceeded all conventional understanding. As he grappled with shock, Lin Bei hastily summoned the void energy, preparing to evade the feather's onslaught. Yet, it was already too late. Chapter 324, The Ultimate Dragon Clan Experience Card, reused. The speed of the first feather was already terrifying. After receiving the infusion of power from the second feather, its velocity surged even further. Thus, evasion became an increasingly daunting task. At least without sufficient time to react, Lin Bei found himself unable to dodge the combined assault of the two feathers. Swoosh, swoosh. As the feather advanced, it stirred a tempest of air. The force of this wind tousled Lin Bei's hair and clothes, leaving his exposed skin stinging from the onslaught. The sensation was akin to facing a raging typhoon. In the blink of an eye, another second passed, and the combined feather drew ever closer, drastically reducing the distance to Lin Bei to less than 10 meters. Such a minuscule gap left no opportunity for evasion. The only course of action available to Lin Bei was to brace himself for the impending assault. This is dire. The strength of the Kongyu dragon exceeds my expectations. It can shatter time with absolute power. Had it not been for this unforeseen circumstance, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. After lamenting, Lin Bei steeled himself for the impending injury. Sustaining an injury would be the best possible outcome. Buzz. Just then, a desperate dragon's roar echoed through the air. Accompanying this roar, the poisonous steel dragon, which had been standing by, surged into action, unleashing its swiftest speed as it leapt across several meters, positioning itself directly before Lin Bei. Though it could not obstruct the feather's trajectory, it could alter the ultimate outcome. In the next moment, the sharp tip of the feather pierced through the surface of the poisonous steel dragon. The feather did not linger on its exterior, but began to penetrate deeper. Despite the dragon's body being made of steel, it could not fend off this feather. It was evident that this feather was no ordinary plume. Crack, crack. The sound of metal splintering echoed repeatedly. As seconds ticked by, the feather burrowed deeper, embedding itself several meters into the dragon's body. One can only imagine the agony that accompanied such a wound. Yet, the poisonous steel dragon, pierced through by the feather, did not utter a single groan. It simply bore the pain stoically, unwilling to express any distress that might concern its master. Truly a steel dragon in every sense. Despite the silence of the toxic steel dragon, the sound of its body being pierced resounded in an instant to Lin Bei, the devouring sky slaying dragon, and the blazing rock armored dragon. In that moment, Lin Bei was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that the toxic steel dragon would act in such a manner. It had, against all odds, placed itself in front of him. The toxic steel dragon would rather allow its own body to be impaled than let its master suffer even the slightest harm. Its loyalty is a testament to the heavens and the earth, and a witness to the sun and moon. Iron, iron. The moment he regained his senses, Lin Bei hurriedly ran towards the steel dragon. At that instant, his eyes were tinged with a hint of redness, as unease and tension consumed him, leaving only worry etched upon his handsome visage. As for the two dragons, they were not surprised at all. In truth, they harbored the same sentiment. Had the toxic steel dragon not acted, one of them would have done so. Yet, ultimately, the most fitting candidate for such an act was indeed the toxic steel dragon. For compared to the blazing rock armored dragon, which possessed a normal physique, and the devouring sky slaying dragon, whose body was entirely composed of bones, the one made entirely of steel was evidently more suited to serve as a shield. Buzz, buzz. The blazing rock armored dragon and the devouring sky slaying dragon instinctively let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens. Though they too would have acted in a similar manner, the events that unfolded ignited a fierce anger within them. A fury, an overwhelming fury. Within their roars, besides the anger, there lingered a profound sense of unwillingness. The two dragons realized just how feeble their strength truly was. After their furious cries subsided, the blazing rock armored dragon and the devouring sky slaying dragon quickly positioned themselves before the toxic steel dragon, glaring fiercely at the sky feather dragon. It was evident they were on guard against the sky feather dragon, wary of a potential second attack. Not only were they on high alert, but they had also resolved to use their own bodies to shield against the next assault. Having witnessed all of this and hearing the furious roars of the two dragons, the sky feather dragon hesitated to launch another attack. Instead, it fixated its gaze on the toxic steel dragon, which was pierced by feathers and riddled with cracks. A complex array of emotions swirled within its large dragon eyes. The sky feather dragon had not anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. It had witnessed something akin to this many years ago. Never had it imagined it would encounter such a scene once more. Moreover, under these circumstances, would it be willing to sacrifice itself to protect that young human? Who on earth is he? Meanwhile, Lin Bei had reached the front of the toxic steel dragon and beheld its current state. It was a sight that could only be described as tragic. The two connected feathers had penetrated deep into the toxic steel dragon, nearly piercing it through entirely. Surrounding the puncture points were countless cracks, chaotic and web-like. Each crack varied in depth, with the deepest measuring half a meter and the shallowest at 10 centimeters. The current toxic steel dragon resembled a fragile ceramic object, poised to shatter at any moment. Hiss! Lin Bei instinctively inhaled sharply, then swiftly summoned his talent to call forth the Holy White Dragon of Radiance. The moment the Holy White Dragon appeared, he urgently spoke, "Little White, Heel Iron." The Holy White Dragon recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly descended to the ground, examining the injuries of the toxic steel dragon. Buzz. A second later, it let out a low hum, signaling that it could heal, but it would take some time. With this knowledge, Lin Bei finally felt a measure of relief. He then turned around to face the Sky Feather Dragon, clenching his fists tightly. Lin Bei's voice rang out, "You are finished." In the next moment, he produced the most potent dragon experience card. Chapter 325, The Dragon Arising from the Infernal Lava. The Sky Feather Dragon naturally heard Lin Bei's declaration, immediately piquing its interest. "Oh, I am finished. How intriguing. I shall see how you intend to bring about my downfall." The Sky Feather Dragon was genuinely curious. Despite the apparent disparity in their strengths, the opposing party spoke with such audacity. No matter how it pondered, it could not comprehend how the human before it could possibly lead to its demise. Though it found it hard to imagine, its instincts told it that this human was not prone to empty boasts. Thus, it was filled with intrigue. Suppressing its curiosity and confusion, the Sky Feather Dragon turned its gaze toward the Holy White Dragon, which had approached the toxic Steel Dragon. Upon seeing the Holy White Dragon, it had already deduced the answer. A fourth synthesized dragon? It seems he has more up his sleeve. However, this is inconsequential. After all, his dragon is merely at the king level. The king level poses no threat whatsoever to the Sky Feather Dragon. A king level adversary was akin to a newborn child. Its actions were nothing more than petty squabbles. Lin Bei, who was intently watching the Sky Feather Dragon, understood better than anyone else. There was but one way to defeat the Sky Feather Dragon, and that singular method was to utilize the most powerful dragon experience card. Although using this card would undoubtedly affect his mindset once again, as the dragon summoned forth from the card was a genuine entity closely linked to Lin Bei. Akin to the devouring sky-slaying dragon he had tamed. He had to do this, even if it meant enduring the sorrow once more. He vividly remembered the first time he used the experience card, summoning the Starflame Dragon. He had never forgotten the desire to summon the Starflame Dragon again. It was merely a matter of finding the right opportunity. Despite knowing all this, in that moment, Lin Bei could not afford to overthink. All that resided in his heart was an intense fury. The wounds inflicted upon the toxic steel dragon left him no choice but to be enraged. He simply wished to unleash the wrath that simmered within him. At times, uncontrollable anger need not be suppressed. Taking a deep breath to slightly calm his turbulent emotions, Lin Bei's voice resonated once more. There is nothing that cannot be resolved with the most powerful dragon experience card. Indeed, this was the truth. The term most powerful was not a jest. Meanwhile, the radiant Holy White Dragon raised its colossal claws and gently placed them upon the body of the toxic steel dragon. At that moment, the immense sanctified power residing within it erupted forth. A wave of warmth, unparalleled in its intensity, streamed from its being into the toxic steel dragon, tirelessly mending its wounds at any cost. Soon, the toxic steel dragon began to transform, its body shifting to a brilliant white, as the ghastly wounds healed at a visibly remarkable pace. The combination of the powers of Baizé and the angels bestowed upon the radiant Holy White Dragon an awe-inspiring sanctity. Otherwise, the life energy emanating from its strength would not have garnered such fervent admiration from so many. Even the healing of the toxic steel dragon, a being of extraordinary nature, was not beyond the realm of possibility. It merely required a bit more effort. Buzz. As the radiant Holy White Dragon poured forth its sanctified power, it suddenly lifted its head and let out a low murmur. Its intent was clear. It beckoned the Flame Rock Armored Dragon and the Sky Feather Dragon to extract the feather they had encountered. The presence of that feather would impede the healing process. However, the two dragons hesitated, caught in a dilemma. They wished to assist in the healing of the toxic steel dragon, yet they feared that the despicable Sky Feather Dragon would seize the opportunity to attack while they were distracted. It was indeed a challenging decision. At that moment, Lin Bei's voice resonated. "Do not concern yourselves with me. The paramount task at present is to tend to Iron Boy's injuries. That dragon, leave it to me." His tone was resolute, and his expression earnest. Upon hearing these words, the two dragons sprang into action, hastening to the side of the toxic steel dragon, grasping the massive feather, and pulling it outward with all their might. Meanwhile, the radiant Holy White Dragon continued to channel its power with unwavering focus. As for the toxic steel dragon, at that moment, it lay there with closed eyes, its massive draconic visage devoid of any signs of pain. It appeared utterly at ease. One could even describe its state as one of enjoyment. This clearly illustrated the extraordinary nature of the radiant Holy White Dragon's power. Subsequently, Lin Bei did not linger in place, but but instead stepped forward, advancing with a calm demeanor. After traversing approximately 20 meters, ensuring a safe distance from the toxic steel dragon and the others, he finally halted his steps. It's about time. The moment has come to utilize this experience card. In the next instant, Lin Bei held the experience card aloft, exclaiming with a hint of excitement, "Come forth." At the very moment his words fell, the most potent dragon race experience card transformed into a swirling mass of vibrant colors, hovering in midair before him. A second later, this kaleidoscopic luminescence began to descend, landing upon the ground in an instant, its brilliance shifting to a deep, ominous red. Upon touching the earth, this dark red glow rapidly expanded. Within mere seconds, it spread over a vast area, one end reaching the flame rock armored dragon and the others, while the opposite end neared the sky feather dragon. Simultaneously, a terrifying heat began to engulf the entire North District. Merely standing atop this dark red glow, Lin Bei felt as though he were on the verge of being scorched, his bones growing weak and feeble. He quickly deduced, it seems that this summoned dragon is associated with fire. Indeed, this was evidently the case. As the intense heat surged forth, the mist that filled the North District began to transform into a crimson hue under its influence. No, it was not solely the North District that was affected. Even the neighboring districts experienced substantial repercussions. At that very moment, the red luminescence that lay upon the ground underwent yet another transformation. The red glow morphed into magma. Dark red magma, which appeared quite fearsome, akin to the molten streams of hell itself. Buzz. Alongside the emergence of this magma came a resounding dragon's roar. Chapter 326. Reconciliation? Not a chance. The roar that emanated from the dark red magma was immense, as if hundreds of dragons were howling in unison, threatening to shatter the very heavens. The instant this dragon's roar resonated, it echoed throughout every corner of the city shrouded in mist. Almost instantaneously, the merfolk stationed in the South District, tasked with guarding the magical array, heard this terrifying roar. In an instant, her eyes widened as she gazed toward the North District, instinctively murmuring to herself, "This dragon's roar is incredibly powerful. Yet, it does not sound like the call of the sky feather dragon." As a fellow guardian of the ceiling array, the merfolk was naturally acquainted with the sky feather dragon, allowing her to discern the peculiar nature of this roar with ease. A second later, she returned her gaze, shifting her attention to the three dragons that were momentarily vacant. A smile of intrigue creeping onto her lips. It must be connected to their master. This is becoming increasingly fascinating. In the main city, within the Misty Inn, the misty beings that were continuously being reborn from the haze, initially scrambling to evade the assaults of Ao Ding and Li Ying, abruptly halted upon hearing that dreadful dragon's roar. In unison, they collapsed to the ground, transforming into swirling clouds of mist. However, these mists did not immediately coalesce with their surroundings, but lingered, as if petrified with fear at the sound of the dragon's roar. Ao Ding and Li Ying, on the other hand, remained unperturbed. For them, the dragon's roar was merely loud, with no other adverse effects. Among the many misty beings, only the greedy old man remained unchanged, yet his condition was hardly better. On the face of the greedy old man, only anguish remained. It was as if he had been subjected to a myriad of torturous methods for 3 days and nights, enduring unbearable pain. He could hardly withstand such torment, curling up on the ground and crying out in agony, "Ah, it hurts. My head aches so much." Although it pained him, it was not fatal. After several cries of distress, the greedy old man lifted his head, gazing at the still relatively composed Ao Ding and Li Ying. "Please, grant me a swift end." The fact that he, a representative of greed, would utter such an inconceivable plea testified to the intensity of his suffering. Upon hearing this, Ao Ding and Li Ying exchanged startled glances, each reflecting profound astonishment. Just how excruciating must the pain be for an insatiably greedy old man to willingly seek the end of his own life? Although the two were unaffected by the dragon's roar, they now comprehended the sheer terror it invoked. Li Ying chose to disregard the avaricious old man, instead expressing her bewilderment with a curious tone. "Lord Ao Ding, how peculiar. Although neither of us seems affected, these misty figures have transformed into this state. What is the meaning of this dragon's roar? I simply cannot comprehend it. Can a mere dragon's roar truly differentiate its impact?" Ao Ding, equally perplexed, was at a loss for an explanation. Yet, he contemplated another matter. Regardless of the circumstances, it poses no detriment to us. This dragon's roar must be connected to the dragon guarding the formation that Kuan spoke of. It appears that those two teams have made some progress. In fact, from a certain perspective, Ao Ding's reasoning held merit. The emergence of the dragon's roar was indeed linked to the Konyu dragon tasked with safeguarding the formation. Not only were the misty figures within the misty unaffected, but those outside on the streets were similarly impacted. The ordinary misty figures collapsed to the ground, dissipating into wisps of fog. Unique misty figures, such as the enraged rotund one and the haughty child, writhed in agony. Conversely, the normal humans, like Wen Shui, remained unscathed. Both the southern and central districts experienced the effects, while the eastern and western districts were not spared either. The merfolk in the western district were minimally affected, being merfolk. They lacked a strong connection to dragons, and thus exhibited no unusual reactions. However, the dragonkin in the eastern district were a different story. They were dragons, possessing a heightened sensitivity to the dragon's roar. An elderly dragonkin, who was conversing with Lu Ying, trembled uncontrollably upon hearing the roar, his body quaking from horn to claw. Had he not managed to retain some semblance of control, he might have knelt in reverence. Good heavens! Such a terrifying dragon's roar. This must be a dragon of the highest ancestral caliber. If the oldest of dragonkin reacted thus, one could only imagine the response of the younger dragonkin. Thud! Thud! In that moment, many dragonkin involuntarily knelt upon the ground, their bodies obeying a primal instinct, driven by the oppressive bloodline connection between dragons, an unresolvable conundrum. Even beings from other districts responded similarly to the dragon's roar, not to mention the Kongyu dragon residing in the northern district. Its perception of the roar must be the clearest and most intense. After all, the roar resonated right before it. As the powerful dragon's roar echoed, the Kongyu dragon instinctively lowered its head, gazing upon the dark red magma-laden ground. A flicker of astonishment crossed its eyes. The power emanating from this roar was no less formidable than its own. Is this its trump card? Just as it had surmised, this Supreme Dragon Race Experience card could indeed be deemed Lin Bei's secret weapon, for it was undeniably potent. Only Lin Bei remained relatively composed. He had mentally prepared himself for this experience card, with prior experience summoning the Starflame Dragon. Just then, the dragon's roar that reverberated throughout the city abruptly ceased. In the next instant, a massive dark red dragon claw surged forth from the magma. The claw's surface was enshrouded in flames, while magma flowed within, resembling a dragon birthed from the magma, reborn from the flames. Upon its emergence, the claw did not strike, but merely pressed lightly upon a solid patch of land. Thud! As the claw descended, a tremendous seismic disturbance rippled through the northern district. Although the dragon exerted no force, the impact was still significant. Shortly thereafter, another colossal dark red dragon claw erupted from the magma, pressing down on a different section of the earth. Thud! The ground trembled once more. Witnessing this scene, Lin Bei quickly deduced the forthcoming events. It is about to emerge. Just as his thoughts coalesced, the two massive dragon claws unleashed in overwhelming force simultaneously. Thud! Thud! The previously intact ground began to sink instantaneously, forming two large pits. Concurrently, a gargantuan dragon head emerged from the magma. Buzz! Following this, another dragon's roar rang out. The dragon's head was also dark red, exhaling streams of magma. Its eyes blazed with fierce flames. Its whiskers and body were enveloped in fiery magma. It was unmistakably a fearsome dragon. As the second roar resonated, this dragon fixed its gaze upon the master who summoned it. As it observed, it surged forth from the magma. Merely a second passed before the entirety of its form ascended from the magma, enveloped in flames, soaring to a low altitude of several meters. At that moment, the magma on the ground surged, all flowing into its maw. Shedding the flames and magma from its exterior, this dragon bore the appearance of an eastern dragon, lacking any wings or similar appendages. What enabled its flight were the flames. Although this dragon's exterior appeared fierce and formidable, the tenderness in its gaze directed at Lin Bei was in stark contrast to its fearsome appearance. Simultaneously, Lin Bei scrutinized the dragon with earnest attention. In his mind, the system's notification sounded. Ding! The Supreme Dragon Race Experience card has been successfully utilized. The dragon you have summoned is the Hellfire Dragon. This dragon is born from the fusion of purgatorial hellfire and subterranean magma. Hellfire is a delicacy for it, while magma serves as its sustenance. Even in death, the Hellfire Dragon can be reborn from hellfire and magma. Naturally, it can also wield hellfire and magma in battle. The name Hellfire Dragon sounded remarkably audacious. Upon grasping the fundamental information about the Hellfire Dragon, Lin Bei felt a peculiar sensation surging within him. His gaze towards the dragon infused with a hint of admiration. It was his first encounter with a creature that relished magma. Phew! However, Lin Bei did not dwell too long on such thoughts. He took a deep breath to restore some semblance of calm. Then, he commanded the Hellfire Dragon, "Attack the dragon behind you." Meanwhile, not far away, the Kongyu dragon stood transfixed, staring intently at the Hellfire Dragon's retreating figure. Its demeanor appeared decidedly unusual, as if lost in thought. Phew, phew. Its breathing rate unconsciously slowed and quickened, gazing at the Hellfire Dragon's silhouette. The Konyu dragon murmured to itself, "No way." The dragon summoned by that human was unexpectedly. Yet, before it could finish its thought, the Inferno Dragon, having received its master's command, swiftly turned to face its target. In the next moment, both dragons were stunned. In their eyes, a profound astonishment flickered, as if they were both taken aback by each other's appearance. The Inferno Dragon, gazing at the Skyfeather Dragon, bewilderedly inquired, "Skyfeather Dragon? Why has my master commanded me to attack you? What is happening? What wrong have you committed during my absence?" The battle fervor that once resided in its heart dissipated entirely, replaced by an overwhelming sense of confusion. The situation was utterly unexpected. The Inferno Dragon could never have imagined that the target of its master's order was, in fact, its old friend. Soon, the Skyfeather Dragon responded, "I was uncertain of my earlier suspicions, but upon seeing you, I am now convinced." Inferno Dragon, is he truly the master? The gravity of this statement was apparent in its tone, signifying the weight of the revelation. Without hesitation, the Inferno Dragon replied, "Such matters are beyond my certainty, given the multitude of complex factors involved. However, without a doubt, I am now bound to obey him." It could not provide a definitive answer. After all, the Inferno Dragon had only just emerged and possessed no understanding of the current world. The Skyfeather Dragon fell into silence. After a few moments, it spoke again. "What truly lies within the abyss of the fallen gods, that none of you returned after entering? After finally seeing you again, it is through such a manner." Yet the Inferno Dragon merely shook its head, withholding any information regarding the abyss of the fallen gods. Observing this, the Skyfeather Dragon refrained from pressing further. It understood the Inferno Dragon. It knew full well that if the Inferno Dragon could speak of it, it would not conceal the truth from itself. Since the other party remained silent, it indicated that there were matters that could not be disclosed. Very well, if it cannot be said, then so be it. One day, I shall uncover all the truths. However, there is no longer any need for our battle, because there is simply no necessity for it. At this moment, the Skyfeather Dragon recognized that there was no purpose in continuing the fight or testing the waters. The questions it sought to answer were, for the most part, already confirmed. Yet, the Inferno Dragon had a different perspective. Upon its summoning, it sensed the fury of its master. That wrath was so intense it felt almost tangible. The continuation of the battle was not for it to decide. "You must inquire of my master." In the next instant, the Skyfeather Dragon turned its gaze towards Lin Bei, locking eyes with him. Upon witnessing the anger radiating from Lin Bei, it felt a twinge of guilt, akin to a child who had misbehaved and was too afraid to face their teacher. However, the Skyfeather Dragon swiftly regained its composure, adopting a gentle tone as it smiled at Lin Bei, saying, "It was all a misunderstanding. How about we reconcile?" Yet, as soon as the words left its mouth, Lin Bei's voice rang out, "Reconcile? Do not even think about it. Inferno Dragon, why are you still hesitating? Attack. The venomous steel dragon has been grievously wounded. How can we simply talk of reconciliation? Do you truly believe I, Lin Bei, lack temper?" At this, the Skyfeather Dragon was taken aback. This was not the outcome it desired. What? Yet, in the next heartbeat, the Inferno Dragon did not hesitate. It swung its massive claw, delivering a thunderous blow to the Skyfeather Dragon's colossal form. Boom! Flames and magma erupted at that moment, swiftly engulfing the Skyfeather Dragon's body. There was no mercy shown. Chapter 327. The two dragons must perform together. Caught off guard, the Skyfeather Dragon was sent sprawling to the ground by the Inferno Dragon's strike. The fall of such a massive creature caused a considerable commotion. Thud! It was as if a meteor had crashed into the earth, shaking the very ground beneath. The fallen Skyfeather Dragon was ablaze, its feathers scorching black. Despite receiving a punishing blow, the Skyfeather Dragon was unharmed, merely experiencing some pain. Lying on the trembling ground, it cast a furtive glance at Lin Bei. What it saw was Lin Bei's furious visage and, not far behind him, the grievously injured venomous steel dragon receiving treatment. In that instant, the Skyfeather Dragon understood. It was impossible to seek reconciliation before this human's anger subsided. The reason was simple. It had caused injury to that dragon. Even if its intentions were merely to test, that did not alter the undeniable truth. Well, I suppose I shall just endure a beating. It was clear it had made a decision. In the next moment, the Skyfeather Dragon rose from the ground, casting a resigned glance at the Inferno Dragon ahead. "If you wish to fight, then I shall fight." As it spoke, it flapped its wings, extinguishing the flames that had engulfed its body. Just then, the Inferno Dragon surged forward once more, the flames enveloping it becoming even more ferocious. Though they were old acquaintances with a fairly good rapport, the Inferno Dragon understood that at this moment, The most critical task was to execute Lin Bei's command. The bond of old friendship could not possibly outweigh its master's orders. Moreover, only by doing so could it bring closure to the matter. Come, today, I shall teach you a proper lesson. After finally appearing here, how could I possibly let my master down? Thud, thud. The sheer size of both dragons, combined with the intensity of their battle, caused every strike of their claws to resonate with tremendous force upon the ground. The city situated on the small island could hardly withstand such impact. Outside the city of mist, near the northern seas, chaos reigned supreme. The once tranquil waters now churned violently, waves rising as if a maritime disaster were imminent. Trapped at the ocean's deepest depths, the Kunping sensed the surrounding waters acutely. Upon sensing the extraordinary occurrences, it became alarmed. What is happening? Why has there been a breakout of battle? I clearly instructed them to simply lure those two away. This is disastrous. How could this group possibly stand as adversaries to those two formidable beings? Previously, Kunping had instructed Lin Bei and the others to divert the attention of the Sky Feather Dragon and the Merfolk, allowing them to seize the opportunity to dismantle the array. Precisely because it was well aware of the prowess possessed by the Sky Feather Dragon and the Merfolk, sending Lin Bei and his companions into battle. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly end in defeat. Indeed, this was the stark reality. If a proper confrontation were to unfold, Lin Bei and his companions would stand no chance whatsoever. Even the mightiest Ao Ding would barely make a difference. At this moment, despair once again enveloped Kunping's heart, extinguishing any lingering hope for the success of its plan. It lamented dismally. It seems that my aspiration for freedom will require an interminable wait. Meanwhile, the Infernal Fire Dragon and the Sky Feather Dragon had already commenced their battle. The expressions of both dragons were grave and intense. The Sky Feather Dragon plucked dozens of its feathers, clutching them tightly in its claws. In the next heartbeat, it forcefully swung its claws forward, unleashing a volley of feathers that shot forth with tremendous speed. Whoosh, whoosh. The power contained within each feather far surpassed that of the one that had previously struck the toxic steel dragon. Were these feathers to make contact with the toxic steel dragon's form, it would be utterly perforated. Upon witnessing this, the Infernal Fire Dragon immediately opened its maw, spewing forth a vast torrent of lava. You truly show no mercy. You've unleashed your full power. It was well acquainted with the Sky Feather Dragon. Understanding its techniques, the Sky Feather Dragon could indeed employ an attack that released numerous feathers with a mere flap of its wings. However, compared to the feathers hurled directly by its own claws, other methods of feather deployment would yield significantly less destructive force. The feathers released in this manner were imbued with tremendous power and explosive potential. After all, they were cast forth by the Sky Feather Dragon itself. It was akin to a person exerting their strength to throw an object. The distance and destructive capacity of that object are inextricably linked to the thrower's might. Thus, it was evident that the Sky Feather Dragon was engaged in a serious battle. A second later, the dozens of feathers hurled by the Sky Feather Dragon collided with the lava spewing from the Infernal Fire Dragon. Whoosh, whoosh. Great plumes of lava erupted violently, transforming into countless small streams of molten rock that cascaded in all directions. The feathers, now enveloped in lava, quickly charred into a darkened state, losing their momentum to advance further. In that fleeting moment, the Infernal Fire Dragon continued its movement, deftly maneuvering through the torrents of lava to reach the side of the Sky Feather Dragon once more. However, rather than launching a direct attack, it deliberately lowered its voice, whispering into the ear of the Sky Feather Dragon, "What are you fighting for? There's no need for combat. Just let me give you a good thrashing to relieve my pin-up frustration, and that will suffice. I can only exist for a minute. I cannot determine a victor with you." It understood all too well the brevity of its own existence, compelling it to fulfill its purpose within that limited time frame. Clearly, achieving a decisive outcome against the formidable Sky Feather Dragon within a minute was an unattainable feat. Taken aback, the Sky Feather Dragon stammered, "What? You can only exist for a minute." This was entirely unexpected. It had anticipated a fierce battle, yet the reality was starkly different. The Infernal Fire Dragon nodded slightly and continued in a hushed tone, "Indeed, I have but a minute to exist, so cooperate with me. I do not wish to disappoint my master." It was simply a sincere desire not to let Lin Bei down. The Sky Feather Dragon, caught in a dilemma, took several seconds before responding. "Very well, I shall cooperate with you. But before we proceed, I have a question." Chapter 328. The Secrets of this City. Sigh. Exhaling a quiet breath of relief, the Infernal Fire Dragon hastily inquired, "What is it? Hurry and ask. My time is limited." In the next moment, the Sky Feather Dragon's voice rang out. "His objective is to dismantle Kunping's array. What should be done about Kunping?" Although it had come to recognize Lin Bei's uniqueness, it was uncertain how to address this matter. After all, Kunpeng was not something one could simply release at will. In essence, the Sky Feather Dragon was merely fulfilling its duty. Its responsibility was to guard this sealing array. A second later, the Infernal Fire Dragon replied, "Release him. He could have been freed long ago." Kunpeng indeed erred, but it is not an unforgivable transgression. My master's anger has long since dissipated. However, at this juncture, its expression shifted to one of profound disappointment, its dragon eyes losing their luster. Yet my master cannot bring himself to utter the words of forgiveness. With that, the Infernal Fire Dragon fell silent. The Sky Feather Dragon too remained silent. Both dragons were engulfed in a wave of despondency. Lin Bei, standing nearby, was oblivious to their turmoil, merely casting an irritated glance at the Sky Feather Dragon. As long as the toxic Steel Dragon's injuries remained unhealed, he could not bring himself to forgive the Sky Feather Dragon. Despite his awareness that relying on the Infernal Fire Dragon, which could only exist for a minute, to vanquish the Sky Feather Dragon was an impossibility, inflicting pain upon the Sky Feather Dragon was still within the realm of possibility. Simultaneously, Lin Bei confirmed one thing. The Sky Feather Dragon was no longer an enemy. This conclusion could be drawn from its earlier statement about reconciliation. After the Infernal Fire Dragon's demise, he would ascertain what schemes the Sky Feather Dragon harbored. 2 seconds passed, and the Infernal Fire Dragon suppressed its sorrowful emotions, promptly inquiring, "By the way, what of that scoundrel who used enchantment to lead Kunpeng astray? Is he still alive?" Before delivering a sound thrashing to the Sky Feather Dragon, it deemed it necessary to ascertain this matter. In response, the Sky Feather Dragon displayed no intention of concealing the truth. He is not dead yet, but his condition is akin to being deceased. His body has merged with the structures of the central city, appearing irretrievable to its former state. However, his mental essence persists, intertwined with the mist enveloping this city. Although his consciousness has been lost, it continues to move ceaselessly. Thus, the mist people within the central city are born from fragments of his mental essence. In fact, these mist people, comprised of his mental essence, have constructed those peculiar edifices. It was evident that this was a matter of great significance. However, as it spoke, its voice was low, rendering it inaudible to Lin Bei. Upon hearing this, the Infernal Fire Dragon was taken aback. The situation was far more intricate than it had anticipated. Given that its psychic power still lingers, does it not imply that those 7 extraordinary mental abilities also reside within this city? In the next moment, Kong Yulong vigorously nodded and spoke in a serious tone. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Wherever there is mist, there exists that fellow's unconscious psychic energy. Over the years, it has long since mastered these matters. Yet, Kong Yulong harbored no intentions of confronting this psychic energy. It was not a matter of desire, but rather an inability to do so. It lacked the means to contend with the psychic force, nor could it find a way to escape the northern district. Taking a deep breath, the Inferno Dragon cast aside all lingering doubts. "Do you have any further questions? If so, ask quickly. If not, prepare to be punished." Having garnered the information it sought, it was ready to proceed with the necessary actions. Time was of the essence. Fully prepared, Kong Yulong understood that it was destined to endure a beating today. Come on. To please him, I can accept a good thrashing. But do not exert too much strength. In the next instant, the Inferno Dragon swung its claws with force, delivering a powerful strike to Kong Yulong's body. Thud! Kong Yulong was sent sprawling to the ground. There it lay, awaiting the next onslaught from the Inferno Dragon. Where it fell, it would remain, bracing for the punishment. A second later, the Inferno Dragon approached again, launching another assault. Boom! Boom! Its attacks were not merely swipes of its claws. It unleashed the ferocity of flames and magma. There was no mercy in its strikes. It wielded considerable power. In an instant, Kong Yulong was engulfed in excruciating pain. A myriad of sensations assaulted it. Pain akin to a hammer's blow, pain reminiscent of a sword's cut, pain as if arrows were piercing its very skin. Additionally, there was the torment of flames and magma searing its flesh. Immediately, Kong Yulong widened its eyes in shock, staring at the Inferno Dragon. This situation seems quite different from what was agreed upon. It was evident that the Inferno Dragon was going all out. However, before it could voice its concerns, a punch from the Inferno Dragon landed squarely on its head, forcefully silencing its protest. At that moment, the Inferno Dragon, relentless in its barrage, wore a look of exhilaration. Indeed, it is a performance. But one dragon is sufficient. My sole purpose is to execute the master's orders. It is a performance, but not entirely so. Only one dragon has entered the play. Everything the Inferno Dragon had done prior was to bait Kong Yulong otherwise. It would not be able to deliver a thorough beating within a minute. Furthermore, In the Inferno Dragon's eyes, since Kong Yulong had erred, a modicum of punishment was warranted. Boom, boom. Now fully aware, Kong Yulong harbored no thoughts of resistance. Given the circumstances, there was truly no necessity for defiance. Yet, internally, it could not help but lament. You despicable Inferno Dragon. After such a long separation, you deceived me so blatantly. Abominable. Truly abominable. Soon, over 40 seconds elapsed. The Inferno Dragon's existence was dwindling, leaving but a fleeting 10 seconds. After unleashing its fury for more than 40 seconds, its strength had waned. Naturally, Kong Yulong, battered for such an extended duration, could only be described as beleaguered. Its feathers were charred, and its body bore numerous claw marks. At that moment, the Inferno Dragon ceased its onslaught and turned to face Lin Bei from a short distance. Master, how do you find it? Is your anger assuaged? Upon hearing this, Lin Bei glanced at the motionless Kong Yulong sprawled on the ground. Undoubtedly, the attacks Kong Yulong had endured far surpassed those inflicted upon the toxic steel dragon. In fact, they exceeded them by a considerable margin. Had Kong Yulong been the toxic steel dragon, it would undoubtedly have perished under such an assault. Aware of this fact, Lin Bei's anger dissipated significantly. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his emotions. All right, stand down, Inferno Dragon. The Inferno Dragon's time was nearly at an end. It was indeed time to cease. Lin Bei did not wish for the hard-won Inferno Dragon to spend its brief, precious minute solely beating Kong Yulong. In the next moment, the Inferno Dragon swiftly opened its mouth and took a deep breath. Whoosh, whoosh. A tempestuous suction erupted from its maw, rivaling the devouring force of the celestial dragon. However, despite the ferocity of this pull, it only affected the flames and magma on Kong Yulong, drawing them back into the Inferno Dragon's mouth. For it, magma and flames were reusable offensive means. Gulp. After swallowing a copious amount of magma, the Inferno Dragon quickly redirected its gaze towards Lin Bei. At that moment, a hint of reluctance flickered in its immense eyes. The Inferno Dragon understood better than anyone that in mere seconds, it would vanish from this place. It was uncertain whether it would ever have the chance to return. Master, although I have numerous words to share and countless questions to pose, clearly, there is no time for such matters now. Therefore may I have a few moments to quietly gaze upon you? As long as it could behold Lin Bei for a few more seconds, it would be utterly content. Originally prepared to say something, Lin Bei found himself devoid of words, simply nodding gently. All right. Thus, the Inferno Dragon fixed its gaze upon Lin Bei, reluctant to blink. It feared that if it closed its eyes even once, the cherished figure before it would vanish. Simultaneously, as the flames and magma dissipated, Kong Yulong stood up. Despite having just endured a brutal beating, it bore no severe injuries. At such a level of power, sustaining harm from such attacks was an unlikely prospect. Subsequently, Kong Yulong turned to face the Inferno Dragon that had just pummeled it, ready to settle the score with this rascal. They had agreed to perform together. Yet it felt as though only it had acted. You treacherous dragon. Yet, upon witnessing the countenance of the Inferno Dragon, it could not help but fall into a contemplative silence. After 3 seconds, the Skywing Dragon, with a hint of resignation, shook its head and sighed. Alas. Let it go this time. If fate permits our paths to cross again in the future, I shall address this matter then. As it spoke, a note of melancholy crept into its tone. Subsequently, the Skywing Dragon stood quietly to the side, taking on the role of a humble spectator. At that moment, Lin Bei was also fixated on the Inferno Dragon. When their gazes met, he clearly discerned the intricate emotions that lay hidden within the Inferno Dragon's eyes. Foremost among these emotions was an undeniable sense of reluctance, followed closely by nostalgia. Witnessing this poignant scene, Lin Bei could not suppress a sigh within, simultaneously arriving at a resolution. Strangely enough, he too felt a sense of attachment towards the Inferno Dragon, despite their interaction lasting a mere minute. Just then, the system's notification chimed. The strongest dragon race experience card will expire in 3 seconds. Upon hearing the word 3, Lin Bei wasted no time and declared, "Do not be sad, nor disheartened. I will do my utmost to summon you again. This applies to you, as well as to the Starfire Dragon. Fear not." He spoke at an astonishing speed, conveying his sentiments in the briefest of moments. In the next instant, the Inferno Dragon's form became ethereal and vanished from Lin Bei's sight. Before it disappeared, it left behind a poignant declaration. "Even if it takes a millennium, I shall wait for you." Simultaneously, the system's notification sounded. Ding. The strongest dragon race experience card has ended. Please, host, make your choice now. Would you prefer to allow the Inferno Dragon to vanish completely, never to reappear in this world, or to extract its soul essence, awaiting a suitable opportunity for its true rebirth? Before the Inferno Dragon's departure, Lin Bei had already made his decision regarding the choice. System, extract the soul essence. By doing so, he would have a chance to enable its return, and in a manner that would grant it true life. However, he was fully aware that this was a formidable endeavor. Yet, no matter the difficulty, it was a challenge he was determined to undertake. Ding. Preparing to extract the soul essence of the Inferno Dragon. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. The soul essence of the Inferno Dragon has been stored in the system's space, and the host can utilize it at any time. With this, Lin Bei felt a weight lift from his heart. As long as he persevered, the Inferno Dragon would have the opportunity to return. After completing this task, Lin Bei chose to disregard the Skywing Dragon, turning instead to observe the toxic Steel Dragon and the other dragons nearby. The Celestial White Dragon was tirelessly channeling its strength, wholly focused on healing the toxic Steel Dragon, which was now enveloped in a radiant white glow, reminiscent of a butterfly poised to emerge from its chrysalis. The Devourer Dragon and the Flame Rock Armored Dragon watched quietly from the side, their eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Meanwhile, the Skywing Dragon's feathers lay in disarray, shattered into several pieces and discarded carelessly. Lin Bei approached the four dragons, casting a glance at the toxic Steel Dragon as he inquired, "Little White, how is Iron's condition?" Even though he knew the Celestial White Dragon was present and that the toxic Steel Dragon would be fine, he could not help but express his concern. Soon, the Celestial White Dragon responded reassuringly, "Do not worry, my master. Just a little more time, and I shall restore it to its former self." Upon hearing this definitive answer, Lin Bei finally relaxed. Thankfully, the toxic Steel Dragon was merely injured and not in dire straits. Otherwise, he would have certainly held the Skywing Dragon accountable, sparing no effort in doing so. With that in mind, it was time to confront it once more, the it referring to the Skywing Dragon. Chapter 330, Lifting the Sealing Array. The Kunpeng's astonishment. Lin Bei's initial purpose in arriving at the Northern District was to dismantle the sealing array that had been established there. However, he had been obstructed by the Skywing Dragon, preventing him from accomplishing this task promptly. Now that the hindrance had been thoroughly dealt with, the situation had naturally shifted. Thus, Lin Bei resolved to proceed with his intentions. He was acutely aware that the course of events had effectively been set in motion. In the next moment, Lin Bei took a step forward, advancing deliberately. The Skywing Dragon observed his approach in silence, waiting patiently. After the Inferno Dragon's departure, it had turned its gaze towards Lin Bei, quietly anticipating his next move. Before long, Lin Bei stood directly before the Skywing Dragon, raising his gaze to meet its own. Without a moment's hesitation, his voice rang out, "Will you still obstruct me now?" Regarding the need to lift the sealing array, Lin Bei was not in a rush. Even a brief exchange with the Skywing Dragon would consume only a few minutes, an exceedingly short span of time. In response, the Skywing Dragon gently shook its head, speaking in a tone laced with complexity. "No, this sealing array should have been dismantled long ago." Having acquired pertinent information from the Inferno Dragon, it no longer felt the need to guard the array. The very entity that had created this formation had already forgiven the Kunpeng. Thus, what purpose remained in its continued vigilance? Moreover, the Skywing Dragon was even inclined to assist Lin Bei in dismantling another array. It voiced this intention at that moment. "If you plan to dismantle another array shortly, I can accompany you. That fellow is far more formidable than I. If you venture there alone, the likelihood of failure is significantly high. But if you bring me along, the circumstances will change." Taken aback by the Skywing Dragon's words, Lin Bei regarded it with confusion. He could not comprehend why a dragon that had recently attacked him was now so eager to help. It felt rather incongruous, as though two entirely different dragons stood before him. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Lin Bei inquired, "Oh, you will assist me? What prompts such a change of heart? You were not like this before." This was a crucial question that needed clarification, lest it jeopardize his subsequent plans. What if this dragon harbored ulterior motives? After a brief pause, the Skywing Dragon's voice resonated once more. "My purpose is quite simple. It is solely to restore the Kunpeng's freedom. Moreover, I acted impulsively before, and I wish to extend my apologies. I am sorry." Its demeanor was sincere, reminiscent of a child who has come to realize their own missteps. Upon witnessing Kong Yulong adopt such an approach, Lin Bei refrained from further comment on the matter. After a brief contemplation of approximately 3 seconds, he declared, "All right. Let us act together." Weighing the options, Lin Bei discerned that including Kong Yulong in their endeavors was indeed the most prudent choice. Firstly, having Kong Yulong accompany them would facilitate the dismantling of the sealing formation in the Southern District. Secondly, he harbored a desire to inquire about certain matters from Kong Yulong based on the instinctive reaction exhibited by Kong Yulong upon the emergence of the Inferno Dragon. As well as their initial conversation, Lin Bei was convinced that there were many deeply concealed secrets at play. He sought to extract some of these secrets from Kong Yulong. The mention of the abyss of fallen gods had piqued Lin Bei's interest. He was no stranger to this name. Previously, during his encounter with Lu Ying, he had heard a fragment of information relating to the abyss of fallen gods. Thus, he had acquiesced, for the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. In the next moment, Kong Yulong nodded its massive head with a sense of relief, responding, "All right. You carry on with your tasks." With that, it moved aside to attend to its injuries. Reluctant to present itself in such a disheveled state before its old friend guarding the southern district, Lin Bei, not wishing to squander any more time, stepped toward the center of the ceiling formation. Given the considerable size of the formation, it took him several minutes to reach its heart. As he arrived at the center, he was astonished to observe signs of the formation loosening, as if it could dissipate at any moment. He stood frozen in place, bewildered. What is this? Is this ceiling formation truly so feeble? I have yet to activate my innate powers, and it begins to wane of its own accord. This unforeseen development took Lin Bei by surprise. Under normal circumstances, a formation designed to bind the Kunpeng should not be so weak. However, recalling the formidable nature of Kong Yulong, he soon understood the situation. Upon reflection, a strong ceiling formation was indeed unnecessary. After all, the transgressions of the Kunpeng were not particularly grave. Moreover, the presence of Kong Yulong as a guardian eliminated the need for such measures. Just as Lin Bei surmised, with a dragon as robust as Kong Yulong present, what further complexity was required? Most crucially, it was the Kunpeng being suppressed by this formation, not some other perilous entity. Had the situation involved a more dangerous existence, the ceiling formation would undoubtedly have been far more intricate. In the next instant, Lin Bei cast aside all distractions and directly summoned his innate powers. A second later, the ceiling formation beneath his feet began to dissolve rapidly. The pace of the dissolution was staggering. In less than 5 seconds, the formation had vanished by half. Another 5 seconds passed, and the ceiling formation was completely obliterated. The entire process unfolded with an incredibility that left Lin Bei's emotions in a complex state. Is that it? Too simple, perhaps. Meanwhile, in the waters beneath the Mist City, the Kunpeng, enveloped by despair and desolation, widened its already large eyes to a terrifying extent. Within its being, it sensed a long-lost power. This is the transformation of the Kunpeng. Is it merely an illusion? The Kunpeng found it difficult to accept this reality. After all, it had instinctively believed that it had lost all hope of regaining its freedom. It needed to test itself to confirm whether it was indeed an illusion. The moment the thought crossed its mind, the Kunpeng activated the power of transformation. Chapter 331. The Great Bird Appears Beneath the Sea. The reason the Kunpeng doubted this was an illusion was that, deep down, it did not believe that Ao Ding and the others could triumph over Kong Yulong and that mermaid. It was acutely aware that among those who ventured to the Mist City, the strongest was the Sea Emperor Ao Ding, followed closely by the masked woman Li Ying. Their so-called strength was merely comparative among that group. When measured against the might of the guardian of the ceiling formation, their power was utterly insignificant. Engaging in battle? The outcome was a foregone conclusion. These two were familiar figures to the Kunpeng, hence its apprehension. Since it could not ascertain whether everything was merely a misperception, it resolved to take action. Only through action could certainty be achieved. In the next moment, the surging power of transformation flooded every inch of the Kunpeng's being. Simultaneously, its appearance began to alter. Its fish tail transformed into a bird's tail, grander than any massive cruise ship. The smooth underbelly was replaced by soft, downy feathers. Moreover, it sprouted 2 formidable claws, capable of easily uprooting a gigantic mountain. The scales that adorned its body morphed into immense feathers, each feather surpassing those of Kong Yulong in size. The 2 colossal fins on either side transformed into wings. These wings were vast, akin to clouds that obscured the sun across the sky. Beyond that, the most significant change occurred. The Kunpeng's fish head metamorphosed into a bird's head, completely altering its visage. The emergence of this colossal bird's head signified the full realization of its transformation. The Kunpeng was astounded. It is genuinely real. I can once again freely shift my form. With a series of piercing cries, capable of shattering mountains, resonating through the water-laden depths, the sounds rapidly spread outward. Even though the Kunpeng had transformed into a peng, it could still emit such calls. After all, it was a unique being. 1,000 meters away, countless marine fish froze in place upon hearing the call, their scales vibrating with the sound. Crack, crack. Some smaller fish even had their scales shattered, blood flowing from their wounds. The marine life was no better off. As the bird's call echoed, the Kunpeng flapped its 2 wings. The force of its wings stirred the surrounding sea. A tsunami erupted from the ocean floor, surging toward the shore and the surface. Before long, the coastline would be engulfed by this wave. At this moment, those under the command of the great fish sovereign were advancing along the shoreline. preparing to execute the Great Fish Sovereign's plans. Yet, they remain blissfully unaware that a catastrophic maritime disaster is about to unfold. Even more astonishing is the fact that this calamity is precipitated by a colossal avian creature lurking beneath the ocean's depths. At this moment, the Kunpeng finally comes to terms with this extraordinary reality. It has indeed regained the formidable power to transform into a Peng once more. However, despite the vividness of this truth, the Kunpeng struggles to fully embrace it. Unbelievable. How did Aoding and the others manage to accomplish this? Just mere moments ago, a fierce battle erupted, yet now they have successfully dismantled one of the sealing arrays. Such a feat seems utterly improbable, given the prowess of the Kongyu dragon. It could have effortlessly obliterated Aoding. The circumstances feel decidedly peculiar, leaving the Kunpeng in a state of bewilderment. In that instant, a suffocating sensation surged within the Kunpeng. Although it can vocalize its calls from the ocean floor and create a significant commotion by flapping its wings, it cannot endure prolonged periods underwater. The ability to perform such feats stems from its considerable size and its alternate form as a koan. The larger the form, the more energy it possesses, thereby enabling various actions. Nevertheless, once the energy within is depleted, the impending sensation of asphyxiation will inevitably arise. For koan and peng are fundamentally distinct entities. Without a moment's hesitation, the Kunpeng swiftly reverted to its koan form. Instantly, the suffocating sensation and discomfort dissipated. Thump, thump. After taking a deep breath, the Kunpeng ceased to ponder other matters and, in a fit of exhilaration, directed a series of water spouts skyward. Each column of water ascended into the mist, transforming into rain that cascaded down upon the city engulfed in fog. This precipitation was unlike any before. The previous rains had been imbued with despair and anguish. This time, however, the rain bore the essence of joy. After completing this act, the Kunpeng barely regained its composure, lifting its gaze towards the sky. Splendid. Truly splendid. I have finally reclaimed the power to transform into a Peng once again. If I can dismantle the other sealing array, I shall attain the freedom of movement. How thrilling. After a moment of weary self-reflection, the Kunpeng allowed its fervor to subside. It then continued to gaze upwards at the city shrouded in mist, resolutely declaring, upon their return, I shall reward them appropriately for their contributions. After all these years spent in the depths, I have amassed a considerable treasure. These treasures are of little use to me. If it means regaining my freedom, I can easily part with them. Simultaneously, Lin Bei, having just dismantled the sealing array, remained oblivious to the Kunpeng's actions below. He stood in place, surveying the unremarkable ground beneath. One of the two arrays has been eliminated. Thus, I have completed half of the fifth ring task. Next, I merely need to venture into the southern district and dismantle the other array. The fifth ring task entails dismantling two arrays to restore the Kunpeng's freedom. Moments later, Lin Bei withdrew his gaze, scanning his surroundings. He unleashed a torrent of mental energy, swiftly probing his vicinity. After approximately a minute, he had explored the remaining areas of the northern district. In his mind, he came to a realization. Aside from this array and the Kongyu dragon, there appeared to be nothing else of significance within the northern district. It seems the sole purpose of the northern district's existence is to safeguard that sealing array. If that is the case, then the conditions in the southern district should be quite similar. Chapter 332, An Unexpected Delight, Discovering the Target. In truth, Lin Bei's deductions were entirely accurate. The situation in the southern district is indeed akin to that of the northern district. Its sole purpose of existence is linked to that sealing array. Gradually retracting his mental energy, Lin Bei turned to face the direction of the toxic steel dragon and the other dragons, hastening his steps towards them. Soon, he arrived beside the toxic steel dragon. At this moment, the ethereal glow enveloping its form had vanished, along with the wounds that had once marred its body. All injuries had been healed. The fissures that had spread across its body and the massive wounds from feather piercings had completely disappeared. It appeared as though it had never been harmed at all. Buzz. As Lin Bei approached, the holy white dragon let out a resonant cry. The meaning conveyed through its dragon's roar was clear. It signified that the healing process was complete. The toxic steel dragon's injuries had largely mended, requiring only a few hours of rest to fully recover. With this, Lin Bei felt a profound sense of relief. He gently raised a hand to stroke the metallic body of the toxic steel dragon, speaking in a tender tone. You've worked hard, my dear. Buzz. Hearing their master's words, the somewhat weakened toxic steel dragon could not help but respond with a dragon's roar. Its meaning was simple. It conveyed that fulfilling this duty was its honor. Born to serve its master, it would fight for its master until the end. Buzz. Buzz. Subsequently, the other three dragons joined in, their roars expressing a unified sentiment. They conveyed to Lin Bei that shielding their master from harm and ensuring his safety was both their duty and their privilege. listening to the harmonious chorus of their roars, and feeling the emotions they conveyed. How could Lin Bei not be moved? His heart felt warm. Meanwhile, in the main city, at the Misty Hotel, Aoding and Lying continued their relentless slaughter of the Mist people. Surrounding them was an expanse of gray mist. The Misty Hotel, once a sanctuary against the encroaching fog, had now been completely engulfed, leaving them with a visibility of merely 1 meter. Fully aware of the dire situation, Aoding and Lying fought valiantly against the Mist people while anxiously observing their surroundings. A sense of unease began to creep into their hearts. They understood all too well that the situation was escalating into greater peril. Do not kill me. Help. Although Mist people continued to fall beneath their blades, the frequency of their demise had significantly slowed compared to the onset of the battle. With the relentless advance of the Mist, the once straightforward task of slaying the Mist people was becoming increasingly arduous. Each time a Mist person was vanquished, they resurrected in a different location, complicating the task further. In this fleeting moment, several Mist people had managed to escape the Misty Hotel, an occurrence that Aoding and Lying were powerless to prevent. After all, their gaze could not pierce through the mist to behold the distant realms. If they could not even see through the fog, how could they hope to obstruct it? The pain. After severing the greedy old man's arm with a single strike, Aoding raised one foot and forcefully pressed it upon the old man's body, sparing his life. In the next moment, he ceased the slaughter of the other fog dwellers, furrowing his brow as he surveyed his surroundings. Throughout this bloody endeavor, Aoding had lost count of how many fog dwellers he had slain. A rough estimate would suggest at least over 1,000. Following this extensive carnage, much of the discontent and fury within him had been vented. Yet, the situation was dire. The fog around him was thickening. If this continued, the fog dwellers nearby would dwindle. In the end, it would be we who suffered the consequences. Gradually regaining his composure, Aoding immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Thus, he halted to contemplate a strategy. However, only Aoding paused. He did not compel Lying to cease her onslaught against the fog dwellers, allowing her to continue her relentless assault. Given the current number of fog dwellers, there was no need for both of them to engage. According to their predicament, the Misty Inn could not yet be forsaken. This night, they still required lodging within the confines of the Misty Inn. Although Aoding understood this, he found himself at a loss for a solution. Currently, contacting Lin Bei was an impossible endeavor. Only if Lin Bei or Luing returned to disperse the fog would they have a chance to restore the Misty Inn. Yet, there was no means to reach him. Just then, when Shuai and others entered from outside, their voices guiding them directly to Aoding's side. Upon arriving, they immediately spotted the greedy old man, now beneath Lu Ying's foot. Within a meter's distance, they could easily discern the sight. In an instant, when Shuai and the others began to speculate that this old man was likely one of their targets. Yet, they dared not assume too much. Thus inquired of Aoding, "My lord Aoding, does this old man possess some grievous flaw? Or perhaps a deficiency?" Gazing at Wen Shuai and the others merely a meter away, Aoding was taken aback. He had not anticipated their sudden appearance. He recognized these individuals. They were the same ones expelled from the Misty Inn yesterday. "How did you survive the night? Why have you returned?" Aoding could hardly fathom that Wen Shuai and his companions not only survived but appeared before him. Had it not been for Lin Bei's intervention, he too might have perished within the black fog. However, Wen Shuai and his comrades did not respond to his queries, but pressed on. "My lord Aoding, now is not the time for such discussions. Please answer our question. Does this old man possess any deficiencies?" To them, Aoding had lost his authority, rendering respect irrelevant. Observing their demeanor, Aoding's countenance tightened slightly, a flicker of displeasure in his heart, yet he refrained from further comment, merely nodding and stating, "Indeed, he possesses a flaw. That flaw is greed." The next moment, when Shuai and the others exclaimed, "He is the target. Quickly, contact Mr. Lin." They were exhilarated. To their surprise, they had stumbled upon an unexpected boon. Upon hearing the name Mr. Lin, Aoding began to surmise the situation. It appeared their survival was closely linked to Lin Bei. Wait, they intended to contact Lin Bei? What a jest, for communication was utterly impossible. This city had no signal. Were they planning to venture directly to another district? Such a course would be exceedingly perilous. Contemplating this, he prepared to thwart their intentions. Chapter 333, The Sea Emperor Aoding's Choice to Endure. In truth, Aoding harbored a twinge of guilt towards Wen Shuai and the others. This sentiment stemmed from his inaction the previous day. It was evident that Wen Shuai and his companions had come because of him. Yet, during their time of trial, he had stood by with a cold demeanor, offering no intervention, not even uttering a word. Indeed, in Aoding's view, their arrival in this city was intimately tied to him. And in reality, this was indeed the case. Had Aoding not delivered the scales of Kunpeng beyond the North Sea, countless individuals would not have ventured here. Whether it be Lin Bei, Yu Xingyao, or others, none would have willingly come to such a perilous location without cause. Therefore, he deemed it necessary to dissuade these individuals. Stay calm, do not act impulsively. While I am aware that only Lin Bei can contend with these fog dwellers, seeking him now is utterly impractical. The surrounding fog is treacherous, danger lurks at every turn, and we cannot ascertain Lin Bei's whereabouts. Ultimately, it may prove a futile endeavor. The best course of action is to remain here, guarding the Misty Inn, and await Lin Bei's return. If we cooperate, we can accomplish this task more easily. In Ao Ding's heart, beyond the desire to prevent these individuals from walking into certain demise, there resided another consideration for himself and Lin Bei. For if night fell and Lin Bei and the others had not returned, then these individuals could still prove useful. Though their strength was not formidable, they could still be wielded as combatants. Thus, he genuinely wished for their presence to remain here. However, Ao Ding did not intend to display this sentiment overtly. Few could reach his level without being astute. Human hearts are complex. Good and evil coexist. Guilt notwithstanding, one's self-interest remains. Everything is contingent upon circumstance. Yet, his words seemed to fall upon deaf ears, garnering no response. When Shuai and the members of the Ugly Alliance continued their hushed discussions, we must contact Mr. Lin. But we cannot all remain here. That would hinder our original plans. We must fulfill the task assigned to us by Mr. Lin. We cannot afford to fail on our first attempt. Right? I certainly do not wish to provoke Mr. Lin. Listening to their ongoing discourse, when Shuai conceived a suitable proposal. How about this? Let one person stay here to contact Mr. Lin while the rest continue executing our mission. We must find that arrogant little boy before nightfall. After dark, the situation will become even more precarious. The moment this suggestion was made, it was met with immediate agreement from the others. What a splendid idea. Dividing our forces not only saves time, but also enhances efficiency. Let us proceed as such. At last, when Shuai remained behind while the others prepared to depart from the Misty Inn, throughout the entire process, they paid no heed to Ao Ding, as if he were but a mere specter. Meanwhile, Ao Ding stood by, observing with an air of indifference. He heard their words, yet they eluded his comprehension, sounding remarkably peculiar. What was this about splitting up and contacting Lin Bei? What was going on? It was not until the others began to stride towards the exit that Ao Ding's voice rang out once more. Halt! Where are you all headed? I have already stated that acting independently is perilous. If these individuals leave, my plans will falter, and I will ultimately have to confront danger alongside Li Ying. However, the moment Ao Ding's words fell, when Shuai interjected, Your Highness, the Sea Emperor, you might be mistaken. We are not your subordinates, and thus have no obligation to heed your commands. What we choose to do is our prerogative, and we did not come here because of your presence. We are merely following Mr. Lin's orders, and if you have any grievances, you may address them with Mr. Lin. I trust he will provide you with an explanation. With that, he turned his attention away from Ao Ding, squatting down to regard the greedy old man beneath his feet while attempting to reach out to Lin Bei mentally. In that instant, Ao Ding's expression darkened considerably, clearly taken aback. The esteemed Sea Emperor, and yet his words bore no weight. These individuals dismissed him entirely, incessantly invoking Lin Bei's name. Yet, he refrained from further discourse with Wen Shuai, muttering softly to himself, Very well. Since he has mentioned Lin Bei, it is best that I refrain from intervening. To offend Lin Bei would indeed be unwise. For Ao Ding at this moment, Lin Bei was not someone to provoke. He could neither afford to nor dare to. After all, had it not been for Lin Bei, he might not have survived the previous night. Thus, he could only endure. Ao Ding was acutely aware of what was of paramount importance and what was not. In simpler terms, he simply did not dare to act against Lin Bei. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, who was just about to depart from the northern district, heard Wen Shuai's call ringing in his mind. Mr. Lin, are you there? I have an urgent matter to report. Without a moment's hesitation, he responded, I am here. What is the urgent matter? Speak quickly. In the next moment, Wen Shuai's voice continued to resonate within Lin Bei's mind. After spending over 10 seconds recounting the events that transpired at the Misty Inn, Lin Bei fell silent. He could hardly fathom that the Misty Inn, guarded by Ao Ding and Li Ying, had been completely engulfed by the gray mist. He needed to visit the Misty in post-haste. The primary objective was to absorb that avaricious old man, thereby acquiring the fourth type of special mental power. The secondary objective was to disperse the mist surrounding the Misty Inn. Given the current circumstances, the Misty Inn would be required again tonight. Having swiftly made his decision, Lin Bei ordered Wen Shuai to remain there. It was essential for Wen Shuai to stay, as it would save him considerable trouble. A few seconds later, Lin Bei severed the connection with Wen Shuai and turned his gaze to the nearby Kong Yulong. At this moment, Kong Yulong had regained some semblance of normalcy. no longer appearing as disheveled as before. Upon catching Lin Bei's gaze, it ceased its previous activities and locked eyes with him. The next moment, Lin Bei's voice echoed. What level of danger does the individual guarding the formation in the Southern District pose? I have 3 dragons that have gone there. What is the likelihood of them encountering peril? The distance between the Southern District and the Northern District was considerable. To reach the Southern District, he would have to traverse through other districts. Moreover, there were matters to address in both the Eastern District and the Central District. Only by understanding the situation in the Southern District could Lin Bei make the best decision. Chapter 334. Lin Bei startled by the system. The moment Kong Yulong heard Lin Bei's words, it exclaimed in astonishment. What? You have 3 more dragons? That makes a total of 7. Even it was somewhat taken aback. The 4 dragons that had just appeared, combined with the 3 in the Southern District, amounted to a full 7 dragons. 7. While this number may not seem excessive, it was dragons we were speaking of, not mere magical beasts that outnumber humans. Nevertheless, Kong Yulong, having weathered many storms, quickly adjusted its demeanor to a more composed state. It then spoke. Are those 3 dragons also synthesized ones? To which Lin Bei, showing no intention of concealment, nodded gently and replied, Indeed, they are also synthesized dragons. There is no reason to hide such matters. The next moment, Kong Yulong advanced towards Lin Bei, its massive claws moving closer as it continued to scrutinize him, its enormous maw following suit. Since those 3 dragons are also synthesized, their situation may not be favorable. That being, like me, it can discern the uniqueness of synthesized dragons. Given its nature, it would never overlook those 3 dragons. Hence, there is a 99% chance that your 3 synthesized dragons will be captured by that being. However, do not fret. It will merely capture them and will not engage in any other dangerous actions. Kong Yulong's deductions mirrored the realities unfolding. This was due to its considerable understanding of the merfolk tasked with guarding the formation. Upon hearing Kong Yulong's words, Lin Bei's brow furrowed deeply, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Captured, yet without danger? What shall I do? For a moment, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. The predicament of the 3 dragons was indeed rather delicate. At that moment, Kong Yulong spoke again. In truth, the purpose of its actions is quite simple. Hearing this, Lin Bei immediately inquired, What purpose? Tell me. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Yulong seized the opportunity. Its purpose is to lure you over. For both me and it, synthesized dragons are a unique presence. Encountering synthesized dragons naturally compels one to take action and desire to meet their master. Previously, when it encountered dragons such as the toxic steel dragon, it harbored similar thoughts. Thus, it is easy to deduce the intentions of that merfolk. Upon grasping the general intentions of the mermaid, Lin Bei's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and his expression became markedly more at ease. In essence, this indicated that prior to my encounter, my 3 dragons would remain unharmed. The situation was manageable, at least now. He need not fret over the safety of the 3 dragons and could attend to other matters in the meantime. After all, as long as he did not venture forth, the 3 dragons would be perpetually secure. The sky feather dragon emphatically nodded its massive head. Indeed, that creature is precisely the kind of fish. After uttering this, it resumed its intense gaze upon Lin Bei, who reciprocated the scrutiny. Neither party uttered a word, simply appraising one another. The entire Northern District was enveloped in a somewhat eerie silence. After this peculiar stillness persisted for a full minute, Lin Bei finally broke the silence. I am quite curious. Why is the synthetic dragon of such particular significance to you? Furthermore, what is your desire to meet the master of the synthetic dragon? After considerable contemplation, he resolved to pose this question, for it was evidently of substantial importance. In the next instant, the sky feather dragon provided a response. The reason is quite straightforward. The master who commanded us to guard the magical formation possesses similar abilities. However, his synthesizing capabilities are fraught with limitations. He cannot achieve the same level of synthesis as you, allowing dragons to merge at will. Prior to your arrival, the master was the sole individual in this world endowed with such power. Do you comprehend now? Lin Bei understood. The sky feather dragon and the guardian of the magical formation must have suspected that he was their master. After all, he shared a semblance of synthesizing ability, and they had mentioned it as their only power, making such a suspicion entirely reasonable. Yet, regrettably, he was not. The reason for his synthesizing capability stemmed solely from the existence of the system. Contemplating this, Lin Bei smiled and addressed the system. System, could it be that you are their master? However, scarcely had he posed the question when the system's notification chimed in. Apologies, host. This information cannot be disclosed at the moment. In an instant, Lin Bei was taken aback. His pupils widened to their maximum, and his breathing became rapid and laborious. What? Cannot be disclosed for now? Initially, Lin Bei was merely jesting with the system, yet its response startled him. What did it mean by cannot be disclosed? Clearly, it implied there was a connection. Hey, if that were the case, you could simply deny it. System, are you serious? Or are you jesting with me? Answer me. At this moment, Lin Bei's internal tone became convoluted. The system finally responded. Host, this system never jokes. With that, the system lapsed into silence, leaving Lin Bei in a state of astonished disbelief. He never anticipated that a mere jest would unveil such a staggering secret. How was one to come to terms with this? After a considerable period of mental adjustment, Lin Bei managed to stabilize his demeanor. He refrained from further pondering the system's matters, continually reminding himself that one day, he would unearth the system's secrets. Looking up at the sky feather dragon, Lin Bei's voice regained its composure. I need to make a trip to the main city first. After that, I shall proceed to the southern district. What do you intend to do? Since the sky feather dragon had expressed a desire to act in concert, he felt compelled to inquire. The sky feather dragon promptly reached a decision. I shall await you in the southern district. Once the ceiling formation is lifted, I will possess the ability to move freely. Very well. With that affirmation, Lin Bei prepared to depart from this place. Chapter 335, the fourth special attribute. At this moment, Lin Bei had formulated a rough plan. The main city was his first destination. Upon reaching the main city and completing the necessary tasks, he could then venture to the eastern district to observe the dragon people. Knowing that the three dragons would not face any danger as long as he refrained from going, Lin Bei no longer felt an urgency to head to the southern district. In this context, lifting the ceiling formation would present more disadvantages than advantages. For once the formation in the southern district was undone, the imprisoned Kunpeng beneath the sea would regain its normal state, breaking free from the ocean's constraints and soaring into the boundless sky. Naturally, they would have no reason to remain in this city, and the Kunpeng would undoubtedly carry them away. For Lin Bei, now was not the time to depart. There remained far too many matters to address. At the very least, until he obtained all the special spiritual powers, it was inappropriate to leave. Was there a spiritual power with the trait of laziness? Wait for me. I am on my way. Additionally, a bold idea began to germinate in his mind. This bizarre city would be an ideal site to establish a prison enveloped in peculiar mist. With the presence of both the Kunpeng and the sky feather dragon nearby, the thought alone was formidable. Even from the moment he first arrived in Beihai, Lin Bei had contemplated the idea of constructing a prison. However, it was only now that he had begun to consider the specifics of how to execute it. Shaking his head vigorously, Lin Bei cast aside this intense thought. Let us not dwell on this matter for now. The most pressing concern is to reach the Misty Inn and acquire the fourth special spiritual power. As soon as these words fell from his lips, he began to sense the location of Wen Shui. Only within a distance of 100,000 meters could he freely utilize the subordinate teleportation function. Soon, Lin Bei detected the whereabouts of Wen Shui. Within the 100,000 meters, he could indeed use the subordinate teleportation function. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei activated the function. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the northern district. Upon reappearing, he found himself within the Misty Inn. However, due to being enveloped in gray mist and the absence of any commotion, Ao Ding and the others remained oblivious to Lin Bei's arrival. This scene was witnessed by the sky feather dragon, which fixated on the spot where Lin Bei had vanished, staring for a good 10 seconds before exclaiming, "How mysterious indeed. He vanished from right before my eyes without a sound, and I did not detect even the slightest fluctuation of power, coupled with that synthesizing ability. I truly need to contemplate this matter thoroughly." At this juncture, the sky feather dragon fell silent, seemingly engrossed in thought. A few seconds later, it snapped back to attention, casting its gaze toward the south and murmuring to itself, "Just in time. I shall first speak with that fellow regarding the events that transpired and see what insights it may have. Only after considering its perspective can I determine the next course of action." At the moment the words fell, the skywing dragon forcefully flapped its wings and soared into the high skies, heading straight towards the southern district. Its speed of flight was astonishing, vanishing into the mist in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, whoosh. With each powerful beat of its extraordinary wings, it stirred up a tremendous ruckus, causing vast swathes of gray mist to swirl and dissipate into the distance. Mere seconds later, wherever the skywing dragon flew, there was not a trace of gray mist within 100 meters. This vividly illustrated its formidable strength. With just a gentle flap of its wings, it could effortlessly disperse the fog over a vast area, as if a tempest had swept through. As it hastened towards the southern district, the skywing dragon found itself preoccupied with thoughts concerning Lin Bei, which held immense significance for it. Meanwhile, within the Misty Inn, Li Ying was engaged in vanquishing the Mist People. Ao Ding, furrowing his brow, watched Wen Shu with a serious expression. He had never experienced such an irksome treatment. A person significantly weaker than him not only had the audacity to retort, but was now blatantly ignoring his presence. This made Ao Ding feel less like a renowned strongman and more like an ordinary passerby. Truly, Ao Ding was quite displeased. Yet he could do nothing. For behind this individual stood Lin Bei. The mystery and strength of Lin Bei instilled even the formidable Sea Emperor Ao Ding with trepidation. When Shu, however, turned his gaze towards the swirling gray mist behind him, due to their connection, he could distinctly sense that the person he had been awaiting had finally arrived. In the next moment, when Shu knelt upon the ground, bowing his head low, presenting his forehead to the gray mist ahead, and spoke with utmost reverence, "Mr. Lin, you have arrived. The target I mentioned is currently beneath Ao Ding's foot." At this moment, his respect for Lin Bei emanated from the depths of his being, devoid of any thoughts of betrayal or disrespect. Upon witnessing this scene, Ao Ding's pupils constricted abruptly, a flicker of astonishment flashing within his eyes. He found this situation utterly incomprehensible. How could someone who seemingly disregarded him kneel before a mass of mist for no apparent reason? What madness is this? Initially, Ao Ding could hardly fathom it all. Yet, when Shu's words, he froze in place, instinctively widening his eyes in disbelief. No way. Could it be that Lin Bei has come? The Mr. Lin he referred to must be Lin Bei. As soon as he uttered these words, Ao Ding quickly shook his head, instinctively dismissing the notion. Impossible. Lin Bei had just gone to the Western District. How could he possibly return here? Those few individuals had only just left for a short while. They could not have conveyed this matter to Lin Bei. Moreover, there had been no previous signs of activity. If there had been any commotion, he would not have dismissed everything so easily, but there had been none. Not only was there a lack of disturbance, but all other conditions also failed to align. At that moment, however, Lin Bei, having heard Shu's words, gently nodded and said, "Rise." As he spoke, he casually raised his hand and waved. Whoosh! Instantly, the surrounding mist began to swirl vigorously, rushing into Lin Bei's body. This included the greedy old man beneath Ao Ding's foot, who was now in excruciating pain and had given up resisting. With a scream, he transformed into a massive cloud of mist, surging into Lin Bei's being. The chaotic frenzy of mist rendered the situation within the misty and increasingly tumultuous. Ao Ding and Li Ying found themselves engulfed in swirling gray mist, unable to see their own arms. All that filled their vision was the pervasive fog. Yet at this moment, the Sea Emperor Ao Ding exhibited no reaction, merely standing in a daze as the mist enveloped him. Just moments ago, he could affirmatively claim that he had indeed heard Lin Bei's voice. It is him. It truly is Lin Bei. Now, even if Ao Ding wished to deny this fact, it was impossible to do so, for the voice he had just heard was unmistakably Lin Bei's. The suddenness of Lin Bei's voice, coupled with Shu's unusually intense reaction, evidently conveyed this truth. How could this be possible? This was utterly absurd. In a fleeting moment, Ao Ding struggled to accept this reality. He could not comprehend how Lin Bei had suddenly appeared amidst the mist. Clearly, Shu and the others had only just arrived at this location a brief while ago. In such a short span, it was exceedingly difficult to relay this information. The main district was vast. One could not leave in merely a minute. This was merely the transmission of a message, not to mention the time required to arrive and search for someone. Yet the outcome was as such. This left Ao Ding unable to reconcile with the situation. Not only him, but anyone present would feel the same. It was not that Ao Ding was incapable. It was simply that the circumstances were too unfathomable. At this moment, the gray mist surrounding them surged even more violently. Clusters of it rushed into Lin Bei's body, swiftly becoming a part of him. During this process, Lin Bei could distinctly sense his mental prowess intensifying. Although it paled in comparison to the efficiency of absorbing the gluttonous old woman or the lethargic weapon shop owner among the mist people, it was nonetheless an enhancement. One must understand that for others to elevate their mental strength was an arduous task. Even a slight improvement required an immense sacrifice. Yet for him, all that was needed was to absorb the mist, as Lin Bei absorbed the incessantly flowing gray mist. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This mist is akin to a divine elixir for me. The more I absorb, the greater the enhancement. And there are absolutely no side effects." This was his genuine sentiment. After absorbing the mist, he experienced no adverse effects. After all, the mist and his mental strength had long since fused into one. Furthermore, Lin Bei was able to control this mist. Naturally, the mental power contained within the mist also fell within his dominion. Before long, all the gray mist had entered Lin Bei's body. The mist that had previously surrounded them vanished, restoring the misty into its original state before being engulfed in fog. With the mist completely dissipated, Ao Ding and Li Ying beheld Lin Bei for the first time. Their eyes brimmed with complexity. Despite their yearning to pose myriad questions, they found themselves momentarily tongue-tied, unsure of what to ask or how to articulate their inquiries. Their thoughts were simply too chaotic. At this moment, Lin Bei successfully attained his fourth unique mental power, the power of laziness. With his eyes closed, he immersed himself in the sensation of his psychic energy. Indeed, the varieties of special mental powers had reached four: the power of gluttony, the power of laziness, the power of lust, and the power of greed. Only three more remained. The completion of this endeavor was imminent. Once he gathered all 7 unique mental powers and procured a suitable material, Lin Bei could command the dragon of the palm to perform the synthesis. At that time, he would possess an extraordinarily formidable dragon. Just then, when Shu lowered his head and spoke, "Mr. Lin, do you require my presence here?" The inquiry stemmed from his lingering thoughts on that arrogant young boy. Undoubtedly, that haughty lad was also among the targets. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei opened his eyes and gazed at Wen Shu ahead, gently shaking his head. "Remain here for now. I have other tasks for you. Moreover, your performance this time was commendable." Had Wen Shu and the others not contacted him promptly, he would not have easily acquired this fourth unique mental power. In the next moment, Wen Shu's heart swelled with joy and excitement as he quickly responded, "This is what I ought to do." His reaction could be aptly described as one of astonished delight. Subsequently, Lin Bei refrained from further conversation, redirecting his attention towards Ao Ding. He had prepared himself to confront the Sea Emperor Ao Ding before arriving. The two exchanged glances, yet neither spoke, enveloping the Misty in profound silence. This tranquility lingered for some time until Ao Ding finally broke the silence. "Lin Bei, what of Yu Xingyao and the others?" He astutely sidestepped the earlier incident, merely inquiring about Yu Xingyao. Ao Ding understood that even if he questioned the events that transpired, he would likely receive no satisfactory answer. Not only would he fail to obtain clarity, but he might also evoke Lin Bei's displeasure, creating a rift between them. In this city, one could offend anyone, but not Lin Bei. Upon witnessing Lin Bei absorb all the mist, Ao Ding's resolve solidified. He must not provoke him. In this city, possessing control over the mist conferred an undeniable advantage. Once provoked, one might not even comprehend the manner of their demise. A second later, Lin Bei's indifferent voice resonated. "They are dead." He had no intention of concealing this fact, as it was impossible to keep hidden. Others would learn of it sooner or later. Instantly, the Misty Inn was once again shrouded in silence. Ao Ding and Li Ying were taken aback by this revelation. They had only been gone for a brief while. How could they be dead? They gazed at Lin Bei, pondering the circumstances, not presuming him to be the cause. At that moment, Lin Bei's voice continued. "Yu Xingyao met a gruesome end, dragged underwater by numerous merfolk, drowning in the depths. If blame is to be assigned, it rests solely upon his foul tongue." He audaciously declared that the merfolk of the West District were ugly. The merfolk, akin to humans, could not endure such an affront. What transpired afterward, you can surmise without my elaboration. Those unaccustomed to the mist stood no chance against the merfolk. His account was largely accurate, albeit with some critical details omitted. Indeed, Yu Xingyao's demise was precipitated by his own indiscretion, inciting the ire of Ivy and the other merfolk, leading to his submersion. Hearing Lin Bei's explanation left Ao Ding in a state of shock. The situation had far exceeded his expectations. Was his death truly a consequence of his loquaciousness? After a moment of contemplation, Ao Ding composed himself, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "And you? Did those seemingly irate merfolk not lay a hand upon you?" Chapter 336, Confrontation, the Sky-Winged Dragon, and the Merfolk. Ao Ding found it perplexing. Why had his companions, who had ventured together, been slain by the merfolk while Lin Bei remained unscathed? Was he somehow exceptional? Without a reasonable explanation, he found it difficult to reconcile this anomaly. In Ao Ding's view, Yu Xingyao and the others were human, just as Lin Bei was. Before the merfolk, they were equal. There could be no special treatment. Of course, Ao Ding was not dissatisfied with Lin Bei's survival. He merely sought to comprehend the situation. Lin Bei, however, was not taken aback. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. He had foreseen Ao Ding's question the moment he uttered those words. Naturally, he had prepared his response, "Because my tongue is not foul. I uttered no insults toward those merfolk. They possess intellect and reason, just like us, and can discern friend from foe. Hence, I was not their target. As long as I did not court death myself, I could easily survive. If you were to behold those merfolk, you would realize that declaring them ugly would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise." Lin Bei was wise enough not to divulge his ability to transform into the starry sky merfolk. He was no fool. While speaking, he maintained a calm gaze fixed on Ao Ding, his eyes devoid of any tremor. rendering it impossible for others to discern the truthfulness of his words. Upon hearing this, Ao Ding did not respond immediately. He stood in contemplation. After half a minute, his voice emerged. What are your plans next? If you intend to return to the West District, I will accompany you. 1. To protect you. 2. I am curious to see those merfolk. Ao Ding was not speaking deceitfully. As the Sea Emperor, he genuinely wished to encounter the legendary merfolk and sought to safeguard Lin Bei, who was now of great significance. His ulterior motive was to ascertain the veracity of Lin Bei's claims. By witnessing those so-called merfolk firsthand, he would discern the truth behind Lin Bei's words. Lin Bei was acutely aware of Ao Ding's true intentions, yet he had no intention of exposing them. I will indeed return to the West District. At that time, you may accompany me. In fact, bringing Ao Ding to meet the merfolk would be advantageous for Lin Bei. He could easily orchestrate a performance with the merfolk, convincing Ao Ding that Yuxing Yao and the others fell victim to their hands. This strategy would divert the attention of the Yu family. When the Yu family inquired about Yuxing Yao, the Sea Emperor Ao Ding would relay the facts as he understood them, which would implicate the merfolk. The Yu family would likely not suspect Ao Ding's account. Additionally, Lin Bei could enjoy a respite, alleviating much of the pressure weighing upon him. He would not have to emerge from this city as an immediate adversary of the Yu family, nor would he have to endure their wrath right away. In simpler terms, he is calculating and exploiting Ao Ding, aiming to temporarily alleviate his own troubles. There is no other choice. The number of matters awaiting Lin Bei's attention is overwhelming, and he can only tackle them one by one. It is indeed preferable to minimize complications whenever possible. At this moment, Ao Ding has nearly been convinced by Lin Bei's words. Very well. Nevertheless, he still feels compelled to witness the situation with his own eyes. In the next instant, Lin Bei's voice resounded once more. As for the Misty Inn, leave it to those two. He referred, of course, to Wen Shuai and Li Ying. Ao Ding had no objections, merely nodding slightly as he remarked, very well. Given their capabilities, as long as the gray mist does not infiltrate, they should be able to restore the Misty Inn to a habitable condition. At this moment, his thoughts were already focused on the mermaid he anticipated meeting later. Lin Bei did not respond further, directing his gaze towards Wen Shuai. He was quite pleased with Wen Shuai's performance. Had it not been for Wen Shuai's timely report and his clever decision to remain here, Lin Bei would not have been transported to this location, nor would he have fostered a fourth line of thought. It can be said that Wen Shuai had indeed earned his merit. Consequently, Lin Bei was inclined to reward him. He is a person who believes in the principle of merit and penalty. However, while preparing to offer a reward, Lin Bei was keen to avoid drawing the attention of Ao Ding and the others. In the next moment, he utilized the subordinate communication feature to address Wen Shuai. Wen Shuai, the gray mist will soon return. When it fills the Misty Inn once more, come directly to my side. I will grant you the power to control the mist. Additionally, do not attract the attention of Ao Ding and the others. Indeed, the reward Lin Bei intended for Wen Shuai was an opportunity for subordinate synthesis. Instantly, upon hearing this, a surge of elation washed over Wen Shuai's countenance, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Within him, a profound exhilaration surged. Had Lin Bei not deliberately cautioned him, Wen Shuai might have shouted out in his exuberance. Even while he exerted all his efforts to restrain himself, his breathing grew increasingly rapid. Wen Shuai did not wish to behave in such a manner. Yet, the intensity of his excitement was simply too overwhelming. Fortunately, it did not attract the notice of Ao Ding and Li Ying. In the next moment, Lin Bei unleashed a substantial amount of mental energy, enveloping the mist outside the Misty Inn without causing any disturbance. Immediately, under the guidance of Lin Bei's mental energy, the gray mist surged back into the Misty Inn. The speed remained unchanged, but the quantity had significantly increased. In an instant, a vast quantity of gray mist flooded in, occupying 1/8 of the Misty Inn. Ao Ding and Li Ying were quick to sense the anomaly, both turning their gazes toward the encroaching mist. Their brows furrowed tightly, and their tone grew grave as they spoke. The situation seems dire. We must expedite the necessary repairs. Otherwise, this mist will continue to surge in repeatedly. Even with Lin Bei here, we cannot rely on him to disperse the mist indefinitely. Thus, the best course of action is to prevent the mist from entering altogether. Seizing the opportunity while the two were distracted, Wen Shuai swiftly approached Lin Bei, his gaze fixed upon him with fervent intensity. Though he was somewhat impatient, he forcibly suppressed his excitement and stood there obediently, awaiting further instructions. Lin Bei, however, paid no heed to Wen Shuai, instead focusing his attention on the encroaching gray mist alongside Ao Ding and Li Ying. Now was not the moment for synthesis. The ideal time to act would be when the mist had completely filled the Misty Inn, obscuring the view for Ao Ding and Li Ying. Seconds ticked by, and approximately 10 seconds later, The entire Misty Inn was engulfed by the gray mist. As far as the eye could see, only the gray mist remained. At this moment, Ao Ding's voice rang out. Lin Bei, can you dispel this mist? We must devise a method to stop its influx. He was discussing matters with Lin Bei, exhibiting no intention of issuing commands. Almost immediately, Lin Bei responded, wait a few minutes. I need to adjust my state. I just dealt with a considerable amount of mist. He said this merely to buy time. Absorbing the mist was a task he could perform continuously, as it served as excellent sustenance for him. Hearing this, Ao Ding refrained from further comments, simply standing amidst the mist and awaiting Lin Bei's adjustment. After delivering his response, Lin Bei led Wen Shuai aside, creating distance between them and Ao Ding. Wen Shuai, prepare yourself. Wen Shuai promptly nodded, taking a deep breath and tensing his body as he stood anxiously in place. In the next moment, Lin Bei raised both hands and plunged them into the nearby gray mist, swiftly grasping a large clump of it. Simultaneously, he channeled his mental energy, imprinting his unique mental mark onto the gray mist he held. Only mist that bore his mental imprint could be considered as synthesis material. Having done this before, the process was effortless. In less than a second, the mist was transformed into a suitable synthesis material. Subsequently, Lin Bei withdrew his arm, holding a tranquil mass of gray mist between his hands. System, prepare for synthesis. Soon, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Please select synthesis materials. When conducting subordinate synthesis, a maximum of 2 materials, including subordinates, may be selected. As the system prompt concluded, Lin Bei's voice followed. The first material is Wen Shuai. The second material is the gray mist in my hands. This marked his second instance of subordinate synthesis. Just then, the clump of gray mist detached from Lin Bei's hand and surged toward Wen Shuai at a terrifying speed. Wen Shuai's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet he remained oblivious to what was transpiring. A second later, he was completely engulfed by the gray mist, from head to toe. His consciousness began to wane. Throughout the entire ordeal, Wen Shuai was caught off guard, standing there in a daze. Approximately 3 seconds later, a faint white glow enveloped both Wen Shuai and the gray mist, coalescing into a white orb the height of a person. Ding! Synthesis in progress. Meanwhile, the skywing dragon, effortlessly flapping its wings and soaring through the air, traversed an immense distance, arriving above the southern district from the northern district. Surrounding it was a clear expanse, devoid of any mist. It was evident that the skywing dragon had ventured into the territory belonging to that mermaid. Peering down at the vast lake below, which shimmered in 7 vibrant hues, a rare flicker of apprehension crossed its large, dragon-like eyes. After so many years apart, its power remained as wondrous as ever. While musing on this, the skywing dragon paused, memories of Lin Bei surfacing in its mind. Moments later, it resumed its soliloquy. Even if he can summon that infernal fire dragon once more, it will be of no consequence. On this island, the only being capable of withstanding such power is that nearly deceased sea demon. At that instant, the mermaid, who had been resting with her eyes closed by the lakeside, abruptly opened her eyes. The moment they fluttered open, her gaze pierced through the myriad colors of the lake, fixing upon the skywing dragon soaring above. The skywing dragon? How did it come to be here? Could it be the sealing formation has been lifted? This mermaid, tasked with guarding the formation, was acutely aware that as long as the sealing array remained intact, the guardian, be it dragon or mermaid, was bound to remain at that location. There was no possibility of departure. Realizing this, her expression shifted dramatically, turning grave with concern. What has transpired? Why has the sealing formation been undone? And why has the skywing dragon appeared here? I must ascertain the truth. She recognized the gravity of the situation immediately. In the next moment, the mermaid floated in the lake, extending a pristine arm towards the sky. 1 second later, her arm fell forward, aimed directly at the lake's depths, tracing a semicircle in the air. Simultaneously, her voice resonated, open. Though her movements appeared simple and casual, the commotion they incited was anything but trivial. Splash! Splash! In that instant, the waters of the entire lake surged. Indeed, the entire expanse of the lake was in tumult. All the water, centered around the mermaid, flowed outward in opposing directions. As the water receded, a dry expanse emerged within the lake. From the bottom to the top, not a single drop of water remained. With one hand, she had forcibly carved out a pathway. As the dry space materialized, the mermaid's voice rang out once more. Since you're here, why not descend for a chat? Instantly, the skywing dragon flapped its wings and descended towards the lake's bottom. Before long, it stood on the lake bed, gazing at the mermaid who was responsible for guarding the formation. Long time no see, old comrade. This could be considered a historic reunion. However, the mermaid showed no inclination for idle chatter. With an irritable glare directed at the skywing dragon, She cut straight to the chase. Enough of this trivial banter. Let us discuss serious matters. Chapter 337. The title of Empress is a disgrace to me. Upon hearing the mermaid's words, the Skywing Dragon couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. Initially, it had intended to reminisce with this old ally to foster a sense of camaraderie before addressing the pressing matters at hand. However, it was clear that the mermaid had no such intentions and wanted to delve right into the core issue. Faced with this situation, the Skywing Dragon couldn't help but exclaim, "Achi, you remain as you always were. So direct, so aloof. Only in the presence of your master do you reveal your gentle side." At this, the mermaid named Achi's expression turned markedly frosty, and she swiftly interjected, "Skywing Dragon. Silence yourself. Is that a name you can casually utter? If you must speak, call me the Merfolk Empress." She was clearly incensed, disliking the use of the name Achi, which held special significance to her, by anyone other than her master. The next moment, the Skywing Dragon curiously inquired, "Merfolk Empress, when did you change your name? Were you not previously known as the Merfolk Empress?" This left it genuinely perplexed. After merely a brief separation, how had its old comrade altered her name, and only by a single character? "Because I refuse to share a name with that wretch. To me, it is a source of shame." The mermaid's reference to that wretch was evidently the Sea Demon Empress, whose actions had led to Kunping's downfall. As a result of the Sea Demon Empress, she had begun to harbor disdain for the very title of Empress. The similarity between the titles of Merfolk Empress and Sea Demon Empress was too striking. Upon learning the reason behind the name change, the Skywing Dragon prepared to speak again. But before it could utter a single word, the Merfolk Empress interjected, "I've made myself clear. Do not indulge in idle chatter with me. Speak of serious matters directly. If you continue with your trivialities, I shall have you submerged in the lake." At that moment, her tone was unmistakably laced with dissatisfaction and irritation. Sensing this, the Skywing Dragon refrained from further digressions and directly articulated its purpose. "Achi, have you captured 3 synthesized dragons?" As soon as the words left its mouth, the Merfolk Empress's eyes widened in astonishment, and a look of disbelief crossed her face, momentarily forgetting her annoyance about being addressed as Achi. "How could you possibly know? I only just captured them. How could the news have reached you?" She was baffled as to why the Skywing Dragon was aware of her actions. There were no other beings in the entire Southern District. Naturally, events transpiring in the Southern District couldn't be relayed to other districts. Even neighboring districts would not receive word, let alone the Northern District, which lay across from the Southern District. Something was amiss. At that moment, the Skywing Dragon was utterly convinced of the truth, aligning perfectly with its suspicions. Lin Bei's 3 dragons had indeed been captured by the Merfolk Empress. Just as I had surmised, you truly have captured those 3 dragons. This development was anticipated. Upon hearing this revelation, the Merfolk Empress quickly grasped a critical piece of information. "This news is merely a conjecture? Speak. What exactly is going on? Otherwise, I shall drown you in the lake." She was eager to uncover the truth. Simply contemplating the matter reveals its inherent complexity. The Sky Feather Dragon harbored no intentions of withholding information. It candidly articulated the truth. "I have encountered the master of those 3 dragons, a man endowed with synthesis abilities." In an instant, the Mermaid Empress was taken aback. Although she was aware that a unique individual must exist behind the 3 nether dragons of Time Emperor Town, she never anticipated that the Sky Feather Dragon would meet the man behind the dragons before her. What a turn of events. The dragon was dispatched to the Southern District, while it ventured to the Northern District itself. After taking several deep breaths to suppress her rising curiosity, the Mermaid Empress promptly inquired of the Sky Feather Dragon, "Is he our master?" The synthesis ability must surely be one of the Master's defining traits. Her curiosity intensified, and her desire to know more grew stronger. The Sky Feather Dragon nodded vigorously a few times, then shook its head with equal determination, its expression becoming increasingly complex. After a moment, its voice emerged slowly. "How should I articulate this? Truthfully, I cannot ascertain this matter with certainty. While he indeed possesses the capability to synthesize dragons, his prowess far surpasses our Master's, resembling a far more advanced ability. Apart from this singular aspect, there are numerous other traits that markedly differ from our master. He bears no draconic bloodline, nor any divine lineage. His physique is purely human. However, at this point, the Sky Feather Dragon paused, its enormous visage darkening slightly, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. The Mermaid Empress, unwilling to endure even a moment of silence, hastily urged, "But what? Speak, will you? Why the pretense?" After shaking its head vigorously and exhaling a sigh, the Sky Feather Dragon continued, "Yet, to vanquish me, that individual summoned the Inferno Dragon. The Inferno Dragon, that very creature we both know well. It refers to that individual as master. However, I was unable to extract much information, for the Inferno Dragon can only exist for a mere minute. Upon reaching this point, the dragon fell silent once more, deliberately omitting the details of its earlier defeat and only sharing the pertinent information. In that moment, the Mermaid Empress too succumbed to silence. She was well acquainted with the Inferno Dragon, understanding precisely what manner of dragon it was. The situation was far more intricate than she had imagined. For a brief moment, she found it difficult to accept. Thus, her silence persisted. Meanwhile, within the Misty Inn, Lin Bei stood quietly beside Wen Shuai, patiently awaiting developments. He had no intention of engaging in any other activities until the synthesis was complete. Not far off, Ao Ding and Li Ying, enveloped in mist, conversed softly, anticipating Lin Bei's return to disperse the fog once more. They remained oblivious to Lin Bei's actions, merely believing he was preparing for the next encounter with the mist. In the blink of an eye, a dozen seconds had passed, and the white light enveloping Wen Shuai's body grew significantly brighter. The vast expanse of gray mist surrounding them was illuminated by this radiant glow. Crack, crack. Soon, numerous fissures appeared upon the surface of this white light. Initially, the cracks were few in number, but within seconds, they multiplied exponentially, reaching at least several thousand. Bang! The final sound was akin to something shattering, resonating like a violent explosion. Ao Ding and Li Ying, standing nearby, heard this sound. Although Ao Ding was acutely aware of Lin Bei's considerable advantage within the mist, he instinctively inquired, "Lin Bei, what transpired? Are you well?" Lin Bei replied nonchalantly, "All is normal." He refrained from elaborating further. The more he said, the greater the likelihood of raising suspicion. The moment his words fell, Lin Bei turned his gaze towards Wen Shuai. It appeared the synthesis had succeeded. In the next instant, the mist converging around Wen Shuai was propelled by an external force, swirling vigorously. 3 seconds later, a substantial space devoid of any mist, large enough to accommodate several individuals, materialized, with Wen Shuai standing at its center. He gazed in astonishment at the mist he had just dispelled. I truly possess the power to combat the mist. Had he not personally experienced it, Wen Shuai would never have believed such a transformation possible. Just a minute ago, he had been struggling to survive within the mist. Yet now, he could effortlessly disperse it. The contrast was indeed staggering. Gulp. After swallowing hard, Wen Shuai regarded Lin Bei with deep reverence, unhesitatingly kneeling before him and murmuring, "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your bestowal. Following you was the wisest decision I could make." At that moment, he had elevated Lin Bei to the status of a deity, becoming a devout follower. Lin Bei's demeanor, however, remained unchanged. He merely nodded coolly. "Rise." Upon hearing this, Wen Shuai dared not disobey, promptly standing up. Yet, even as he rose, he did not dare to meet Lin Bei's gaze directly. Instead, bowing his head at a 45-degree angle, focusing on the dilapidated ground below. Lin Bei's voice continued to resonate. "Remember, do not reveal your abilities before that woman, lest you attract unnecessary trouble." He understood all too well that if the fact of his ability to grant others control over the mist were to become public, it would undoubtedly draw considerable attention. The first to take notice would surely be the Sea Emperor Ao Ding. With his mind intact, Wen Shuai was well aware of this, and he responded immediately, "Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I shall not expose it." In the next moment, Lin Bei redirected his attention to the surrounding mist, waving his hands casually as he began to absorb it into his being. Whoosh, whoosh. The gray mist surged rapidly, flooding into him, nourishing his already formidable mental strength. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Subordinate synthesis successful. This synthesis did not yield any rewards. To receive rewards through the synthesis of subordinates again, one must achieve a total of 10 successful syntheses. 3 seconds later, within the Misty Inn, all the gray mist had been absorbed into Lin Bei's body. Naturally, the inn returned to its normal state once more. He did not cease his actions. Instead, he immediately unleashed a substantial amount of mental energy, sealing off all possible entrances through which the mist could permeate. This maneuver effectively kept the gray mist temporarily at bay. In the next moment, Lin Bei addressed Ao Ding beside him, urging, "We must expedite the repairs. We have much to accomplish." There remained a multitude of tasks awaiting his attention, leaving little time to squander in this place. Subsequently, the 4 individuals busied themselves, employing every conceivable method to restore the Misty Inn. With the gray mist unable to infiltrate, their efforts proceeded smoothly. At this juncture, the status of the Mermaid Empress had improved somewhat from her earlier state. Her brow furrowed deeply as she gazed sternly at Kong Yulong, inquiring with an unprecedented gravity, "Are you certain that everything you said is true? There are no fabrications whatsoever?" The next instant, Kong Yulong responded in a tone equally grave, I stake my dragon's honor on it. Everything I have just recounted truly transpired. I would never jest about such matters. Although he had withheld certain details, those omissions were inconsequential. Before long, the mermaid empress appeared to ponder something, hastily interjecting, "This matter is somewhat complex and cannot be clarified in an instant. Until I encounter that individual, I dare not draw any conclusions." After a brief pause, she continued, "By the way, I have another inquiry. Under normal circumstances, as the guardian of the sealing array, you should not have been able to leave the North District. Yet you have departed. Does this mean the sealing array has been lifted?" Initially, she intended to pose this question, but the shocking revelations from Kong Yulong had caused her to forget it entirely. Indeed, the sealing array has been dismantled. The one responsible for this was the master of the three dragons. After the Inferno Dragon was summoned, I engaged in a brief conversation with it, during which it revealed that its master had long since forgiven Kunpeng, merely lacking the opportunity to inform us. Therefore, we ought to grant Kunpeng his freedom. Upon hearing this, the mermaid empress nodded, a flicker of anticipation kindling within her. "So, even if I do not capture those three dragons, the man you mentioned will inevitably arrive at my domain. His purpose in doing so is to assist that fool Kunpeng." She could hardly contain her eagerness for Lin Bei to arrive at once. The restoration of the Misty Inn proceeded exceptionally well, with the collective effort of the four. It reached a considerable degree of repair. While it did not resemble its former glory, it was at least capable of preventing the mist's incursion. At this moment, Lin Bei paused his task and turned to Ao Ding, who had also stopped. "All right, let us prepare to depart." Upon hearing this, Ao Ding nodded in acknowledgement before directing his gaze toward Li Ying, earnestly advising, "Li Ying, you must ensure the safety of the Misty Inn. We cannot allow a repeat of what transpired. Furthermore, please endeavor to restore the inn as much as possible. It holds great significance for us." He understood the importance of the Misty Inn, hence his fervent words. Almost immediately, Li Ying responded loudly, "Understood. Rest assured, we will safeguard this place." Now that the Misty Inn had undergone preliminary repairs and the mist was unable to infiltrate, she felt a sense of relief. As long as the mist remained at bay, there would be no cause for concern. Worst case scenario, they could simply close the doors and cease operations. The next moment, Ao Ding turned his gaze back to Lin Bei, a glimmer of anticipation illuminating his expression as he spoke with a hint of excitement. "I am ready. I can depart at any moment." At this instant, he was eager to reach the West District and discern the situation there. Did the legendary merfolk truly exist? Very well. The moment he uttered this word, Lin Bei took a step forward, striding directly toward the entrance of the inn. Observing this, Ao Ding swiftly followed, closely trailing Lin Bei. With their distance no greater than a meter, fully aware of the dangers posed by the mist, he dared not stray too far from Lin Bei. Meanwhile, in the East District, the dragonfolk previously intimidated by the Inferno Dragon were gradually returning to normalcy, each slowly emerging from their state of fear. Almost instantaneously upon regaining their composure, the elderly dragonfolk cast an apologetic glance toward the dazed Li Ying and the others. "Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize. We have lost our composure. Please grant us your understanding." His tone was imbued with sincerity, clearly reflecting his genuine remorse. To the elderly dragonfolk, their recent behavior had been utterly unbecoming. They had been engaged in pleasant conversation when, without warning, their bodies trembled as if afflicted by potent poison. Moreover, many dragonfolk had even fallen to their knees. No matter how one considered it, such actions were wholly inappropriate and could easily leave a poor impression. Thus, in an effort to salvage their image, he felt compelled to utter these words, solely to prevent Li Ying and the others from harboring any discontent. The first to hear this was Li Ying, who discerned the earnestness in the dragonfolk's words. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly replied, "There is no need for such apologies. You are not at fault. We are all equals, and we shall not hold this against you. Humans and dragonfolk must strive for mutual understanding. Moreover, that dragon's roar was truly formidable. We too were affected." Following Lu Ying's remarks, Si Ling Xian and the others quickly echoed, "Indeed, you need not apologize. This is not your fault. After all, none of you wished for it." Upon hearing these reassurances, the elderly dragonfolk finally exhaled, relieved to learn that the humans truly bore no ill will regarding the recent incident. He could not help but exclaim, "Humans are indeed compassionate. Had we exhibited such behavior before dragons, gaining forgiveness would not have been so simple." After a brief interval of 2 or 3 seconds, the remaining dragonfolk who had knelt began to rise one by one. The fear and trepidation that had once engulfed their hearts dissipated entirely as they stood. Instantly, a flurry of discussions erupted. What was that dragon's roar earlier? Even now, I still feel an impulse to kneel. Upon hearing the resonant roar of the dragon, my very soul yearned to prostrate itself. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. Although the dragon folk had returned to their normal state, they remained engulfed in the aftermath of this event. Only the aged dragon folk appeared relatively composed. Instead of reprimanding the younger ones, he turned once more to Lu Ying and inquired with curiosity, "The human you mentioned, Mr. Lin. When might he arrive? I am quite eager to meet him." In the next moment, Lu Ying prepared to respond, but before he could utter a word, Lin Bei's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Lu Ying, are you there?" Lu Ying, not daring to delay, promptly replied, "I am here. Is there anything you need?" Soon, Lin Bei's voice continued, "Lu Ying, there has been a change in my plans. I need to make a trip to the West District and cannot immediately reach the East District. If I have not arrived before nightfall, you all should return to the Misty Inn." At that moment, a look of respect appeared on Lu Ying's face. Without wasting even a second, he resolutely responded inwardly, "Understood. You focus on your matters. Do not worry about the North District. I will lead these individuals to investigate and strive to locate that sealing formation." At this juncture, Lu Ying was unaware that the sealing formation in the North District had long since been dispelled, leaving only vast expanses of mist behind. Even if he took his companions there, they would yield no results. After articulating his thoughts, Lu Ying began contemplating the subsequent action plan for the North District. However, just as he conceived an initial idea, Lin Bei's voice resounded once more in his mind. "There is no need for unnecessary actions. You may remain in the East District with peace of mind. I have already lifted the sealing formation in the North District. Your journey would be in vain." Initially, Lin Bei had no intention of elaborating further, but Lu Ying's words compelled him to disclose this information. Remaining silent would only waste Lu Ying and the others' time. What purpose would that serve? The revelation stunned Lu Ying into silence. In an instant, his heart and mind were filled with bewilderment and astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if they might fall from their sockets due to the intensity of his shock. It was as if he had heard something utterly inconceivable. "What? You have already lifted that sealing formation? This is utterly unexpected. We haven't even begun to act. And yet the matter has concluded?" Gulp, gulp. Lu Ying instinctively inquired while swallowing the saliva that had pooled in his mouth from astonishment. In truth, as he posed these questions, he had already arrived at a definitive conclusion in his mind. Everything was indeed true. The sealing formation in the North District had genuinely been lifted. There was no longer any necessity for them to venture there. At that moment, Lin Bei's voice echoed once more. "Indeed, the noise earlier was quite pronounced. You should have taken notice." Upon hearing this, Lu Ying abruptly recalled the earlier dragon's roar. In retrospect, that sudden roar seemed rather peculiar. Judging by the aged dragon's reaction, this roar was evidently unprecedented. Otherwise, the dragon folk would not have reacted in such a manner. "Mr. Lin, could it be that the roar was somehow connected to you?" As Lin Bei traversed through the mist alongside Ao Ding towards the West District, he was acutely aware of the roar to which Lu Ying referred. However, he was uncertain why Lu Ying would pose such a question. Nonetheless, Lin Bei had no intention of concealing the truth. Having witnessed the Starfire Dragon, Lu Ying was a trustworthy individual, and Lin Bei felt comfortable admitting, "Indeed, it is related to me. The dragon that emitted that roar is one I summoned, a dragon known as the Infernal Flame Dragon." After disclosing this information, Lu Ying remained unresponsive for an extended period, as if the connection had suddenly been severed by some unseen force. Not receiving a reply, Lin Bei decided to terminate the communication and hastened his journey. As he advanced, he diligently absorbed the mist into his being, nurturing and strengthening his mental prowess. Lin Bei was cautious while absorbing the mist. Ao Ding, following closely behind, remained oblivious to this unusual occurrence. Before long, the two would arrive once more in the West District. Lin Bei had already devised a plan for their actions upon arrival, and thus a smile crept upon his lips. At last, it is time for the shape-shifting Shadow Dragon to showcase its abilities. The shape-shifting Shadow Dragon possesses exceptionally unique powers. It is the very core of my plan. Meanwhile, in the East District, Lu Ying stood motionless, his expression peculiar, as though he were a malfunctioning automaton. Lin Bei's earlier words echoed incessantly in his mind. After a considerable pause, he finally exhaled deeply and murmured in a subdued tone, "Upon reflection, perhaps there is nothing so surprising after all. Given Mr. Lin's strength and mystery, accomplishing such feats is entirely within the realm of the ordinary. This is for the best. We need only remain in the East District." Unbeknownst to Lu Ying, his tone was rife with a profound sense of disappointment, as if he had been left far behind by his companions, relegated to the role of an afterthought. The aged dragonfolk, waiting for Lu Ying's response, observed him closely. After a few moments of silence, the elder dragon could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "What troubles you? You seem out of sorts. Is there something weighing on your heart?" Upon hearing the elder dragon's voice, Lu Ying snapped back to reality. hastily dispelling the tumultuous emotions within, and feigned a normal demeanor. Smiling as he replied, "It's nothing, nothing at all. By the way, what was it you asked me earlier?" Noticing Lu Ying's reluctance to divulge his feelings, the elder dragon refrained from pressing further and reiterated his question. "When might that human, Mr. Lin, be arriving here?" In the next moment, Lu Ying responded, "I cannot say for certain. Whether Mr. Lin will arrive today remains an unknown. He is now hastening towards the Western District. However, there is no need for disappointment. Mr. Lin will surely arrive in due time." Although his demeanor seems somewhat off, he would not be foolish enough to utter certain unspeakable truths. For instance, the matter of the Hellfire Dragon must remain undisclosed for the time being. Upon hearing this, the elderly man shook his head in resignation, feeling a pang of disappointment within. Yet, almost immediately, a glimmer of enlightenment flickered in his dragon-like eyes, as he deliberately lowered his voice to address Lu Ying. "If I am not mistaken, your current state must be related to the Mr. Lin you mentioned. How about I accompany you to the Western District? After all, it is rather dull to remain here." Upon hearing the words of the aged dragon, Lu Ying's eyes widened in surprise, and he regarded the venerable dragon with a newfound sense of peculiarity. He had not anticipated that this seemingly earnest dragon would entertain such audacious thoughts, daring to abandon the other dragons to venture into the Western District. Simultaneously, Lu Ying became acutely aware of the dragon's profound fascination with humanity, so intense that it could be described as terrifying. Otherwise, why would they need to act in such a manner? Nevertheless, Lu Ying did not harbor any aversion to this. All right. Before long, the pair, a man and a dragon, crafted an excuse and stealthily departed from the Eastern District, embarking on their journey toward the Western District. Meanwhile, after a swift and determined journey, Lin Bei and Ao Ding arrived at the junction of the Western and Eastern Districts. Gazing at the sign bearing the ominous inscription, "Ferocious Merfolk," Ao Ding's expression turned somewhat peculiar. "Ferocious? Are these merfolk truly so fearsome?" To this, Lin Bei responded with unwavering certainty. "Indeed, they are quite fearsome." The ferocity he referred to was entirely different from the concept Ao Ding had in mind. The next moment, Lin Bei took the lead and stepped into the Western District. Concurrently, he extended his mental energy, remaining vigilant to Ao Ding's movements behind him. As he entered this realm and confirmed that Ao Ding was still within the main district, Lin Bei summoned the Chameleon Shadow Dragon into existence. Having grasped the situation, the Chameleon Shadow Dragon did not cause any significant commotion, simply remaining quietly amidst the fog. "Little Lin, utilize your powers to create my projection. Then, use that projection to distract Ao Ding." Chapter 339, The Chameleon Shadow Dragon's Clever Maneuver. Buzz. The Chameleon Shadow Dragon responded with a low hum, then began to harness its abilities. A sphere of pitch-black light detached from its form, swiftly reaching Lin Bei's side within a second and beginning to transform rapidly. In the blink of an eye, this dark sphere took on a humanoid shape. Its contours and size mirrored Lin Bei's, as if it were a mere copy. Moments later, the black light fully morphed into Lin Bei's likeness. It was an exact replica. There was no distinguishing difference in demeanor, physique, or aura. One could say this was another Lin Bei. Lin Bei, gazing at his duplicate, raised an eyebrow in surprise. At least on the surface, there appeared to be no discrepancies. "Excellent. There are no discernible flaws." As he spoke, he released his mental energy, enveloping his shadow. Even with Lin Bei's formidable mental prowess, he could only sense a hint of peculiarity. This was due to the unique nature of his mental energy. Oh, it seems even mental energy can be deceived. The Chameleon Shadow Dragon's abilities were indeed impressive. Lin Bei felt a sincere sense of satisfaction with this shadow. Even his current mental energy found it challenging to detect any anomalies within this projection. For others, it would be even more difficult to perceive any discrepancies. With such a method at his disposal, it would undoubtedly prove immensely advantageous in the future. Buzz. The Chameleon Shadow Dragon, having received some praise, burst into exuberance akin to a child, emitting a few low hums of excitement. Were it not for the constraints of the situation, it would undoubtedly have let out a triumphant roar. Before long, Lin Bei shifted his focus away from the shadow. "Little Lin, can you control this projection?" Creating the projection is the first step of the plan. Allowing the Chameleon Shadow Dragon to control this projection is the second step. Only by accomplishing these two steps can we move on to the third, fourth, and even fifth steps. In response, the Chameleon Shadow Dragon nodded vigorously. At the same time, Lin Bei's projection began to move, mimicking the actions of the Chameleon Shadow Dragon by nodding in agreement with Lin Bei. The scene appeared somewhat peculiar. Buzz. Seeing this, Lin Bei felt reassured. The plan was progressing smoothly. He was about to speak when the Chameleon Shadow Dragon's low hum interrupted him. Buzz. Upon hearing this sound, Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. The meaning conveyed through the dragon's hum astonished him. What? After you create my projection, I can inject my abilities into it. However, the total amount of abilities I can infuse cannot be excessive. The reason for this is that within my shadow lies your shadow power. Your shadow power, akin to a black hole, can store a certain amount of energy. This was the essence of the message conveyed by the chameleon shadow dragon. It not only informed Lin Bei of its abilities, but also elucidated the underlying mechanism. For Lin Bei, this revelation was an immense and unexpected delight. Initially, he was already quite satisfied with the chameleon shadow dragon's abilities. Now, he was even more pleased. Possessing a projection that could wield a semblance of his own abilities would undoubtedly facilitate various endeavors. In the next moment, Lin Bei extended a hand, pressing it firmly against his shadow. The most suitable ability to infuse at this moment was undoubtedly the fog power. As he spoke, he injected a portion of his control over the fog into the projection. Approximately 2 seconds later, the infusion was complete, and Lin Bei withdrew his hand. At this moment, the chameleon shadow dragon commanded Lin Bei's projection to move. With a single wave, a substantial amount of fog dispersed, akin to the manner in which Lin Bei controlled the fog himself. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Bei addressed the chameleon shadow dragon. Little Lin, control this projection and lead Ao Ding to buy us some time. Ensure that the pace is slow. With that, he did not wait for the chameleon shadow dragon's response and immediately plunged into the fog, making his way towards the pool. At this moment, the western district was once again shrouded in fog, though it had become significantly thinner. After all, the total volume of fog was limited. Consequently, visibility in the western district was higher than in several other districts. Just then, Ao Ding, who had been pondering the word ferocious, finally stepped into the western district. Upon entering, he began searching for Lin Bei's figure. Yet the fog enveloped everything, rendering any search futile. Ao Ding could only voice his query. Lin Bei, where are you? Could you please show yourself? He was entirely unfamiliar with the West District, lacking any knowledge of how to navigate it. At that moment, the chameleon shadow acted swiftly, manipulating the doppelganger of Lin Bei to glide through the mist. Before long, it intentionally manifested before Ao Ding, and under the control of the chameleon shadow dragon. The doppelganger waved its arms deliberately, dispersing the surrounding fog slightly. Upon seeing the silhouette of Lin Bei emerge from the mist, Ao Ding hurriedly followed suit. Thus, the pair, one human and one shadow, began to weave through the fog. The doppelganger's pace was somewhat languid, occasionally revealing its back to Ao Ding, continually enticing him to advance. Oblivious to any abnormalities, Ao Ding pressed forward silently, perceiving no difference between the current Lin Bei and the one he had known before. After all, both in appearance and demeanor, the shadow and the real Lin Bei were virtually indistinguishable. Events unfolded smoothly. Hidden within the fog, the chameleon shadow dragon nearly broke into a triumphant chuckle. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Bei, advancing swiftly through the mist, soon arrived at a body of water. As he reached the location, an unpleasant odor assaulted his senses, a foul amalgamation of blood and decay. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei activated his abilities, drawing in the surrounding fog into his being. Soon, the mist dissipated entirely, revealing everything around him. The corpse of Yu Xingyao lay discarded at the water's edge, the stench emanating from its decaying form. The scent of blood arose from the remains of those slain by dragons. At this moment, the mermaids lingered nearby, not having retreated to the depths, frolicking on the surface, seemingly unwilling to return. As the fog cleared, they ceased their merriment, their gazes immediately fixating on Lin Bei. Sisters, the merman has returned. I knew he wouldn't abandon us. How wonderful. Our wait was not in vain. Tonight, we must keep him here to spend the night with us. We will surely succeed. As they spoke, the mermaids swiftly emerged from the water, rushing towards Lin Bei with fervor, resembling ferocious piranhas. Upon hearing their words, Lin Bei felt a sheen of sweat break out upon his brow. These mermaids were exceedingly wild. Yet, he had no time to ponder this further. The crux of the matter lay in his own plan. Whether or not he could instigate a misunderstanding with Ao Ding would impact many subsequent events. But should the plan fail, he would have to confront the Yu family. Without the strongest dragon race experience card, facing the Yu family would indeed be a perilous endeavor. From Yu Xingyao's conduct and the intelligence provided, it was clear that the Yu family was formidable. 3 seconds later, Lin Bei found himself encircled, surrounded by a multitude of striking mermaids. Shaking his head in resignation, he conveyed his plan to them. The mermaids, upon hearing his proposition, unhesitatingly agreed. Merman, worry not. We shall absolutely fulfill your request. How could our sisters not assist you? Indeed, you are the only merman in this world. If we do not cherish you, whom shall we cherish? This is but a trivial matter, merely requiring us to perform a play. It is exceedingly simple. Before proposing this plan, Lin Bei had anticipated this outcome. He understood that the mermaids would undoubtedly acquiesce to his request. After all, in their eyes, he was the sole existent merman, his significance far surpassing everything else. Excellent. Let us commence. In the next instant, Lin Bei summoned several larger dragons, directing them to hoist the distant corpses and cast them into the water. Leaving the remains so far from the water was a blatant provocation for Aoding's suspicions. If the mermaids were responsible for the deaths, the corpses should logically be in the water. Plop, plop. One after another, the corpses were thrown into the water, splashes erupting. This included Yu Xingyao and several others. In no time, all the remains were disposed of, and the bloodstains on the ground were tidied up, leaving no trace of the unusual. Everything maintained a facade of normalcy. The mermaids were not idle either. They worked diligently to disguise the corpses as having drowned. Observing that everything proceeded smoothly, Lin Bei felt reassured enough to depart. Aoding, do not blame me. Assisting me is what you ought to do. Without me, you would have perished yesterday. Strictly speaking, he was not betraying Aoding. He was merely guiding him to a misunderstanding. For once the Yu family learned of the events surrounding Yu Xingyao, Aoding would not face significant trouble. Though it could be termed a misunderstanding, it was not entirely so. Yu Xingyao had indeed been slain by the mermaids. Yet the fundamental cause lay solely with Lin Bei. How could the Yu family harbor animosity towards the mermaids? Let us not forget, this was the City of Mist, a place where the formidable sky feather dragons dwelled. Faced with the powerful sky feather dragons, the Yu family could only be left helpless. Meanwhile, Aoding was wandering aimlessly alongside Lin Bei's doppelganger. At this moment, he sensed something amiss. How peculiar. Why does it feel as though we have been here before? The fog around him was thinner than in other areas. Unable to contain his curiosity, Aoding called out to the doppelganger of Lin Bei ahead. Lin Bei, did we not just pass through here? However, he received no response. His inquiry sank like a stone into the sea, creating not a single ripple. Aoding could not help but furrow his brow lightly. No reply? He is clearly not far from me. Though puzzled, he continued onward. Yet the more he walked, the more familiar the surroundings became. No, we have definitely been here before. Could it be? Lin Bei took a wrong turn. No, he had to find him. In the next instant, Aoding quickened his pace, hastening towards Lin Bei's doppelganger. The chameleon shadow dragon, seamlessly blending with the gray mist, noticed this scene immediately. It swiftly activated its abilities. Whoosh. In silence, a multitude of shadows emerged, surging violently from around Aoding to launch an attack. In the next heartbeat, the shadows, without making a sound, enveloped Aoding's legs entirely. At this moment, the shadow transformed into a shade of gray, mirroring the hue of the surrounding mist. The metamorphic shadow dragon not only possesses the ability to alter its own coloration in response to its environment, but it can also change the hue of shadows. In an instant, Aoding found himself unable to advance any further. It felt as though his feet were stitched together, reinforced by several bottles of glue. Huh. What has happened to my legs? Aoding immediately glanced down at his limbs and was met with the sight of the encroaching mist. What is going on? Is this gray mist actively attacking me? It has ensnared my legs of its own accord. Indeed, the gray shadow appeared identical to the gray mist, making it entirely reasonable for Aoding to be misled. After all, he was unaware of the metamorphic shadow dragon's capabilities. In the next moment, Aoding began to struggle, his entire being erupting with power in an instant. Boom. His strength was formidable, far surpassing that of the metamorphic shadow dragon. Thus, within a mere 2 seconds, he effortlessly freed himself from the binding of the gray shadow. However, just as Aoding broke free, more gray shadows ensnared him once again. At that moment, he found himself unable to search for Lin Bei. The only thing he could do was confront the bizarre gray shadows. Why is the mist in the Western District behaving this way? Does each district possess its own unique mist? How troublesome. The efforts of the metamorphic shadow dragon proved effective, granting Lin Bei ample time. When Lin Bei returned to his true form, Aoding was still struggling, while the power of the metamorphic shadow dragon had diminished significantly. Without hesitation, Lin Bei approached Aoding and waved his hand to disperse the thick mist surrounding them. Along with the mist, the metamorphic shadow dragon and the heavy shadow concealed within vanished as well. Consequently, the gray shadow binding Aoding also disappeared. Immediately after, he turned to Lin Bei, his eyes betraying an uncontainable astonishment. You can so effortlessly handle even this peculiar gray mist? How did you manage that? Aoding was genuinely surprised. The special gray mist that had ensnared him so tightly was thus effortlessly annihilated. Lin Bei, however, was left speechless. He never anticipated that the actions of the metamorphic shadow dragon would lead to such a grand misunderstanding for Aoding. Chapter 340. Mermaid. Sorry, you are not qualified. In response, Lin Bei was somewhat at a loss for words, for the gray shadow had no relation whatsoever to the gray mist. Though they appeared similar in color, they were entirely distinct forces. Thus, he refrained from addressing the question directly. Answering would only invite trouble. Instead, he spoke in a nonchalant tone. Rather than pondering such trivial matters, it would be more prudent to keep pace with me. After a few more minutes of walking, you shall encounter the mermaid you seek. With that, Lin Bei did not wait for Ao Ding to respond, but once again strode forward. His pace quickened considerably compared to before. Moreover, as he entered the mist, Lin Bei activated the power of the mist, continuously absorbing it into his being. With each passing moment, as more mist was absorbed, his mental fortitude grew stronger. Observing this, Ao Ding could only shake his head in resignation, feeling no discontent. Oh well, this involves his secret. It is indeed the correct course of action to remain silent. In truth, had he been in Lin Bei's position, he would have made the same choice. He would not foolishly expose his secrets. Only a select few would dare to reveal their secrets, and such individuals typically do not live long. In the next moment, Ao Ding took a step forward, following Lin Bei closely. As he walked, he meticulously observed his surroundings, ensuring the environment remained consistent. After walking for several minutes without encountering any repetition in the surroundings, Ao Ding finally felt at ease. At least for now, everything appeared normal, and they were not going in circles anymore. Little did he know, all of this was orchestrated intentionally by Lin Bei. Meanwhile, Ivy and the group of mermaids had finally concluded their labors and returned beneath the water's surface. The Moonlight Star and her companions, along with a multitude of beast corpses, floated heavily upon the water's surface. The water around these corpses had turned crimson. It was evident that the deaths of these beings and beasts were undeniably connected to the water. They had prepared thoroughly, and the only thing left was to wait. When will the merman arrive? I am growing impatient. Do you think, if we perform exceptionally well, we might find an excuse to keep him with us a little longer? It's worth a try. The merman seems quite understanding. Let us all do our best and strive for success. At this moment, in the southern district, the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress remained silent, gazing at one another in a stalemate, neither dragon nor fish uttering a word. After a prolonged silence, the Sky Feather Dragon suddenly seemed to recall something and promptly addressed the Mermaid Empress. By the way, what of the 3 synthetic dragons you captured? Let me see them. I am particularly curious about what kind of synthetic dragons were deemed worthy of venturing into this area alone. Although it had never encountered the likes of the Time's sovereign Nether Dragon, it was well aware that their capabilities and strengths were anything but ordinary. Otherwise, they would not have the qualification to form a group and come to the southern district. In that moment, the Mermaid Empress snapped back to reality, turning her head to gaze at the adjacent lake. Perfect. You must tell me about those synthetic dragons. The 3 synthetic dragons I captured possess abilities that are anything but ordinary. As she spoke, she raised a pristine white arm and gestured towards the surrounding lake. In the next instant, half of the lake began to churn violently as the Time's sovereign Nether Dragon, the Void Reincarnation Dragon, and the Golden Mist Dragon were propelled to the center of the waterless expanse. At this moment, the 3 dragons remained calm and unperturbed, floating motionless, dragged by the waters. Almost immediately, the Sky Feather Dragon scrutinized the trio with meticulous attention. After a thorough examination lasting a full 10 seconds, its voice echoed once more. At first glance, these 3 dragons each possess unique characteristics, and each appears remarkably extraordinary. However, I find myself unable to discern the true nature of their abilities. Achi, what powers do they possess? Meanwhile, the Mermaid Empress wore a somewhat frosty expression and shot a sharp glare at the Sky Feather Dragon before responding. Do not call me Achi. Address me as the Mermaid Empress. After uttering this, she gestured towards the 3 dragons for introduction. One possesses the powers of time and suppression. Another wields the powers of the void and reincarnation. The last one commands the powers of gold and mist. During this period, the Mermaid Empress discerned the capabilities of the 3 dragons. Upon hearing the introductions regarding these dragons, she was utterly astounded by the prowess of the Sky Feather Dragon. Despite having mentally prepared herself, the shock was still overwhelming. Are the abilities of these 3 little beings truly so formidable? When considering each ability in isolation, I have some familiarity and have encountered dragons possessing similar powers. However, the amalgamation of these abilities transcends the bounds of my understanding. The fusion of time and suppression, culminating in an unparalleled force, could it not enable one to traverse the currents of time to enforce dominion? The void and reincarnation, gold and mist. At this moment, the astonishment within the Sky Feather Dragon was far more intense than when it first encountered the venomous Iron Dragon and others. For among the 3, The abilities of the Time Emperor's Nether Dragon and the Void Reincarnation Dragon are extraordinarily potent and unique. They far surpass the likes of the venomous Iron Dragon and the fiery Rock Armored Dragon. Alas, though these dragons are all synthetic creations of Lin Bei, there remains a discernible hierarchy of strength among them. After several deep breaths, it managed to quell its astonishment. Evidently, the synthetic power it possesses is significantly more potent than that of its master. At the very least, the master cannot achieve such a level. Even a dragon with the power to manipulate time can only tenuously synthesize with ordinary entities. The Mermaid Empress did not find the Sky Feather Dragon's reaction surprising. Upon learning of the capabilities of the three dragons, she too felt a wave of astonishment. Moreover, she wholeheartedly concurred with the words spoken by Kong. For they were indeed factual. You are correct. Their synthetic abilities surpass that of the master. Now, it is your turn to tell me about the dragons you encountered. Soon, the Sky Feather Dragon began to recount its experiences. It spoke of various dragons' abilities and actions. Meanwhile, the Mermaid Empress listened attentively. After concluding, she was taken aback, never anticipating such a series of events. It seems these dragons are all devoted to their master above all else. The three dragons I captured had also engaged in similar endeavors. Upon hearing that my intention was to meet their master, they readily prepared themselves for demise. In this moment, the Sky Feather Dragon truly realized the loyalty of these dragons. It began to reminisce, soon recalling Lin Bei's fury upon witnessing his beloved dragon injured. A wrath that sought to obliterate everything. So this is it. Not only does he possess a synthetic ability greater than that of the master, but he also loves his dragons more deeply. How wonderful it would be if our master loved his dragons with equal fervor and emotional depth. The Mermaid Empress's thoughts grew increasingly complex, seemingly recalling some less than pleasant memories. Sighing deeply, she spoke. Do you think he might be the master? His synthetic abilities and the summoning of the infernal dragon align so perfectly. Yet, there are many discrepancies. The Sky Feather Dragon vigorously shook its massive head. Its eyes filled with confusion, uncertain. It could be him, or it could not. If it were any of the other dragons, they would likely be able to ascertain the truth. However, our extended stay in this city has left us lost in time, and we have missed too many events to determine this matter. The same goes for that Kuenping fellow, who is in a similar predicament as us. After uttering these words, it fell silent. The prolonged isolation from the outside world, the countless events missed, and the opportunities squandered. These are the peculiarities of both the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress. Unlike the Azure Dragon, sealed beneath Nanshan City, which could judge matters immediately, they are unable to do so. Ultimately, the Mermaid Empress lowered her head, a glimmer of despondency flashing in her eyes. Her sole thought at this moment was a fervent hope for his swift arrival. In the West District, after hastily traversing for some time, Lin Bei successfully led Ao Ding to the realm of the mermaids. At this juncture, he halted his advance and turned to Ao Ding, stating, "We have arrived. Ahead lies the territory of the mermaids. Remember, do not make the same mistakes as Yu Xingyao and the others. This group of mermaids is vicious and perilous." Ao Ding nodded vigorously, etching Lin Bei's words into his memory. He harbored no intentions of courting disaster. What if Lin Bei's words were indeed the truth? The next moment, Lin Bei took a few steps forward, entering the gray mist, and immediately exerted his power over the mist, absorbing the surrounding fog. However, he did not unleash his full strength, opting instead to utilize only a portion to avoid appearing overly formidable. After a span of 5 seconds, 3/4 of the nearby mist dissipated, leaving only a quarter behind. The remaining mist floated in the air, having little significant effect, a mere veil of light fog frequently encountered in daily life. Almost instantaneously, Ao Ding's gaze was drawn to the distance. Soon, he beheld the water's surface and the corpses floating atop it, a multitude of grotesque bodies. There were both human and beastly remains. Splash, splash. Just then, a number of strikingly beautiful mermaids emerged from the water's surface, deliberately casting icy glares filled with hostility towards Ao Ding. Indeed, they were all fixated on him. The reason no mermaids directed their gaze at Lin Bei was that they refused to regard him with such disdain. Hiss. Immediately, Ao Ding instinctively inhaled sharply, his eyes uncontrollably widening, and goosebumps erupted across his skin. In that moment, he confirmed Lin Bei's assertions. Lin Bei did not deceive me. Given the current circumstances, it is clear that Yu Xingyao and the others were slain by these mermaids. Who would have thought that these seemingly delicate mermaids could be so ruthless? The harrowing images he witnessed and the palpable animosity emanating from the mermaids led Ao Ding to this conclusion. He unwittingly fell into Lin Bei's calculations. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, who had been releasing his mental energy, sensed Ao Ding's state and promptly stated, "Now, you should understand. Why Yu Xingyao and the others were killed for their disrespectful words. To claim that these mermaids are ugly is evidently an affront. Ao Ding nodded in agreement, vocally affirming. Indeed, it is a form of insult. Not only mermaids, but any woman of strength among humans would find such an insult intolerable. If it were me, they will kill them too. His tone was grave, clearly devoid of jest. Upon witnessing this, Lin Bei let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that the plan had succeeded. Even if the Yu family sought him out later due to Yu Xingyao's incident, he could present Ao Ding as a means to buy himself ample time. In the next moment, Lin Bei covertly signaled to Ivy with a glance. Ivy immediately emerged from the water, standing on the damp ground, fixated on Ao Ding. She spoke. What do you want? Are you, like these fools, here to insult and provoke us? As Ivy's words fell, Ao Ding quickly interjected. Misunderstanding. We merely came to take a look. Although uncertain of the strength of these mermaids, he had no desire to become their enemy. Better to avoid trouble than to invite it. A second later, Ivy spoke again. You are not welcome here. You have 1 minute to leave. After 1 minute, we will consider you an enemy. In the next moment, Ao Ding turned to Lin Bei and said, let us go. There is no need to complicate matters with these mermaids. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Ivy's voice rang out once more. Only you can leave. You have no right to be here. That handsome man must stay. He is entitled to be here. In an instant, Ao Ding was taken aback. What is this? So I'm to leave simply because I'm not good looking? How cruel. Meanwhile, Lin Bei's voice echoed again. You should leave. They likely mean me no harm. Hearing this, Ao Ding turned to Lin Bei, his lips twitching slightly before he asked, so, I'm leaving? Finally, they entered the southern district. Ao Ding felt a profound sense of frustration. Although his purpose in coming to the western district was to catch a glimpse of the legendary mermaids, he had not intended to merely glance and depart. In truth, he harbored aspirations of taming a few mermaids, though he had kept this ambition to himself. Ao Ding's talent allowed him to pursue such endeavors. After all, mermaids were related to the ocean, being a kind of marine creature. Yet now, the situation was such that he could neither tame nor even approach them. At that moment, Lin Bei's voice broke through. What else? This group of mermaids clearly does not welcome you. If you forcefully remain here, who knows what consequences may arise? With that, he fixed his gaze on Ao Ding, awaiting his decision. Simultaneously, all the mermaids nearby were also watching Ao Ding. The pressure mounting significantly. After standing still for a full 10 seconds, Ao Ding finally sighed in resignation. Forget it. Since they do not welcome me, it is best I do not impose myself. These mermaids are quite mysterious. It's best to avoid provoking them. Although I have yet to witness their power, I cannot underestimate them. Those who could eliminate Yu Xingyao and his companions cannot possibly be weak. Moreover, this is the mermaids' territory. Who knows what they might be concealing? However, if they want you to stay, it may not be a good thing. You must be cautious. Young man, you must seize this opportunity. Ao Ding's admonition was aimed at ensuring Lin Bei's safety. Their survival in this city still depended on Lin Bei's strength. To this, Lin Bei nodded in agreement, deliberately adopting a serious tone. You are right. Being left behind may not be advantageous. I will be very careful. I hope to return to the Misty Inn tonight. Following this, he said nothing further, merely casting a stern gaze towards Ivy and the other mermaids ahead. Observing this, Ao Ding shook his head once more before turning and departing from the scene. His pace was not hurried, yet every few meters, he would glance back. After Ao Ding had walked approximately 20 meters, Ivy, who had been waiting, surged towards Lin Bei with extraordinary speed, her beautiful face adorned with an excited smile. In the next moment, the other mermaids waiting in the water also sprang into action, all rushing towards Lin Bei in a frenzy. Their movement resembled that of elderly folks in the morning, striving to purchase fresh vegetables. Bang! Bang! The commotion caused by the mermaids was quite loud, splashing water everywhere, the ground trembling slightly. At that moment, Lin Bei had no means of evading. Any movement on his part would easily arouse Ao Ding's suspicion. Whatever was to be done had to wait until Ao Ding had left. A few seconds later, sensing the enormous noise, Ao Ding instinctively halted his forward steps. He then turned his head to see what was happening behind him. In that moment, Lin Bei found himself entirely surrounded by the mermaids, appearing diminutive and powerless, seemingly devoid of any means of resistance. The expressions on the mermaids' faces were particularly peculiar, unmistakably signaling that no good would come of the situation. Hiss! Ao Ding inhaled sharply, a wave of relief washing over him. Given their demeanor, are they intending to study humans? Lin Bei is likely to be dissected. Thank goodness, it's not me who was left behind. Otherwise, I would surely meet a grim fate. With that thought, his pace quickened significantly, the earlier annoyance dissipating rapidly. However, Ao Ding remained oblivious to the fact that reality diverged greatly from his imagination. Although the mermaids had surrounded Lin Bei, they made no overtly aggressive moves, instead gazing at him with delight. They had intentionally staged this scenario. The aim was to expedite Ao Ding's departure. Naturally, this was contingent upon Lin Bei's approval. A few mermaids feigned interest in Lin Bei while actually keeping their focus on Ao Ding. After a few seconds, one mermaid spoke up. It has been a full 10 seconds since that human entered the mist. He must have left by now? Even if given a few more chances, he wouldn't dare return. It's safer this way. Let us maintain our distance for a while longer. In the blink of an eye, half a minute passed, and Ao Ding had yet to return. Only then did the mermaids feel reassured, and they promptly asked, "Merman, how did we perform? Did we excel in our display? We followed your instructions to the letter. However, your companion is truly disappointing. They actually abandoned you and left on their own. Would you stay with us tonight? We haven't had the chance to truly spend time with you yet." As they spoke these words, they deliberately adopted a pitiful expression, their tone laced with earnest entreaty. Despite understanding the differences in their species, Lin Bei found himself somewhat softening. And after a resigned chuckle, he replied, all right. Once I finish what I need to do today, I will come to find you." He had no intention of refusing the merfolk any further. They had indeed offered significant assistance, so what harm was there in spending an evening with them? Moreover, Lin Bei had several inquiries to pose to the elder merfolk. In other words, he would inevitably return to them. In the next moment, the merfolk erupted in jubilant cheers. "Ha, splendid. The merman has agreed. Everyone, prepare at once. We must ensure the merman enjoys the utmost hospitality of the merfolk realm. Hurry, act swiftly." Splash, splash. In an instant, a significant portion of the merfolk departed, swiftly diving into the water, contemplating how best to prepare. The remaining few merfolk, however, appeared somewhat distracted. Lin Bei easily discerned their state and chuckled lightly as he spoke. "If you wish to leave, then go ahead. Coincidentally, I have matters to attend to as well. Rest assured, I will definitely come tonight." As these words fell from his lips, he glanced in the direction of the southern district. The next destination would be another sealing array located in the southern district. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, the remaining merfolk reluctantly chose to depart. Splash, splash. As another flurry of splashes echoed, Lin Bei also set off towards the southern district. At last, the mermaid empress would soon be able to meet him. Meanwhile, Ao Ding was traversing alone through the gray mist, moving considerably faster than before. It wouldn't be long before he exited the western district. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "That fellow Lin Bei. Surely nothing has happened to him? If something were to go awry, it would have occurred by now, given that Yu Xingyao and the others have been slain. And Lin Bei has returned safely to the Misty Inn. It proves that the merfolk harbor no intentions of harming him. Yet, why do they specifically want Lin Bei to stay? Surely it cannot be merely due to his looks? A group of merfolk insisting that one individual remains, and all appearing ravenous like wolves. This is utterly perplexing. No matter how he pondered, Ao Ding could not make sense of it. The situation seemed decidedly strange. However, he was merely contemplating the reason behind it, and had no intention of returning. Time passed slowly. After a considerable walk, Ao Ding finally left the western district and re-entered the main city. Upon seeing the familiar sign before him, he exhaled a sigh of relief. I should return to the Misty Inn. I hope Lin Bei will ultimately come back. Otherwise, the task I entrusted to that irascible fat man will become exceedingly troublesome. Just as Ao Ding prepared to take another step forward, the mist ahead of him suddenly began to swirl. In an instant, Ao Ding readied himself for battle. Should an enemy emerge from the mist, he would not hesitate to strike. In the next moment, the mist parted, creating a path wide enough for several individuals to walk. Even the mist surrounding Ao Ding surged to the sides. Emerging from the parted mist were Lu Ying and the elderly dragon man. Upon seeing Ao Ding, Lu Ying was taken aback and immediately inquired, "See Emperor Ao Ding? What brings you here? You should be at the Misty Inn." He clearly remembered this detail, which left him quite puzzled. Yet, Ao Ding did not respond. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the elderly dragon man by Lu Ying's side, instinctively widening his eyes. He asked, Dragon man." At that moment, Ao Ding felt somewhat dazed. He had not anticipated encountering a dragon man right after having just seen the merfolk. Was this to be considered good fortune? Noticing Ao Ding's reaction, Lu Ying furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, and promptly pressed, "See Emperor Ao Ding. Answer my question. Why are you here?" Hearing this, Ao Ding regained his composure and turned to Lu Ying. He was reluctant to disregard Lu Ying, given his formidable strength and their shared camaraderie. Thus, Ao Ding recounted his recent experiences, including how he came to be in this situation. The demise of Yu Xingyao and the others at the hands of the merfolk, and Lin Bei being forcibly retained by them, leaving him in a precarious position. He held nothing back. Yet, upon hearing this, Lu Ying became alarmed, exclaiming, "What? Mr. Lin has been kidnapped by a bunch of rogue merfolk? And you did nothing, merely left there on your own. You." At this point, he abruptly halted, a flash of disappointment crossing his eyes. In truth, while Lu Ying was somewhat concerned, he did not believe Lin Bei would come to harm. His anger stemmed from Ao Ding's actions. How could he have chosen to leave? Although Lin Bei had suggested that Ao Ding depart, Lu Ying felt this was entirely inappropriate, a clear indication of irresponsibility. Such was his nature. Otherwise, he would not have willingly remained in the Tianshan prison for so many years after being tainted by the abyss of corruption. His sense of responsibility was exceedingly strong. Such individuals are capable of bearing great burdens. In the next moment, Lu Ying swiftly turned to the elderly dragon man and stated, "Mr. Lin may be in trouble. I must go and check on him. Will you accompany me?" The elderly dragon man nodded without hesitation. "Let us go." Soon, the two of them, a man and a dragon, entered the western district, leaving Ao Ding in speechless solitude. Ao Ding felt quite aggrieved. One urged him to leave, while the other scolded him for doing so. Living as a person is truly challenging. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was advancing rapidly. Suddenly, Lu Ying's voice echoed in his mind. "Mr. Lin, are you in danger? I have arrived in the western district and am searching for your whereabouts." Upon hearing Lu Ying's voice, Lin Bei slowed his pace slightly and promptly replied, "I am not in danger. However, why have you all come to the western district?" This unexpected turn of events took him by surprise. Lu Ying, who should have been in the eastern district, had appeared in the western district. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying let out a sigh of relief, the flicker of worry within him dissipating. He then proceeded to explain the reason for his arrival. After listening, Lin Bei grasped the sequence of events. "You came directly to the South District to find me. I will be heading to the South District immediately." He held no objections regarding Lu Ying and the elder dragon man's arrival. Understood. Lu Ying's response was succinct. He then turned his gaze towards the elder dragon man and directly inquired, "The person you wish to meet is en route to the South District. I shall also be going there. Would you like to accompany me?" However, the elder dragon man hesitated. He was far more aware of the dangers lurking in the South District than Lu Ying was. To the South District? It's exceedingly perilous." After severing contact with Lu Ying, Lin Bei quickened his pace, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he navigated through the gray mist. At last, after propelling himself at full speed, he successfully reached the juncture of the South District and the West District. Just 10 more meters forward, and he would enter the South District. He couldn't help but wonder what the current state of the South District was like. After muttering a few words to himself, Lin Bei surged forward once more, and in a mere second, he found himself within the South District. At that very moment, both the Mermaid Empress and the Skywing Dragon turned their gazes towards the west. Chapter 342. The Loyalty That Moved the Mermaid Empress. "He has arrived?" The Mermaid Empress inquired of the Skywing Dragon while fixating her attention on the west. She had already sensed the arrival of someone. The Skywing Dragon nodded vigorously with its colossal head, affirming in a tone of certainty, "He has come." Having spent time with Lin Bei, it was familiar with his aura, allowing it to make an accurate judgment with ease. At that moment, Lin Bei, now within the South District, immediately attempted to call upon his three beloved dragons, a Huang, a Su, Jinzi. Just then, the three dragons, under the influence of the Mermaid Empress's power, abruptly began to struggle. However, their efforts proved futile. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Three urgent and resounding dragon roars echoed through the air. The Mermaid Empress was taken aback, swiftly turning to look at the three dragons. Her eyes wide with shock. How is this possible? They were clearly under my control, yet they could still perform such actions. They successfully resisted my power? Although it was only for a fleeting moment, she had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. If the dragon resisting her power had been of comparable strength, the Mermaid Empress would not have been astonished. Yet before her were three dragons, all of significantly lesser strength. The disparity in their power was staggering, rendering any possibility of resistance seemingly impossible. Yet here they were, the three dragons of the Time Emperor Town, achieving this feat. Moreover, they had done so in unison. The Mermaid Empress found it difficult to accept this situation. It was utterly absurd. Not only she, but the Skywing Dragon, aware of the Mermaid Empress's prowess, also felt an immense sense of astonishment. It widened its dragon eyes and exclaimed in disbelief, "These three little ones managed to resist your power for a brief moment? How did they accomplish this? They are merely three undeveloped young dragons." The Skywing Dragon had a profound understanding of the Mermaid Empress's abilities. Years ago, it had been attacked by her powers on multiple occasions. That sensation could only be described as one of helplessness. The Mermaid Empress furrowed her brows, intently observing the three dragons, her eyes still sparkling with disbelief. "If I am not mistaken, The reason for this occurrence is that their master has arrived in the South District. In order to protect their master from danger, these three little ones mustered the courage to act as they just did. We both know how much they care for their master. Upon reflection, it is truly remarkable. As she spoke, she cast her gaze back towards the west. Meanwhile, the Skywing dragon remained fixated on the three dragons, unable to divert its gaze. To go to such lengths for their master? This was indeed the epitome of loyalty. The degree of loyalty displayed by the three dragons was nothing short of astonishing, reaching a level capable of creating miracles. Simultaneously, Lin Bei stood still, observing the location of the multicolored lake. He distinctly heard the three dragon roars. A Huang and the others are in that direction, but they are urging me to leave quickly, warning me to stay far from that lake. It seems that what the Skywing dragon mentioned was true. A Huang and the others have encountered some trouble. Moreover, the mermaids tasked with guarding the sealing array are formidable opponents. Having confirmed this, Lin Bei did not retreat. Instead, he quickened his pace. Whoosh, whoosh. Behind him, the wing of thunder and wind manifested, propelling him forward at maximum speed. Abandoning a few dragons? That was something Lin Bei would never consider. He would never forsake his beloved dragons. Wait for me. I will be there shortly. At that moment, in the waters beyond the misty city, massive waves surged towards the shore, relentlessly crashing against the sandy beach. Coincidentally, those tribes that had stealthily infiltrated the territory of the great fish sovereign were engulfed by these towering waves, subsequently drawn into the depths of the ocean. Everything transpired too suddenly for them to react. The surviving members of the tribes gazed in terror at the tumultuous sea, their faces etched with disbelief. What is happening? How can there suddenly be such waves? Didn't the great fish sovereign say that the ocean conditions today were favorable and that there would be no danger? How peculiar. The weather seems perfectly fine, not a hint of sea breeze, yet such colossal waves have emerged. Even on a stormy day, such waves are rarely seen. They struggled to comprehend the situation. It was far too unusual. The weather was splendid, yet monstrous waves had appeared. Just as their plan had begun to unfold, they faced this unexpected predicament. Unfortunate. It was truly unfortunate. At this moment, the members of this tribe began to contemplate abandoning their mission. Little did they know, an even greater wave was on the horizon. A gigantic wave capable of effortlessly engulfing the entire coastline. The great fish sovereign, remaining within his territory, witnessed everything that had transpired from afar. He furrowed his brow, gazing at the distant misty city, murmuring to himself, something is amiss. The source of these waves seems to be near this city. Could it be related to it? However, it seems implausible. It is trapped there. Unable to contain himself, the great fish elder fell into deep contemplation. His reaction did not escape the watchful eyes of the Lord of the Radiant Altar, who lurked among the crowd nearby. In an instant, a surge of intense murderous intent surged within him. Yet, the Lord of the Radiant Altar forcibly suppressed this killing intent, lowering his voice to himself, murmuring, "No, now is not the time to act. The enemies surrounding us are too numerous. Engaging in battle would be disadvantageous." His purpose for lurking was to find the opportune moment to eliminate the great fish elder. Such an act would effectively weaken the strength of the Shanghai organization. To the Radiant Altar, the Shanghai organization was an evil entity that must be eradicated. Time flew by, and within mere minutes, Lin Bei, who had been advancing at full speed, finally arrived before the resplendent seven-colored lake. In the next moment, he beheld the lake, which had been divided into two halves, and his pupils abruptly constricted, a wave of astonishment flooding his heart. The lake has been split. Although Lin Bei possessed the ability to use mental force to separate a body of water in such a manner, achieving this with the lake before him was an extraordinarily challenging endeavor. For the seven-colored lake was not only vast, but also profoundly deep. Most importantly, the waters of this lake were not ordinary. The moment Lin Bei laid eyes upon the lake, he unleashed a torrent of mental energy, initiating contact with the oceanic waters imbued with 7 distinct hues. In the span of a second, he discerned the lake's anomalies. Unable to restrain himself from speaking aloud, the waters of differing colors contain entirely different powers. 7 colors, 7 powers. Each one is formidable. Moreover, these 7 powers are uniquely special. They are not conventional abilities, but rather bear a resemblance to mental force. As he pondered this, Lin Bei abruptly halted, his eyes widening considerably and his breath quickening. It seemed he had stumbled upon an exhilarating revelation. Wait, since the waters here are so extraordinary, what if I were to use them as synthesis materials? The Heart Palm Dragon. The first synthesis material is my complete mental force. The second synthesis material is this lake water, possessing 7 unique powers. No matter how one considers it, the Heart Palm Dragon created from these 2 materials would undoubtedly become an exceptionally powerful dragon. Indeed, The Heart Palm Dragon inherently possesses unique abilities. If augmented by Lin Bei's mental force and the 7 powers of the lake water, its strength would only amplify. Furthermore, to put it plainly, the powers of the Heart Palm Dragon, Lin Bei's mental force, and the 7 powers within the lake water share a commonality in a certain sense. Thus, there is no risk of an overly chaotic amalgamation leading to unforeseen complications. The synthesis would yield only benefits. Once this thought emerged, it quickly intensified, and Lin Bei resolutely determined that he must pursue this course of action. However, not at this moment. Very well, it is settled. Once I acquire the additional special mental forces, I shall proceed with the synthesis of the Heart Palm Dragon. Soon enough. At that moment, the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress also sensed Lin Bei's arrival. Almost instantaneously, both the dragon and the mermaid turned their gaze toward him. A moment later, the voice of the Mermaid Empress resonated. This man, is he the one you spoke of? As she posed this inquiry, she already harbored an answer in her heart. The Sky Feather Dragon regarded Lin Bei, nodding gently as it spoke. Indeed, he is the master of the 3 synthesized dragons. As it spoke, its gaze remained fixed upon Lin Bei. Even though the Sky Feather Dragon had previously encountered Lin Bei, it found itself unable to divert its attention at this moment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In that instant, the time-sovereign Nether Dragon and the other dragons struggled once more, emitting their dragon roars. The essence of their roars conveyed a singular message, urging their master to leave swiftly, for remaining here was perilously dangerous. Having witnessed the might of the Mermaid Empress, they understood that their master was no match for her, prompting them to exert every ounce of effort to compel Lin Bei to depart. The time-sovereign Nether Dragon and the others were determined to shield Lin Bei from any peril. Should Lin Bei find himself in jeopardy due to their actions, they would bear the guilt for eternity, forever unable to lift their dragon heads in remorse. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dragon roars resonated repeatedly, seemingly refusing to cease until Lin Bei departed. The Mermaid Empress once again cast her gaze upon the 3 dragons, speaking in a tone tinged with complexity. How deeply do you 3 care for your master? I have yet to do anything. Sigh, am I truly that fearsome? Quiet down. Yet, her words fell upon deaf ears. The 3 dragons continued to cry out incessantly, listening to the roars ringing in her ears. She felt a twinge of discomfort. If you do not cease, I shall slay your master before your very eyes. In the blink of an eye, the 3 dragons fell silent, afraid to make even the slightest sound. They prayed fervently for their master to leave at once. The Sky Feather Dragon shook its head in exasperation, smiling as it turned to the Mermaid Empress and inquired, "What exactly have you done to these 3 little ones? They seem to dread you to this extent." As the words left its mouth, the Mermaid Empress spoke up. "I merely captured them. I have not done anything excessive." She felt helpless, unsure of what she had done wrong. In truth, the Mermaid Empress's actions were not misguided. The reason for this situation was solely that the time-sovereign Nether Dragon and the others cared too deeply for Lin Bei. Upon hearing the 3 dragon roars, Lin Bei immediately redirected his attention, hastily glancing toward the source of the sounds. When he saw that the 3 dragons were unharmed, albeit in a peculiar state, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, these 3 fools are all right. The 3 dragons cared for Lin Bei, and he, in turn, cared for them. Hence, he was compelled to confirm their well-being at the earliest opportunity. In the next moment, Lin Bei turned his attention to the Mermaid Empress and the Sky Feather Dragon. Simultaneously, the Mermaid Empress and the Sky Feather Dragon were also gazing at him. There they stood, a man, a dragon, and a mermaid, locked in a shared gaze. The moment of eye contact lasted 3 seconds. Within that brief span, Lin Bei pondered numerous questions. Since this mermaid has not harmed Su and the others, she must certainly harbor other intentions. Furthermore, these intentions are likely connected to me, who, without much contemplation, he took a deep breath and stepped forward. At that very moment, a formidable surge of spiritual energy erupted, enveloping the 7-colored waters of the lake on either side. With a resounding splash, a mass of water surged violently, appearing beneath Lin Bei's foot as it descended. He stepped firmly upon this aquatic surface and advanced once more. Another splash echoed, as yet another wave of water emerged beneath his other foot, allowing him to continue his forward motion. Thus, Lin Bei swiftly approached the Mermaid Empress and the Sky Feather Dragon. The Mermaid Empress observed this spectacle with a hint of surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, how intriguing! Not only can you manipulate my lake's waters with your spiritual energy, but you also possess the ability to command water itself? This is far more entertaining than I had anticipated." Chapter 343, Drowsy, the Mermaid Sends a Pillow. With each surge of lake water, Lin Bei's distance from the Mermaid Empress diminished rapidly. In less than a minute, he would stand before her. Meanwhile, The mermaid empress remained fixated on Lin Bei, her exquisite visage reflecting her keen interest. Clearly, she had deduced that his capture of the dragons was a ploy to draw her out. Quite astute. She held no objections to Lin Bei's maneuvers. Rather, she found them somewhat admirable. At that moment, the sky feather dragon suddenly interjected, "Testing the waters is permissible. But remember, under no circumstances should you harm him or his dragons. Otherwise," it trailed off, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memory. Intrigued, the mermaid empress inquired, what would happen then? Her perceptive nature sensed the sky feather dragon's unease, and her curiosity was piqued. The combination of these factors led her to pose this question. After all, she recognized Lin Bei's extraordinary nature, so acquiring more intelligence was prudent. A moment later, the sky feather dragon's voice resonated once more. Otherwise, we might encounter an old acquaintance. However, meeting this old friend is not a pleasing prospect, for they will not hesitate to deliver a thorough beating, regardless of how cordial your relationship might be. The old friend it referred to was the dragon summoned by the strongest trial card from the dragon tribe. Having experienced such an event once, the possibility of a recurrence loomed large. Upon hearing this, even the mermaid empress fell silent. It took a full 10 seconds for her to regain her composure, after which she regarded the sky feather dragon with a teasing glint in her eye. Raising an eyebrow as she remarked, "Oh, you seem to speak from experience? Could it be that you were just recently trounced by the infernal dragon?" Ha! In an instant, the sky feather dragon's countenance darkened considerably. It wished it could claw itself in frustration for having reminded the mermaid empress of such a matter. How much better it would have been to let her endure the beating instead. Humph! Had I known, I would have kept this to myself. The thrashing by the infernal dragon was a particularly vexing incident the sky feather dragon wished to avoid discussing, for it had been exceedingly humiliating. If it had simply lost due to a lack of strength, that would have been tolerable, but this time, it had been utterly outmaneuvered. Just thinking about it ignited its fury. Following this, the sky feather dragon ceased its conversation with the mermaid empress, retreating to a corner with a disgruntled expression. Although the mermaid empress feigned mockery, she etched the sky feather dragon's words deeply into her memory. She understood that the sky feather dragon would never deceive her. Minor matters aside, it would certainly not lie about something of such significance. Given its assertion, the reality was indeed as stated. Do not harm him or his dragons. Fortunately, I have not injured those 3 little dragons. Clearly, the mermaid empress did not intend to overstep her bounds. At that precise moment, Lin Bei once again planted his feet firmly upon solid ground, casting a cold gaze toward the mermaid empress. Despite being aware of her formidable strength, he felt no trepidation and in a frigid tone demanded, "Why have you captured my dragons?" As he uttered these words, Lin Bei unleashed the full extent of his spiritual energy, enveloping the Time Emperor's nether dragon and the others within its grasp. Once he had thoroughly encased the 3 dragons with his spiritual energy, he finally discerned their condition. They were in an absolute state of calm. Their minds were completely blank. Through the intimate connection he shared with the 3 dragons and the unique perception afforded by his spiritual energy, Lin Bei sensed the peculiarity of the situation. Meanwhile, his voice reached the ears of the mermaid empress, prompting an unexpected exclamation of surprise. "You truly are remarkable. Although you have not directly experienced my power, you have already drawn conclusions. No wonder you are the master of those 3 little creatures. But this is how it should be. Given their extraordinary nature, their master must also be exceptional. Moreover, your spiritual energy is quite extraordinary, imbued with a familiar essence." At that moment, she began to grasp why Lin Bei was capable of synthesizing the Time Emperor's nether dragon and the Void Reincarnation Dragon, both of which possessed formidable abilities. It became clear that he himself was indeed unique. Despite being merely a youthful human, he wielded such potent and exceptional spiritual energy. Even the mermaid empress found it hard to believe. Spiritual energy is a force unlike any other. Its enhancement is not easily achieved. Only through extensive experiences can one strengthen their spiritual power. Yet Lin Bei harbored no intention of engaging the mermaid empress in conversation about this matter. He merely repeated his inquiry, "Why have you captured my dragons? There is no enmity between us." Although he had surmised the mermaid empress's motives, he continued to press the question. Lin Bei had his reasons for this approach. He intended to draw the mermaid empress's focus toward him, while secretly employing his unique spiritual energy to rescue the Time Emperor's nether dragon and the others. As for how to execute the rescue, Lin Bei already had a general idea. At that moment, the mermaid empress dismissed her astonishment and addressed Lin Bei. "What purpose could I have? Have you not already deduced it?" As she began to speak, Lin Bei immediately activated his spiritual energy, infusing the 4 distinct energies of gluttony, sloth, lust, and greed into the bodies of the 3 dragons. The method that he conceived was to forcibly counter the Mermaid Empress's powers of emptiness and calmness with his 4 unique mental forces. The powers of emptiness and calmness stand in stark contrast to those 4 negative forces. The former 2 induce tranquility, while the latter 2 plunge individuals into madness. Their coexistence is utterly impossible. When greed manifests, tranquility and emptiness cannot coexist. Likewise, during the eruption of lust, both calmness and emptiness are unattainable. The same applies to gluttony and sloth. In a state of emptiness, none of these 4 flaws can arise. In an instant, the 3 dragons, enveloped in emptiness and calmness, found their minds inundated with myriad thoughts, as various desires began to spread within them. The once tranquil dragon eyes became chaotic in an instant. The next moment, the 6 forces within them commenced a fierce clash. It would not be long before a victor emerged. Upon sensing the state of the 3 dragons, Lin Bei immediately spoke up, continuing to capture the Mermaid Empress's attention. Now, I have arrived. So, why did you summon me? His primary objective in posing this question was to buy time, and secondarily, to uncover the truth. The Mermaid Empress, whose full attention was fixated on Lin Bei, was blissfully unaware of the state of the other dragons, particularly because she had never considered that such a situation could arise. After all, in her understanding, there were only a handful of methods capable of breaking through her powers, and those who possessed such abilities were largely deceased. Even if they were not dead, they lacked the capacity to act. Hence, she had not anticipated this scenario. In truth, the purpose of summoning you is quite simple. I merely wish to meet you. My reason for doing so, much like that fellow Kong Yulong, is to ascertain something from you, since you have already had contact with him, and even gave him a thorough beating. I trust you are well aware of this point. As she spoke, the Mermaid Empress deliberately brought up the incident of Kong Yulong being bested. Hearing this, Kong Yulong was tempted to confront the Mermaid Empress on the spot. However, upon recalling that they were on her territory, he reluctantly abandoned this idea, choosing instead to glare at her in dissatisfaction, muttering to himself, "Damn it, Chi. If he had sought you out first, you would have been the one getting beaten, and I would not be suffering now." Upon hearing the Mermaid Empress's words, Lin Bei shook his head in resignation, realizing what she was alluding to. Once again, it is the trouble brought forth by synthetic abilities. After a moment of internal lamentation, he turned to the Mermaid Empress and inquired, "How do you wish to confirm?" The next moment, the Mermaid Empress's voice resonated. "It is quite simple. In the presence of both me and Kong Yulong, use your synthesis ability on a dragon. As long as we witness your synthesis ability up close, we can make a judgment." After stating this, she fixed her gaze intensely upon Lin Bei, her eyes betraying only anticipation. In truth, the Mermaid Empress was somewhat anxious at this moment, for she fully understood that this request was rather outrageous. After all, synthesizing a dragon is not a trivial matter. It can only be achieved under numerous specific conditions. First and foremost, one must have a dragon. This primary condition is exceedingly difficult to fulfill. Dragons are not something one can simply summon at will. Secondly, suitable synthesis materials are required. Each act of synthesis is no trivial matter. It cannot be done casually. At this moment, even Kong Yulong began to feel nervous. Indeed, if they could witness Lin Bei's process of synthesizing a dragon firsthand, they could essentially confirm their suspicions. However, he was uncertain whether Lin Bei would agree. Synthesis is not something to be taken lightly. One can only hope he consents. Yet, the likelihood seems slim. Upon hearing the Mermaid Empress's request, Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated such a demand. To perform synthesis in public? But soon, he regained his composure, his mind racing with ideas. A bold thought emerged in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei finally spoke. "I can agree to this request." However, just as he began to articulate his conditions, Kong Yulong, brimming with excitement, interjected, "But what? Hurry up and say it. Whatever we can do, we will certainly accomplish." The next moment, the Mermaid Empress shouted at Kong Yulong, "Silence. Let him speak. If you hadn't interrupted, he would have finished by now." Seeing the Mermaid Empress's anger, Kong Yulong promptly fell silent. Subsequently, Lin Bei continued, "However, I do not possess sufficient synthesis materials. This aspect requires your assistance." After speaking, he looked towards the Mermaid Empress, his intention unmistakable. Without any hesitation, she promptly asked, "What must I do? Just tell me." As Kong Yulong said, "Whatever I can do, I will surely accomplish." What Lin Bei sought was this very affirmation. It was simple. Provide me with a portion of the 7-colored lake water. It will serve as my synthesis material. After enveloping the 7-colored lake water with his mental energy, he attempted to imprint his mental mark upon it. Yet, he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. Each attempt ended in failure. Originally, Lin Bei had been pondering how to deal with the 7-colored lake water. But now that the opportunity had presented itself, he would not let it slip away. Upon hearing his request, the mermaid empress gasped in astonishment. What? You wish to use my 7-colored lake water to synthesize a dragon? Is that truly feasible? She was acutely aware of the immense power contained within her lake water. Moreover, the mermaid empress had some understanding of synthesis abilities. Thus, she knew all too well that using such a material for dragon synthesis posed immense difficulty. In her perception, the more precious and powerful the synthesis material, the greater the challenge of synthesis. At least, this was the understanding of synthesis power she possessed. Lin Bei's response was straightforward, consisting of a single word: possible. Witnessing Lin Bei's unwavering conviction, the mermaid empress could only consent. Very well. I can provide it for you. In the next moment, Lin Bei's voice resonated once more. Additionally, I require a bit of time to locate another synthesis material. Hiss. Upon hearing that Lin Bei intended to utilize 2 materials simultaneously, both the mermaid empress and the sky feather dragon instinctively inhaled sharply. To challenge such elevated difficulty, employing 2 synthesis materials at once would only escalate the complexity of the synthesis. Chapter 344. The Exchange of Truths, an Astonishing Conspiracy. In the perception of the mermaid empress and the sky feather dragon, synthesizing a dragon is an exceptionally arduous task. Utilizing a single synthesis material is already a formidable endeavor, let alone 2. Furthermore, one of those materials is particularly unique, possessing the powers of 7 distinct elements, the lake water. With all these factors combined, the difficulty of synthesis would only increase exponentially. Thus, their astonishment was entirely understandable. The mermaid empress regarded Lin Bei with a serious expression, her tone earnest as she inquired, "Are you certain you wish to seek a second synthesis material? For the sake of caution, it would be more prudent to employ just one." Her intention was quite simple. She merely wished to witness Lin Bei's synthesis prowess firsthand. She had no specific requirements regarding which materials to use or how many to employ. Yet Lin Bei nodded affirmatively, responding with equal seriousness. "Indeed, I intend to use 2 materials." In his view, utilizing 2 materials for dragon synthesis was the most fundamental criterion. Can a dragon synthesized from a single material even be deemed a synthesized dragon? Furthermore, I failed to comprehend why you believe that synthesizing with 2 materials is a daunting task. You have all seen my dragons. Thus, you should know that they are all the result of synthesis involving 2 materials. Upon uttering these words, a hint of helplessness flickered across Lin Bei's countenance, as if he were somewhat dissatisfied with the situation. In truth, he yearned for his dragons to undergo a second synthesis. Yet he had not encountered the appropriate opportunity or materials thus far. The journey ahead remains long. After hearing Lin Bei's words, the mermaid empress and the sky feather dragon were momentarily taken aback, and they promptly began to recall. As they did, they realized, just as Lin Bei had asserted, that those dragons indeed possessed 3 or more abilities, one of which stemmed from the dragons themselves, while the other 2 were evidently the inherent powers of the synthesis materials. In the next moment, the mermaid empress and the sky feather dragon simultaneously turned to gaze at one another, each perceiving the same astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. After a brief pause, the mermaid empress was the first to speak. He is correct. Upon careful reflection, it becomes evident that those dragons were indeed synthesized using 2 materials. However, the abilities they exhibited were far beyond my expectations, which led me to overlook this detail. As her words fell, the voice of the sky feather dragon resonated. Indeed, it was only after he pointed it out that I suddenly realized. The synthesized dragons I encountered previously were not merely the result of a single synthesis. It was merely that I had not consciously noted this fact. At this moment, both the mermaid and the dragon fully acknowledged this truth. Although they understood it intellectually, they found it somewhat difficult to accept. For Lin Bei's synthesis abilities were vastly superior to what the sky feather dragon and the mermaid empress had previously conceived. In comparison, the synthesis powers they were familiar with seemed utterly feeble. After exchanging glances for a considerable time, the sky feather dragon and the mermaid empress slowly shifted their gazes away, then shared a tacit understanding as they turned their attention towards Lin Bei. They had numerous thoughts to convey, yet they could not express them in Lin Bei's presence. After approximately 3 seconds, the mermaid empress once again inquired, "Might you reveal to me what the second synthesis material you mentioned is?" At the moment she posed this question, the sky feather dragon's attention was instantaneously captivated. Clearly, it too was filled with curiosity. Lin Bei, having no intention to conceal anything, knowing that he would eventually need to reveal it before the mermaid and the dragon, raised a hand and pointed towards the nearby Time Emperor's town ghost dragons, declaring, "Behold them. You shall soon discover what I refer to as the other synthesis material." The instant Lin Bei's words echoed, Both the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress turned their gazes towards the three ghost dragons, observing the three dragons, motionless as before. The Mermaid Empress questioned in confusion, "What is the meaning of this? Why are you directing our attention to these three little creatures? They seem rather unremarkable." She discerned nothing unusual about the trio. The Sky Feather Dragon echoed her sentiments, unable to perceive any anomalies. "I too do not grasp his meaning. What connection does this other synthesis material have with these three little beings?" Though they could not fathom the situation, they continued to observe the three dragons. For they had no other choice. After all, the principal party had stated as such. Finally, after another 3 seconds elapsed, an extraordinarily intricate power erupted from the Time Emperor's town ghost dragons, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. Almost instantaneously, the Mermaid Empress and the Sky Feather Dragon found themselves engulfed by this complex force. The Sky Feather Dragon fared relatively well, merely feeling a touch of discomfort. But the Mermaid Empress was different. She stood frozen in place, her expression transforming into one of utter astonishment, her eyes filled with utter bewilderment. Unlike the oblivious Sky Feather Dragon, the Mermaid Empress could perceive her own powers of emptiness and calmness, along with several abilities belonging to the Sea Witch Empress emanating from this intricate force. How could this be possible? Why would powers belonging to that individual manifest within these three creatures? Moreover, the number of powers amounted to 4. The powers of sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. This cannot be true. Given that her previous words had not been deliberately subdued in volume, they naturally reached the ears of the Sky Feather Dragon nearby. Upon realizing the nature of this power, the Sky Feather Dragon was similarly stunned, thoroughly shaken by this revelation. Is this for real? That scoundrel's powers appeared within these three little beings? This cannot be happening. Clearly, that scoundrel had transformed into that form. Like the Mermaid Empress, it was unable to accept this reality. Meanwhile, the three dragons, having returned to their normal state, immediately flew past the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress, swiftly making their way to Lin Bei's side. Subsequently, they lingered by Lin Bei, casting glances at the Mermaid Empress and the Sky Feather Dragon, their gazes imbued with hostility. Observing the three dragons hovering beside him, Lin Bei chuckled lightly and remarked, all right. They are not enemies. There is no need to be overly concerned." As the master of the three dragons, he easily discerned their thoughts, thus understanding what they were contemplating. Upon hearing such words from his master, the three dragons, Shihuang Town's Ming Long and the others, felt their hostility diminish slightly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Subsequently, they began to lament, painting the Mermaid Empress in a rather negative and terrifying light. In summary, they felt utterly wronged. As Lin Bei listened to the three dragons' grievances, he simultaneously harnessed his mental energy, swiftly retracting the 4 unique forms of mental power back into his own body. Within a mere second, all the mental energy returned, revitalizing his mental state once more. This special mental energy was indeed remarkable. Its utility was far from ordinary. It could be employed for offense, control, and even to counteract such powers. Suddenly, a bold notion flashed through Lin Bei's mind. If I were to apply this to someone who has lost consciousness and entered a prolonged slumber, might they awaken? Driven by desire? He found himself quite eager to experiment. As the 4 forms of special mental energy dissipated, the Mermaid Empress and the Kongyu dragons swiftly regained their composure. Almost simultaneously, they turned their gazes towards Lin Bei, their expressions having undergone a significant transformation compared to before. Previously, the most notable aspect of Lin Bei, in the eyes of the Mermaid Empress and the Kongyu dragon, was his formidable synthesis ability. Yet now, they abruptly realized that Lin Bei possessed even more secrets. After a prolonged gaze at Lin Bei and the three dragons, the Mermaid Empress finally spoke with a grave demeanor. What is the nature of your mental power? How do you possess those 4 special attributes? Where did you acquire them? This matter eluded her understanding. No matter how she pondered, it remained an enigma. Yet, the Mermaid Empress was certain that these 4 forms of mental energy were undeniably the power of the Sea Witch, for she was far too familiar with this mental energy. So familiar, in fact, that there was no room for error after all these years. However, her deep familiarity only left her more baffled. How could this evidently youthful human possess the mental power of the Sea Witch? Moreover, it appeared he could control these 4 forms of mental energy with exquisite precision. The Kongyu dragon also maintained a serious demeanor, contemplating for about a second before addressing Lin Bei. You may not fully grasp the significance of this mental power to us. Therefore, if possible, we beseech you to enlighten us on what transpired. At that moment, Lin Bei, having overheard this plea, successfully grasped a crucial piece of information. He regarded the solemn expressions of the Mermaid Empress and the Kongyu dragon, his eyes beginning to shimmer with contemplative intent. It seemed they were aware of the origins of this special mental energy. This was the perfect opportunity to uncover the truth. In the next instant, Lin Bei waved his hand to summon the Shihuang town's Ming Long and the other dragons back, simultaneously stating, "I can divulge this to you. However, you must also disclose to me the nature of these special mental powers." To this, the Mermaid Empress expressed no dissatisfaction and promptly nodded, agreed. "Quickly, tell us what is going on." Her eagerness for the truth overshadowed her other concerns. The Kongyu dragon shared a similar sentiment, though it did not outwardly express it. A second later, Lin Bei's voice rang out. "In truth, these 4 forms of special mental energy are a newfound power I acquired upon arriving in this city. The reason I obtained this mental energy is that I absorbed several unique fog entities from the central district. Upon absorbing them into my body, corresponding attributes emerged within my mental energy, thus enhancing its potency. Additionally, absorbing other fog entities and mists can further augment my mental power." He had no intention of concealing the truth regarding this matter, for even if he revealed it, it would not hinder his future plans. Currently, only Lin Bei and the Golden Fogblade Dragon possessed the ability to absorb these mists. Even Luing and Wen Shui could merely manipulate the fog. Upon hearing the truth from Lin Bei, the Mermaid Empress and the Kongyu Dragon were utterly astonished. The reality exceeded their wildest imaginations. The method by which this human acquired such special mental energy was astonishingly simple, merely absorbing the fog into one's body. The effort and reward bore no proportion. After maintaining half a minute of silence, the Mermaid Empress finally smiled and remarked, "That wretched sea which cannot be described with mere words of despair. The powerful mental energy she painstakingly cultivated over countless years was ultimately handed to another as if it were a mere trinket." It was evident that she felt elated. The Kongyu Dragon aptly added, "Regardless of her original intent, we can now rest easy. With her mental power having been usurped by another, she can no longer wreak havoc." It breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Bei, however, remained oblivious to the thoughts of the Mermaid Empress and the Kongyu Dragon. His sole interest lay in matters pertaining to this mental energy. Now it was their turn. The Mermaid Empress quickly regained her focus and confidently stated, "Since you came here because of the Kuenping, you must have heard of the Sea Witch. The special mental energy you obtained is, in fact, the Sea Witch's mental power. After being confined here for an unknown duration, her mental power detached from her body, becoming 2 separate entities. Shortly thereafter, the Mist People emerged from the fog. Originally, I was unaware of why the Mist People appeared, but now I can ascertain that they are indeed a fragment of the Sea Witch's mental essence. These Mist People dismantled the Sea Witch's corporeal form and began constructing within this city. Moreover, the monsters that manifest within the black fog are also manifestations of the Sea Witch's mental power. That is all I can disclose to you." At this moment, Lin Bei fell into a deep contemplation. From the Mermaid Empress's words, he gleaned a wealth of information. His mind became somewhat chaotic as a myriad of questions surged forth. What exactly was the Sea Witch's objective? If they were all products of mental power, then why were the monsters in the black fog at odds with the Mist People in the gray fog? Why did her mental essence choose to dismantle her own body and transform it into structures? Wait, if those structures were indeed the corporeal form of the Sea Witch, did that not mean that I, possessing the Sea Witch's mental power, could attempt to control these edifices? Chapter 345. Fear not, they are quite benevolent. At the moment this realization struck him, Lin Bei felt a surge of excitement. If this were indeed feasible, what might the implications entail? Directly transforming these edifices into a prison is indeed a highly feasible endeavor. Should that come to pass, another objective will be accomplished. Moreover, a prison constructed from the very essence of the Sea Witch Queen could rival even the infamous Heavenly Mountain prison. Even when compared to the abyss of the malevolent deities and the abyss of the fierce fiends, it would not necessarily fall short. However, this exhilaration soon dissipated, giving way to a calm contemplation of these matters. Truly astonishing. The Misty Inn, the weapons shop, the elderly lady's abode, and other structures of which I remain unaware, all constructed from the corporeal form of a sea siren. Yet, I had failed to perceive any anomalies. Those buildings bore no substantial differences from those in the outside world. Since arriving in this city, Lin Bei had visited 3 such structures. He had even spent an entire night within the confines of the Misty Inn. Yet, everything appeared perfectly normal, perhaps sensing Lin Bei's current thoughts. The Mermaid Empress spoke up to elucidate. The reason you cannot detect any irregularities is due to the innate abilities of the Sea Witch Queen. Her powers extend far beyond mere enchantment. In addition to seduction, that scoundrel can freely alter parts of her form. For instance, she might transform her arm into a blade or her hair into a flowing river. Ultimately, these are merely branches of her enchanting capabilities. With her profound understanding of the Sea Witch Queen, she was naturally well aware of these truths. Upon hearing the Mermaid Empress's explanation, Lin Bei finally comprehended the situation and grasped why he had been oblivious to any anomalies. Ah, now it makes sense. No wonder I felt no oddities. Given his current weakness, it was entirely normal for him not to perceive the Sea Witch Queen's powers. Simply observing the reactions of the Mermaid Empress and Kong Yulong indicated the formidable strength of the Sea Witch Queen. At that moment, the Mermaid Empress continued, however, once you absorb the other three facets of the Sea Witch Queen's mental power, you should be able to discern the peculiarities of those structures. This is merely my conjecture. Whether it can be accomplished requires your own experimentation. She was not particularly certain about this. Lin Bei nodded gently, and then fell silent, standing there lost in thought. The Mermaid Empress and Kong Yulong were equally at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Their sole desire at that moment was to witness the manifestation of the fusion power. Meanwhile, after progressing at full speed, Lu Ying and the aged dragon man arrived in the southern district, promptly initiating their next course of action. A short while later, they entered an area devoid of fog. Naturally, they beheld Lin Bei, along with Kong Yulong and the Mermaid Empress ahead of him. Instantly, Lu Ying sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the dragon and the mermaid, akin to the weight of a mountain. Merely gazing upon Kong Yulong and the Mermaid Empress rendered him almost unable to bear the strain, instinctively prompting him to avert his gaze. This reaction was entirely understandable. The Mermaid Empress and Kong Yulong could be described as beings of unparalleled might. Lin Bei's ability to remain unfazed in their presence stemmed from his unique nature, which shielded him from significant impact. Others, however, were not so fortunate. When confronted by the Mermaid Empress and Kong Yulong, they were forced to contend with the terrifying aura radiating from them. Lu Ying's breaths grew heavy and uncontrollable at that moment. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, dripping down in a steady rhythm. In mere seconds, they coalesced into a small puddle on the ground. What manner of creatures are that mermaid and dragon? Why do they exert such an immense pressure on me? I feel almost paralyzed with fear. Lu Ying never anticipated that his first encounter upon arriving in the southern district would be one steeped in terror. Gulp, gulp. After swallowing several times, he managed to regain a semblance of composure. In the next moment, he hastily shifted his gaze to Lin Bei, who was deep in thought. By refraining from directly staring at Kong Yulong and the Mermaid Empress, his state returned to something resembling normalcy. Soon, a wave of confusion washed over him, prompting him to voice his bewilderment. Mr. Lin, how is it that you can stand before those two beings with such equanimity? I can hardly bear to look at them, let alone stand in their presence. And yet, in terms of combat prowess, you are clearly not stronger than I. Yet, you seem entirely unperturbed. He simply could not fathom it. No matter how he considered it, he found it incomprehensible. In truth, Lu Ying's reaction was relatively measured. Beside him, the aged dragon man, who had arrived simultaneously, had already knelt upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Its body shook with a visible intensity. Stammering words spilled forth from its lips. How? How can this be? The entity from the northern district. Why has it appeared in the southern district? It should be guarding the sealing array and not allowed to leave the northern district. What has transpired? Why has that entity come seeking this mermaid? Hiss. Lu Ying, having caught this exchange, discerned a crucial piece of information, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. His eyes widened in astonishment. What? That dragon below is responsible for guarding the sealing array of the northern district? This. In the next moment, a wave of trepidation surged within Lu Ying. He raised a hand to wipe the cold sweat from his brow while exhaling a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, Mr. Lin arrived in the northern district before us and successfully dismantled the array. Had it been us, we wouldn't even have been able to approach the array, let alone dismantle it. With our collective strength, we wouldn't have been able to inflict any harm upon that dragon. This was Lu Ying's greatest relief. And as he surmised, even if everyone combined their might, they would not be a match for Kong Yulong. To approach would be tantamount to courting death. In that moment, Lu Ying's admiration for Lin Bei deepened. Everything he accomplished was beyond their reach. As Lin Bei pondered the arrival of Lu Ying and the aged dragon man, he remained completely unaware of their presence. Ultimately, it was the Mermaid Empress who kindly interjected. Are those humans and the dragon man your friends? They seem rather timid, unable to even approach. Her tone carried a distinct hint of disdain. Upon hearing those words, Lin Bei abruptly regained his focus and swiftly turned his gaze towards the shore. In the next moment, he beheld Lu Ying and the elderly dragon man. It was indeed them. Their arrival was remarkably swift. Yet, what were they doing? One was drenched in sweat, while the other knelt upon the ground. Lin Bei found himself utterly perplexed by the actions of this human and dragon man. He shook his head in disbelief and addressed Lu Ying. Come down. Both of them are quite amiable. In Lin Bei's perspective, the Mermaid Empress and the Skywing Dragon could certainly be described as friendly. At the very least, they could engage in harmonious communication. Upon hearing the word friendly uttered from Lin Bei's lips, both the Mermaid Empress and the Skywing Dragon paused momentarily, clearly taken aback. They had not anticipated that someone would refer to them in such a manner. Upon hearing Lin Bei's call, Luing clenched his teeth tightly, his body rigid as he nodded. All right, I shall descend immediately. With Lin Bei saying so, what choice did he have but to comply? Following his words, Luing glanced at the elderly dragon man, assisting him to his feet while stating, "Let us go down." To this, the elderly dragon man replied, "Must I really go? I regret this decision immensely." Initially, he had thought he was merely coming to meet a rather formidable human. Yet he had never expected to encounter both the Skywing Dragon and the Mermaid Empress. However, Luing simply shook his head. "You must. Rest assured, since Mr. Lin has assured us of their friendliness, it proves they are indeed quite amicable." Ultimately, he successfully brought the elderly dragon man to Lin Bei's side, who then stood like a statue, motionless in place. At this moment, Lin Bei began to scrutinize the elderly dragon man closely. He was particularly intrigued by the dragon man from the East District. After approximately a minute, Lin Bei concluded his observation. This dragon man possessed not only human and dragon bloodlines, but also those of other species. He could not be classified as a pure dragon man. It appeared to be intricately linked to synthesis. Through the examination of his spiritual energy, he could affirm these details. Gradually withdrawing his gaze from the elderly dragon man, Lin Bei found himself once again mired in contemplation. Just as Ivy and the others had indicated, it seemed he must venture to the East District. Clarifying the nature of these dragon men had become an imperative task. Now, he sought not only to fulfill the system's mission, but also to unravel the mystery behind it. After all, it was highly likely to be related to synthesis. It was far better to explore than to remain ignorant. A second later, Lin Bei looked at Luing and inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Did you come to find me for a specific reason?" He was aware that this human and dragon man sought him, yet he was oblivious to their intentions. Upon hearing Lin Bei's question, Luing fell silent for several seconds before pointing at the elderly dragon man, speaking in a tone laden with complexity. "It is because of him. After hearing about you from me, he has been eager to meet you. If given a second chance, he would undoubtedly have refrained from coming." Lin Bei was left speechless. All this commotion for such a trivial matter? Was it truly necessary for them to journey all the way from the East District? Nevertheless, he did not intend to dwell on this matter. Although the reasons for Luing and the elderly dragon man's arrival were somewhat perplexing, their presence proved advantageous for Lin Bei. In the next moment, Lin Bei's voice resonated. "I shall be departing from here shortly. Luing, you will remain in the South District. This way, my return will be far less troublesome." Indeed, he planned to establish Luing as a teleportation coordinate, facilitating his return from other districts. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying's lips twitched slightly, and a wave of trepidation surged within him. Remaining here with the Mermaid Empress and the Skywing Dragon felt akin to courting death. It was destined to be a torment. Taking a deep breath, Luing finally nodded resolutely. "I understand. Fearful as I am, I shall not refuse. For avoidance is the act of a coward. The more one tries to evade, the more inescapable it becomes." Subsequently, Lin Bei turned his attention to the elderly dragon man and spoke calmly. "I will accompany you to the East District." As his words fell, the voice of the Skywing Dragon chimed in. "I shall join as well. After finally regaining my freedom, I must see those little ones. Furthermore, I wish to witness you acquiring the other 3 abilities." Lin Bei chose to disregard the latter part of the Skywing Dragon's statement, yet he was intrigued by the former. "Calling them little ones? You seem quite familiar with the dragon men?" In the next moment, the Skywing Dragon nodded earnestly. "Of course. After all, the dragon men came into existence because of our master." There was a hint of pride in its voice. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, finding this revelation unsurprising. He had anticipated this all along. Since the dragon men existed upon this island, they were undoubtedly connected to the master spoken of by the Skywing Dragon. "Very well. Let us set forth together." They remained oblivious to the fact that upon hearing this, Lu Ying's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had recalled something. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. A few minutes later, Lin Bei, the elderly dragon man, and the Skywing Dragon, this peculiar trio of one human, one dragon, and one dragon man, departed from the colorful lakes of the South District. Their mode of departure was simple. One human and one dragon man rode upon the back of a dragon. This method was undoubtedly the swiftest means of leaving. Only Luing and the Mermaid Empress remained in the South District. At this moment, Luing was attempting to establish contact with Lin Bei. "Mr. Lin, I have something I wish to convey to you."